Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 2 and 33 Demonic Sound in the Ear. People are indeed full of contradictions. Chen Fei thought about how Dragon Elephant True Immortal handled this technique, and he also considered how future generations would piece together the true follow-up techniques, while not caring much about the missing part related to body protection. Or perhaps, in the eyes of Dragon Elephant True Immortal, piecing together these fragments into a complete whole would require great determination, wisdom, and luck. If someone learned the body protection part but couldn't find this place, it meant they lacked great luck. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to piece together the broken techniques. And so, this martial art would ultimately be lost. Well, if it's lost, then let it be. Let's leave this place first. Chen Fei's right foot moved, creating a deep pit. He placed Dragon Elephant True Immortal's corpse in it and then buried it with earth and stones, giving him a proper burial. Chen Fei then turned to look at Ling Hanjun, pondered for a moment, and pointed with his right hand. Ling Hanjun was crouched at an angle, suddenly feeling his body stiffen, and his cultivation was once again sealed. Ling Hanjun couldn't help but look up at Chen Fei. In the past, we had some grudges, but on this journey, you've shown some sincerity. So, he'll give you a chance to live. Let's see if you can make it back to Apricot Fen City on your own. With his cultivation sealed, Ling Hanjun was now only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Given the current chaos outside, if his luck was good, he might survive. If his luck was bad and he encountered the same number of mountain bandits as earlier, Ling Hanjun would be in trouble. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Ling Hanjun quickly kowtowed, recalling what Chen Fei had just said. Back in the day, they might have had a feud, but Ling Hanjun couldn't remember a thing. How had he offended Chen Fei? Given Chen Fei's current strength, if there had been any offense, wouldn't he have been killed on the spot? How had he survived back then? Without receiving a response, Ling Hanjun looked up at Chen Fei, only to find that Chen Fei had already disappeared. Ling Hanjun sat down on the ground, unable to help but let out a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to preserve his life. If he had shown any negligence on this journey or attempted to escape, he would probably have died long ago. Just like Zhu Wangliang and the others on the ground. Thinking of Zhu Wangliang and the others, Ling Hanjun's expression suddenly became excited. He quickly got up and ran over. However, he soon wore a bitter smile. Chen Fei had already taken away anything valuable from those people. Inside the cave, Chen Fei's figure flickered as he looked at the things in his hand. Zhu Wangliang and the others didn't have anything valuable. Or rather, for Chen Fei at this point, many of the things on their bodies were no longer worth his attention. The most valuable items were probably the herbs. Chen Fei found a place and threw all the herbs into his spatial grid to keep them out of the way. Up ahead, there was a bright light, and they were close to the cave's exit. It seemed that Chen Fei had released the formation, causing the mist outside to dissipate. His right foot moved, and he was about to rush out of the cave. But suddenly, his entire body paused. The 1,000 origin heart locking technique was trembling continuously, warning Chen Fei. Chen Fei frowned, slowly retreating. As he did, the vibrations from the 1,000 origin heart locking technique not only didn't decrease but actually increased. Whoosh! A burst of vital energy suddenly shot out from the position of the cave entrance, heading straight for Chen Fei's forehead. Chen Fei was already in a tense state, so when he saw this attack, he activated spatial travel to dodge it, moving his body to the side. However, before Chen Fei could even stabilize himself, that burst of vital energy curved in midair and continued to shoot toward him. Chirp! The Qianyuan sword unsheathed. But even with his attempt to evade, there was simply no time. The speed of this vital energy attack was beyond ordinary. A sword shield unfolded in midair, colliding with this burst of vital energy. Bang! An unimaginable force surged, and even the body controlled by the dragon-suppressing elephant couldn't withstand it. Chen Fei was sent crashing into the mountain wall by this force. To withstand my attack, you must be worthy of seeing me. A voice rang out, and a figure faintly appeared at the cave entrance. Blood trickled from Chen Fei's mouth, and he didn't even have time to glance at the entrance. He struggled to get away from the mountain wall and dashed madly back into the cave. Aperture Tempering Realm. Only someone in the Aperture Tempering Realm could have injured Chen Fei with a single blow. What was more critical was that at this moment, the increne mass within Chen Fei's sea of consciousness had suddenly appeared on the branches of his core soul tree. In just a blink of an eye, this increne, deathly still energy had already corroded most of the branches of Chen Fei's core soul tree and was spreading towards the trunk. An Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator had actually hidden at the cave entrance and ambushed a visceral Tempering Realm warrior like him. Not only did they ambush him, but they also used a mind technique, completely disregarding the principles of martial ethics. A blow like the one just now would unquestionably kill a regular visceral Tempering Realm warrior. Not to mention the overwhelming power of that vital energy. It could shatter the physical body of a visceral Tempering Realm warrior directly, even if they miraculously managed to survive the attack. The contamination from this mind technique would eradicate their last shred of vitality. The 1000 origin heart locking technique was running rampant, and the core soul tree trembled slightly as it kept the increne contamination at bay. However, when Chen Fei tried to clear it away, he found it extremely difficult. This kind of mental contamination was somewhat similar to the strange heart realm. Chen Fei had even used the contamination from the strange heart realm to refine his own mental power. But the contamination in the strange heart realm was ownerless. And once Chen Fei returned to the main world, that contamination was directly cut off at the source. However, this increne contamination was different. It had an owner, and it was so close to Chen Fei. Trying to remove it became a nearly impossible task. Even with his mental power refined several times over and the 1000 origin heart locking technique at his disposal, removing this contamination was incredibly difficult. For any other visceral Tempering Realm cultivator, their mental power would have been contaminated and destroyed by now. Ling Hanjun was busy searching the corpses of Zhu Wangliang and the others, and he did find something of value. Chen Fei didn't care about it. But for Ling Hanjun, who was only at the Bone Tempering Realm, it held considerable value. Ling Hanjun was currently hesitating. Should he also dig up the corpse that Chen Fei had buried to see if there was anything valuable in it? Although the corpse looked ragged and seemed to have nothing, a quick search might yield some unexpected surprises. Whoosh! A sound broke the silence as Chen Fei suddenly appeared, startling Ling Hanjun, who had been searching the corpses nearby. Ling Hanjun involuntarily pressed himself against the mountain wall, fearing that Chen Fei might change his mind. Chen Fei didn't pay any attention to Ling Hanjun. He looked at the spot where Dragon Elephant True Immoral had been sitting cross-legged. The power of the dragon-suppressing elephant was circulating within him, and he placed his palm on the ground. The barrier that Chen Fei had previously deciphered rose from underground and enveloped Chen Fei. This formation was linked to the earth's veins beneath the Mount Guanzhou, which was why it had such tremendous power. Chen Fei had only cracked it before, not damaged it in the slightest. Now, with the power of the dragon-suppressing elephant, he easily activated it. Phew! Seeing himself surrounded by the formation, Chen Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally feeling some sense of security. Ling Hanjun was left in a daze, watching Chen Fei's actions. Why did he suddenly lock himself inside the formation? Before Ling Hanjun could make sense of it, a figure suddenly appeared inside the cave. Ling Hanjun instinctively turned to look at the newcomer, and as soon as his eyes met theirs, he felt like he had been hit hard. Blood spewed from all 7 orifices. With a muffled groan, Ling Hanjun's head uncontrollably tilted backward and slammed into the mountain wall, leaving a gruesome sight. Lu Zhichen glanced at Ling Hanjun briefly and then turned his attention to Chen Fei, who was inside the formation. He couldn't help but show a slight change in expression upon seeing that Chen Fei's mental power had not only survived, but had also halted the contamination. His mental technique was like a deadly poison to martial artists below the Aperture Tempering Realm. If they were exposed to it, death was inevitable. This was the first time Lu Zhichen had encountered someone who could resist his mental power without relying on a spiritual weapon. Lu Zhichen scanned his surroundings but didn't find much. There were a few corpses on the ground, including one at the bone-tempering realm. And then there was Chen Fei and the formation before him. He got something. Ling Hanjun glanced at Chen Fei, reaching out and effortlessly grabbing him as he floated helplessly in the air. He was then thrown to the ground at Ling Hanjun's feet. A black box. Ling Hanjun didn't dare hesitate. He had realized that this newcomer, Lu Zhichen, was even more formidable than Chen Fei. Chen Fei had only resorted to this formation to protect himself. A black box. Lu Zhichen's expression changed slightly. A smile appearing on his face. He said, "Tell me everything you know." "Yes. Yes." Ling Hanjun's head bobbed frantically as he began to spill everything he knew, including the beast skin martial technique and the non-decaying corpse. Lu Zhichen's eyes gradually brightened. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such an opportunity here by chance. Chen Fei was certainly going to die, regardless of whether this opportunity existed or not. There was no way a visceral tempering realm cultivator who had survived one blow could be allowed to leave. "Disperse the formation, and I'll spare your life," Lu Zhichen said to Chen Fei, his face showing a hint of a smile. The pit was also inside the formation. Otherwise, Lu Zhichen would have been quite interested in examining the preserved body inside. Chen Fei didn't answer. He had no intention of believing in such words. If he did, he would be truly naive. Chen Fei was currently using the Thousand Origin heart-locking technique to remove the contamination from his sea of consciousness. But progress was slow, and it would take quite some time. "Do you plan to break through to the aperture tempering realm here?" The thought crossed Chen Fei's mind but was immediately rejected. This formation was formidable, and even with his full strength, he didn't even have the qualifications to shake it. But just because Chen Fei couldn't break the formation didn't mean the person in front of him couldn't. At the very least, if the formation were violently disrupted, Chen Fei wouldn't be able to concentrate on his breakthrough. Furthermore, if Lu Zhichen disturbed the surrounding vital energy, Chen Fei's meridians might be damaged during his breakthrough. "My patience is limited." The smile disappeared from Lu Zhichen's face, and his eyes turned cold. "Do you really think that relying on this formation can stop me?" Lu Zhichen's voice suddenly became sharp, like a haunting wail, causing Ling Hanjun, who was lying nearby, to spew blood and tremble uncontrollably. In just a moment, Ling Hanjun had lost all signs of life. Chapter 234 Chapter 234 Deception. Chapter 234 Deception. Ling Hanjun died because of a sharp shout from Lu Zhichen. Even though Lu Zhichen was not targeting Ling Hanjun still couldn't escape. In the face of Ling Hanjun's cultivation at the bone-tempering realm, there was no difference from an ordinary person. It was just a matter of being slightly bigger or smaller ants, easily killed with a casual wave of the hand. "Senior, what do you think of my strength and cultivation?" Chen Fei glanced at Ling Hanjun, then turned to Lu Zhichen, a slight smile on his face. "Why? Do you want to demonstrate a breakthrough in front of me?" Lu Zhichen burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Fei's words. Chen Fei's strength was undoubtedly good, and he could even be said to be excellent. Lu Zhichen had encountered many visceral tempering realm martial artists, but very few could be compared to Chen Fei. However, not everyone could withstand a strike from an aperture tempering realm expert without dying. Chen Fei not only survived, but wasn't even seriously injured. At most, his internal organs were shaken, and he suffered some minor injuries. Even the contamination of his mental energy was resisted by him. Looking at the trend, he could probably hold on for a very long time. It could be said that Chen Fei was already very close to reaching the aperture tempering realm, just by opening his meridians. He might not need much time to solidify his cultivation and become a true aperture tempering realm expert. But getting closer to the aperture tempering realm was still not the same as having broken through. If Chen Fei thought that he could break through in the heat of battle with this kind of situation, then Lu Zhichen might as well show him what an aperture tempering realm martial artist was capable of. "Senior, it's just a jest. I only asked that question to inform you that with my level of cultivation, shouldn't my sect provide me with a protector to avoid unexpected situations?" Chen Fei looked into Lu Zhichen's eyes, a confident and proud look on his face. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Lu Zhichen was slightly taken aback. Indeed, with such a level of cultivation, it was not something that ordinary wandering martial artists could achieve. Only the top sects could possibly nurture such disciples. And if such disciples went out to gain experience, they would undoubtedly be accompanied by protectors to prevent any accidents. I am Shen Tukang, the current second-generation disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. I came here with my sect elder. By the time, my sect elder should be arriving soon. Chen Fei stood up and respectfully bowed to Lu Zhichen. When he mentioned the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, he subtly raised his head. As the dominant sect in a radius of thousands of miles, the reputation of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was known to all. Lu Zhichen, being an aperture tempering realm expert, naturally understood the kind of powerhouses the Immortal Cloud Sword sect possessed. As a wandering martial artist, Lu Zhichen, even with his profound cultivation, dared not openly confront the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. If he provoked the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, they would undoubtedly send a peak aperture tempering realm expert to deal with him. From what Lu Zhichen knew, in the past decade or so, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had dispatched aperture tempering realm late-stage experts on 5 separate occasions to forcefully eliminate wandering martial artists who dared to offend them. This was a strategy to deter others, and its effectiveness was remarkable. It made many wandering martial artists and even some sects think twice before crossing paths with the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Lu Zhichen furrowed his brows. This remote and impoverished place wouldn't usually attract the attention of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. However, recently, the strange occurrences in Pinyin County had gained significant attention among high-level martial artists, attracting many aperture tempering realm wandering martial artists. Exorcising demons and eliminating evil for the sake of the people was an impossible task. The evil in Pinyin County had been growing rapidly, far exceeding the usual rate of development. Some suspected it might possess a precious treasure. The news was first discovered by a wandering martial artist who had come here, and he had initially faced difficulties dealing with it, almost getting himself killed. This wandering martial artist, feeling resentful, began to gather more people, and the news gradually spread. Lu Zhichen had been drawn to this place by the news, and before he even reached Pinyin County, he noticed the unusual mist on Mount Guanju, followed by the scene that had just occurred. You claim to be a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Do you have any proof? Lu Zhichen furrowed his brows. Do you recognize this, senior? Chen Fei smiled as he took out a receival bead from his pocket and displayed it in his palm for Lu Zhichen to see. Lu Zhichen looked at the receival bead, his frown deepening. He naturally recognized the receival bead, which was made from the core of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's spirit tree. Most disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect possessed one. A single receival bead doesn't prove much. Before Lu Zhichen could finish his sentence, he saw Chen Fei take out a second receival bead and place it in his palm. Finding one receival bead was a rare stroke of luck, but the chances of finding 2 were extremely low. Senior, the misunderstanding at the cave entrance earlier, let's just forget about it and part ways. Shall we? Chen Fei put away the receival beads and extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it's all just a misunderstanding. Lu Zhichen looked at Chen Fei, suddenly bursting into laughter. Since you've obtained the opportunity here, it means you have some connection with this place. I won't take away what rightfully belongs to you. With that, Lu Zhichen's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind Ling Hanjin's corpse, telling the story of what had just happened. The smile on Chen Fei's face faded. Instead of dispelling the formation, he sat cross-legged and took out the black box from the spatial grid, carefully taking out the pieces of animal skin and examining each character one by one. There was no specific order, and he didn't attempt to piece them together. Chen Fei now simply wanted to read all the characters. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Fei had finished reading all the characters on the animal skins. There was no coherent message. The meanings of the words seemed disjointed and unrelated. In just a brief quarter hour, Chen Fei's head felt a bit swollen from reading. Panel, Chen Fei mentally called out. and a transparent screen appeared in his mind. He quickly noticed a new change on the panel. New cultivation technique discovered. Spend 300,000 taels of silver to streamline dragon suppressing elephant chaotic. As expected, seeing the prompt on the panel, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Previously, in Pingyan County, he had obtained a fragmented thunderous sword force, and the panel had been able to select useful content from it for him. Back then, it was still somewhat within the realm of simplification. Now, the dragon suppressing elephant was so chaotic that it seemed to lack any logic. However, the total number of characters was just right. After Chen Fei finished reading it, the panel acknowledged it. But in such a state of chaos, it was obviously not a simplification, but a streamlining process to restore the dragon suppressing elephant to its original form. Chen Fei speculated that perhaps his practice of the dragon suppressing elephant's suppressing body part had also provided a theoretical foundation for the panel. This connection allowed streamlining to become possible. The price, however, was quite hefty, and this was just streamlining. Further simplification would require an additional fee. Previously, in the primordial sword sect, Chen Fei had managed to accumulate only a bit over 300,000 taels of silver by working hard to refine pills. Now, if he wanted to streamline it, he would be left with just over half. Chen Fei didn't immediately streamline the cultivation technique. He carefully placed the fragments of animal skin back into the box one by one and took out a piece of silk cloth. Studying the backside of the fabric attentively, Chen Fei's purpose in examining the animal skins earlier was to confirm whether the panel could be of assistance. It was certain that Lu Shichen wouldn't leave. Chen Fei's words might have deceived him momentarily, but there was no way he would simply let Chen Fei go. If it were Chen Fei himself, faced with this situation, he would probably hide outside the cave first and see if any experts from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect arrived. The cautious ones would observe for an hour, while those bolder might re-enter the cave after half an hour if they didn't encounter any Immortal Cloud Sword sect experts. Chen Fei's deception of Lu Shichen was to buy himself some time. Chen Fei pretended to deceive Lu Shichen into leaving, with no intention of making Lu Shichen disappear instantly. Instead, he aimed to buy himself some time and strategize for the situation at hand. While reading the introduction to the Dragon Elephant True Immortal earlier, Chen Fei had noticed that there were detailed instructions on how to control the current formation on the back of the silk cloth. Chen Fei had been in a hurry to leave earlier because the mist outside the cave had lingered for quite some time. If a powerful martial artist were to arrive, they would certainly notice something amiss. However, Chen Fei's plan to deceive Lu Shichen and gain some time didn't go as smoothly as he had hoped. He ended up encountering Lu Shichen and was forced to take refuge in the formation. When Chen Fei had activated the formation earlier, it couldn't even be considered proper operation. He had simply stimulated it using the strength of the dragon suppressing elephant. Now, Chen Fei's main task was to figure out how to operate the formation more precisely. Without that, he wouldn't have the strength to confront Lu Shichen. Chen Fei quickly read the content on the silk cloth, and the panel displayed a new change. Formation Dragon Elephant Formation Beginner 210,000. New formation discovered. Spend 30,000 taels of silver to simplify the Dragon Elephant Formation. Simplifying the Dragon Elephant Formation Simplification Successful Dragon Elephant Formation GT Dragon Suppressing Elephant Suppressing Body Formation. Chen Fei let out a sigh of relief. This Dragon Elephant Formation was created by the Dragon Elephant True Immortal based on the Dragon Suppressing Elephant's cultivation technique, and its foundation was indeed the Dragon Suppressing Elephant's technique. Chen Fei had been concerned about the result of simplifying the formation, fearing it might become too complex. If he couldn't quickly improve his proficiency, he was prepared to invest heavily in a second simplification. Fortunately, this didn't happen. The great completion level dragon suppressing elephant began to circulate rapidly within Chen Fei's body, and insights into the dragon elephant formation started to appear intensively in his mind. Chen Fei continuously adjusted how the dragon suppressing elephant's power circulated, and finally found that simply allowing the dragon suppressing elephant's energy to flow from his feet to his head once would increase his proficiency. Without hesitation, Chen Fei had the dragon-suppressing elephant's energy flow directly up and down. Only at the great perfection level could one control it with such ease, otherwise, others practicing this technique might risk falling into a state of inner turmoil. The proficiency of the dragon-elephant formation was rapidly increasing. Outside the cave, Lu Zhichen lay in hiding, completely concealing his aura. He resembled a withered tree, patiently waiting for the right moment. Chapter 235 Chapter 235 To the Death. Chapter 235 To the Death. Inside the cave, the warrior claimed to be a disciple of the immortal Cloud Sword sect, but Lu Zhichen only believed him about 30%. However, Lu Zhichen was not willing to take a gamble. He feared that if it turned out to be true, and he ran into a powerful member of the immortal Cloud Sword sect, he would likely meet his end. The strength of the immortal Cloud Sword sect was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Lu Zhichen's ability to reach the aperture tempering realm was often not solely due to his strength, but also his cautiousness. This was especially true when facing potential strong enemies. Yet the opportunity inside this cave was too precious for Lu Zhichen to give up. A non-decaying body likely indicated the existence of a powerful cultivation technique, offering him a chance to advance further. If there were truly profound martial arts manuals hidden here, he would even be willing to abandon his current cultivation technique. As time passed slowly, the surroundings remained calm. Since the mist had dissipated, Lu Zhichen could observe any movements in all directions. At this moment, he could detect any approaching warriors in the area. Half an hour passed, and no powerful member of the immortal Cloud Sword sect appeared. Lu Zhichen hesitated for a moment but did not immediately leave. He had already waited for half an hour. Waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. After all, Lu Zhichen was on guard, and any slight disturbance would catch his attention. Chen Fei, even if he wanted to secretly escape through a hole, could still be detected by Lu Zhichen. If Chen Fei were to make a hole, it would only confirm Lu Zhichen's suspicions of deceit, and this might actually put Lu Zhichen more at ease. As time gradually approached evening, an hour had already passed. Lu Zhichen straightened his body slightly, snorted, and swiftly entered the cave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhichen arrived at the bottom of the cave, where he saw Chen Fei sitting cross-legged, seemingly engrossed in cultivating a technique. Lu Zhichen's eyebrows twitched. He hadn't expected that Chen Fei would be quietly practicing, as if he were genuinely waiting for a powerful member of his sect to come to his rescue. This caused Lu Zhichen to hesitate once more, wondering whether Chen Fei had any protectors accompanying him. If they existed, they should have appeared by now. But if there were none, why would Chen Fei dare to cultivate so leisurely? What did he rely on? Why has the senior returned? Feeling a slight movement in the cave, Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked at Lu Zhichen. Let's make a deal. Give me that black box, and I'll leave immediately. Lu Zhichen gazed at Chen Fei, pondered for a moment, and spoke with utmost sincerity in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that my protectors will come? Senior Chen Fei smiled. Don't try to deceive me. If you had any protectors, they would have arrived by now, Lu Zhichen coldly remarked. When you have the box, will you truly leave and not trouble me anymore? Chen Fei contemplated for a moment, showing signs of wavering but still hesitant. How can I be sure you won't change your mind after obtaining the box? I have no means to control you. Senior, my only goal is that box, Lu Zhichen explained persuasively. How can you guarantee, Senior, that you won't go back on your word after obtaining the box? One have no means to constrain you, Chen Fei replied, showing signs of being swayed but still cautious. Either you trust me, or we can continue our standoff here. Lu Zhichen's expression suddenly turned impatient. He snorted coldly and sent a palm strike toward the dragon-elephant formation. Boom! The entire cave shook violently as numerous rocks fell from the ceiling, shattering into rubble upon hitting the ground. Chen Fei remained still, his eyes fixed on the dragon-elephant formation. The barrier formed by the dragon-elephant formation fluctuated slightly, gradually dissipating the incoming force until it returned to calmness. Chen Fei felt a slight disappointment. The power of the dragon-elephant formation didn't seem as formidable as the dragon-elephant true immortal had claimed. Chen Fei couldn't determine Lu Zhichen's exact cultivation level, but the dragon-elephant formation should have been able to withstand an attack from an aperture-tempering realm cultivator without showing much disturbance. According to the scroll, the dragon-elephant formation should be capable of resisting an attack from an aperture-tempering realm cultivator at the very least. To create any disturbance, it would likely require a coordinated effort from multiple cultivators. However, with just a single move, and Lu Zhichen probably hadn't even used his full strength yet, the dragon-elephant formation had already reacted. The gap in power was much wider than Chen Fei had expected. It must be due to the passage of time. No matter how powerful something is, it can't resist the erosion of time. The formation is unable to be maintained at the aperture-tempering realm level for too long, Chen Fei thought to himself. Sighing softly, Lu Zhichen, upon seeing the reaction of the dragon-elephant formation, had a gleam in his eyes. Initially, when he first saw the dragon-elephant formation, its aura had mildly deterred him, which is why he hadn't attacked immediately. His previous action had been more of a warning to Chen Fei. Unexpectedly, this dragon-elephant formation seemed to be somewhat overrated. While it would still require considerable effort to break through, it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. This formation, if forcefully broken, will destroy everything inside, including what's wrapped in this box, Chen Fei whispered, taking out the black box. Are you trying to threaten me even if I destroy it? What can you do? Lu Zhichen laughed loudly and continued to strike the barrier with intensified force. This time, the cave didn't shake because Lu Zhichen concentrated his power solely on the dragon-elephant formation. The radiance within the dragon-elephant formation kept channeling the incoming force into the Earth's veins beneath Mount Guanzhou. However, as time passed, it became evident that the radiance's fluctuations increased in frequency, and toward the end, it even started to waver slightly. Please, Senior, cease your actions, or I'll destroy the contents of this box one by one. Chen Fei's face showed signs of anxiety as he took out the black box and pretended to be ready to destroy its contents. Lu Zhichen's laughter grew even louder, and he not only didn't stop, but intensified his attack. He understood human psychology well right now. He had to reverse the threat and put pressure on Chen Fei. Only by doing so could he achieve his goal. Seeing Lu Zhichen's increasingly aggressive attacks, Chen Fei's face displayed nervousness. However, in secret, he continued to control the dragon-elephant formation, reducing its power. As Chen Fei did this, the dragon-elephant formation began to tremble as if it would shatter at any moment. This is your doing? Chen Fei shouted loudly. He activated his inner energy, causing the piece of cloth in his hand to shatter into several pieces. You dare to destroy my opportunity. You're asking for death. Lu Zhichen, seeing Chen Fei's actions, yelled in anger. He swiftly moved, arriving right in front of the barrier, his palms turning a dark green color as he struck the barrier. Even with attacks from a distance, energy consumption was inevitable, and the closer the distance, the more powerful the strike. However, Lu Zhichen was cautious and did not let his palms touch the barrier directly. There was still a slight gap to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. You finally come. Chen Fei, who had been anxious and uneasy, suddenly became calm. With a surge of inner energy, the dragon-elephant formation emitted a dazzling radiance. As Lu Zhichen noticed the change in Chen Fei's demeanor, he sensed something was wrong and attempted to step back. However, he was engulfed by the brilliance of the dragon-elephant formation in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the intense light emitted by the dragon-elephant formation had dissipated. When observing the situation inside the cave again, the protective barrier formed by the dragon-elephant formation no longer covered Chen Fei. Instead, it had trapped Lu Zhichen inside. This transformation, from a protective formation to a restrictive one, was the result of Chen Fei's control over the dragon-elephant formation during the past hour. However, it was crucial to note that the dragon-elephant formation was not solely a restrictive formation. It required Lu Zhichen to be close enough to ensure he would be caught within it without realizing the danger and escaping prematurely. You insolent child, how dare you deceive me like this? Lu Zhichen, realizing he was trapped, erupted in anger. He pounded his palms against the dragon-elephant formation, But the radiant barrier held firm, blocking his attacks. Chen Fei knew he had to make his escape now. The dragon-elephant formation, while not overwhelmingly powerful, had temporarily trapped Lu Zhichen. Chen Fei was uncertain how long he could maintain the barrier. He needed to seize this opportunity to return to Apricot Fen City. Only the vast population of Apricot Fen City allowed Chen Fei to use the dragon-elephant formation technique to forcefully conceal his aura and confuse Lu Zhichen's perception, giving him enough time to cleanse the contamination within his mind and spirit. Otherwise, in the wilderness, even with dragon-elephant formation's concealment, there would eventually be traces that could be detected. Chen Fei's figure darted towards the exit of the cave. Lu Zhichen watched as Chen Fei disappeared from view, his gaze turning cold. Throughout the day's confrontation, Lu Zhichen had never expected to be outmaneuvered by a practitioner of the visceral tempering realm, leaving him trapped within a formation. Unless he could find a way to inflict numerous tortures upon Chen Fei, he would never be able to quell the anger burning within him. Bang! 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 As Chen Fei crossed the threshold of the cave, he faintly heard the sounds emanating from within. In comparison to before, Lu Zhichen was now truly exerting his full strength in attacking the dragon-elephant formation. The recent events had ignited Lu Zhichen's fury completely, and he was likely not going to stop until he had captured or killed Chen Fei. Chen Fei took a quick glance around to orient himself, and then activated the chasing soul steps at full throttle, rushing towards the direction of Apricot Fen City. Simultaneously, he continued to use the dragon-elephant formation technique to conceal his aura, and placed fragments of the heart pearl throughout his body in the hope of further masking his presence. The Thousand Origin heart-locking technique operated at its limits, aimed at swiftly erasing the contamination within his mind and spirit. Chen Fei seemed to transform into a phantom, vanishing from Mount Guanju in the blink of an eye. With his current speed and without rest, Chen Fei could reach Apricot Fen City within a day. His hope now rested on the dragon-elephant formation being able to hold out for a longer duration. 5 hours later, Chen Fei's figure appeared on a massive boulder. He surveyed his surroundings, and recognized the location to Eerie Mountain Village he had encountered earlier was just a few miles away. Although he intended to take a slightly detoured route to avoid the village, he prepared the red candle just in case. Chen Fei took the red candle from his spatial grid, ready to use it if needed as a precaution while continuing his journey towards Apricot Fen City. Chen Fei recalled the route he had taken earlier and was about to set off when his core soul tree, within the sea of his consciousness, suddenly trembled. The contamination that had already been suppressed by the Thousand Origin heart-locking technique had unexpectedly become active again. How could this happen so quickly? Chen Fei's expression changed abruptly. The dragon-elephant formation had been broken so quickly, and Lu Zhichen was now dangerously close to him. Even if the dragon-elephant formation wasn't as powerful as described, it shouldn't have been this vulnerable, unless Lu Zhichen had used a special method to call for reinforcements, allowing for an internal and external combined attack to break the dragon-elephant formation. Chen Fei turned to look back, and the Thousand Origin heart-locking technique continued to tremble, warning him that danger was rapidly approaching. There was no way to escape now. Before Lu Zhichen caught up to him, Chen Fei couldn't make it back to Apricot Fen City. Chen Fei glanced at the fragments of the heart pearl in his hand. Unfortunately, if it were a complete heart pearl, it could have helped him conceal his aura. Alternatively, if Chen Fei had access to the deeper layers of the Thousand Thread technique from the Alchemist Alliance, he could strengthen the Thousand Origin heart-locking technique and expedite the cleansing process of the contamination. However, Chen Fei didn't possess any of these resources, and they were all just out of reach. Chen Fei looked ahead, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately gritted his teeth, running towards the location of the mysterious village. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Zhichen was closing in quickly, and Chen Fei couldn't return to Apricot Fen City before being caught. In just a few miles, Chen Fei saw the village again, whether it was an illusion or not. The village seemed larger than before compared to his initial encounter. His core soul energy trembled, warning Chen Fei to stay away, but he had no other choice. Sensing the pursuit from behind, Chen Fei made a quick decision and rushed into the village. In less than 15 minutes, two figures appeared outside the village. Lu Zhichen sensed the presence and concluded that Chen Fei was in the village below. He actually thinks this eerie place can stop us. He's too naive. Hue Diahong chuckled and licked his lips. The fact that the dragon elephant true immoral didn't decay intrigued him greatly. Let's go. Lu Zhichen gave a low command and charged into the village. Hue Diahong followed suit with a hearty laugh. Chapter 2:36 Chapter 2:36 Ancient Village on the Desolate Mountain. Chapter 2:36 Ancient Village on the Desolate Mountain. Pinyin County, shrouded in white mist, exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine of ordinary people with just a glance. However, ever since Pinyin County was mysteriously engulfed, there were no longer any ordinary residents within dozens of miles around. Anyone who could run had already fled, and those who couldn't had found their eternal rest here. But at this moment, about 20 or 30 individuals stood 10 miles outside the eastern gate of Pinyin County, silently observing the changes in the aura within the county and calculating the hour. Master Fang, can we go in now? Several people, with an elderly man at the center, approached Master Fang. Among the group, some were in the early stages of aperture tempering realm, while others were in the visceral tempering realm and marrow tempering realm. One of them respectfully asked for guidance. The elderly man was named Fang Ziqiu, a wanderer without affiliation, and his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of aperture tempering realm. Amongst wandering cultivators, reaching the early stage of aperture tempering realm was considered a rare achievement, let alone the mid-stage. After reaching the early stage of aperture tempering realm, most wandering cultivators spent their entire lives at that level, unable to make further progress unless they encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Fang Ziqiu's ability to reach the mid-stage of aperture tempering realm made him one of the top cultivators among this gathering of wandering cultivators. Moreover, he had embarked on the path of formation cultivation by deciphering a basic formation method in his early days. Among the cultivators present, not only did Fang Ziqiu have the highest cultivation level, but his understanding of formations was also the most profound. The reason so many people had gathered outside Pinyin County without forcefully entering was due to a mysterious formation that had enveloped the county. The formation was so bizarre that it had everyone intrigued, coupled with the unusual increase in power of the mysterious force within. It was clear to everyone that this mysterious entity possessed something of great value. As a result, numerous wandering cultivators had flocked here, hoping to get a share of the spoils. The warriors in the visceral tempering realm and marrow tempering realm had been brought along by the aperture tempering realm to handle any minor tasks within the strange city. No rush. The power of the formation is still at its peak. Let's continue to wait. Fang Ziqiu waved his hand and said, Master Fang is always so wise. Someone praised him. Master Fang has been traveling far and wide in recent years, so he naturally knows more than the rest of us. Master Fang, have you encountered similar situations in other places? Someone humbly inquired. I've encountered a few cases. Fang Ziqiu pondered for a moment before responding. The abilities of these enigmatic phenomena vary greatly. Just a few days ago, when I was in another location, one came across a mountain village where the entire territory had turned into a mysterious domain. Dealing with the peculiarities there would pose a challenge even to most aperture tempering realm. The people around couldn't help but be amazed when they heard this. For ordinary folks, encountering the mysterious was almost a life-threatening situation. As martial artists' strength increased, so did their ability to confront the mysterious. However, both martial artists and the mysterious had varying degrees of strength. In the case of Pinyin County's current strangeness, it was exceptionally potent, and even those in the early stages of aperture tempering realm would be in mortal danger if they ventured in. It was surprising to discover that within dozens of miles, there was another mysterious domain, and its level of danger was no less than the current one. It's different there from here. The strangeness in Pinyin County is purely a manifestation of immense power. While that place is sinister, without proper methods to deal with it, it might be difficult to leave once you enter. Fang Ziqiu explained as he noticed the expressions of those around him. He was about to continue when he saw a slight change in the formation within Pinyin County, and his eyes lit up. "Let's go," Feng Ziqiu shouted, taking the lead and charging towards the eastern gate of Pinyin County. The martial artists around him didn't dare to delay and followed him, rushing into Pinyin County's eastern gate. As the last person entered Pinyin County, the eastern gate trembled slightly and then slammed shut. In a remote village nestled among barren hills, Shen Fei stood in front of a thatched hut, looking around with a sense of bewilderment. Shen Fei had no idea why he was standing here, and all memories of his past seemed to have vanished. Shen Fei lowered his head to examine his palm, where he held a red candle. It felt strangely familiar, as if it had some significant purpose. After a moment of thought, Shen Fei took out a lighter, intending to light the red candle. However, as he was about to ignite it, he had a feeling deep inside that doing so would lead to even more complicated events. "Are you lost, my friend?" While Shen Fei hesitated, a voice suddenly rang out. He looked up and noticed an elderly man who had appeared nearby, smiling warmly as he gazed at Shen Fei. The old man's smile seemed friendly, but instead of warmth, it sent a chill down Shen Fei's spine, diffusing a sense of unease. "This is my village, and I am the village chief. With all the chaos outside, we've been quietly hiding here. It's quite a fate that you found your way here." The village chief approached with enthusiasm and grabbed Shen Fei's wrist. Shen Fei instinctively tried to pull away but found himself unable to escape the firm grip. A freezing sensation emanated from his wrist and spread through his entire body. The dragon-suppressing formation spontaneously activated, absorbing and neutralizing the icy coldness. Shen Fei, who had initially paled, gradually returned to normal. "Let me show you around my village, my friend. Come." The village chief tugged at Shen Fei's wrist, exerting considerable force. Shen Fei felt like an ordinary person, forcibly led forward. "My village currently has 323 residents. If you find this place suitable, you're welcome to stay. The outside world is far too dangerous, but my village can at least provide you with safety." The village chief continued to wear a warm smile on his face, but despite the apparent friendliness, there was not a hint of warmth in his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the paper person. The paper person had a similarly radiant smile on its face, yet its gaze was as cold as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. "This is our cultivated farmland. Over the past few years, we've had excellent harvests thanks to favorable weather, and nobody here has gone hungry." The village chief led Shen Fei to a field where the breeze gently rustled the rice stalks, portraying an image of abundant harvests. However, as Shen Fei gazed at the rice stalks for a while, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unsettling about the crimson hue within the stalks. Before Shen Fei could scrutinize further, the village chief had already dragged him to a pond. "In the past, our villagers rarely had access to meat, but now we have many fish. We can occasionally enjoy some fish meat." Shen Fei glanced at the fish pond, noticing a considerable number of fish. It seemed that the fish had sensed Shen Fei's arrival. As they surfaced one by one, their mouths opening and closing, faint noises reached Shen Fei's ears, and for a moment, it seemed like he heard cries for help. However, these noises vanished as quickly as they had appeared, as if it had all been an illusion. Shen Fei shook his head slightly and looked back at the fish pond, where all the fish had returned to the depths. "It seems like these fish really like you. Well, catch one for you to enjoy later," the village chief said with a smile. "No need," Shen Fei responded, feeling a strange aversion deep within. "In my village, when you come here, you should consider it your own home. No need to be so reserved." The village chief continued to smile softly and led Shen Fei to where they raised pigs and sheep. However, compared to the large fish, these pigs and sheep appeared thin and malnourished. "We raise these animals collectively now to ensure that everyone has enough to eat," the village chief stated, eyeing the pigs and sheep while his tongue licked the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. "I have some business outside. Can you help me leave?" Shen Fei asked. The more he walked around my village, the worse Shen Fei felt. What was even worse was that he couldn't recall why he was here, which filled him with unease. No need to rush. The villagers are aware that we have guests from outside, and they are all waiting for us in the village, the village chief replied. Without giving Chen Fei a chance to refuse, he led Chen Fei deeper into the village. Chen Fei tried to break free but found himself powerless, almost as if being dragged. Chen Fei arrived in the central square of my village. Over 300 people stood there, young and old, all staring at Chen Fei with unwavering gazes. Although they didn't say a word, their icy stares sent a chill from the soles of Chen Fei's feet all the way to the top of his head. These people remained silent. Even the children stood quietly by, not crying, not making noise, and not playing. Oh, we have 2 more guests. Suddenly, the village chief's face lit up with a smile. He turned to look behind him and released Chen Fei's wrist. Several villagers ran forward, disappeared from Chen Fei's sight. Chen Fei raised his wrist and found it bruised and swollen. But thanks to the activation of the dragon suppressing formation, the bruising gradually dissipated. Chen Fei glanced around and felt an overwhelming sense of unease in this place. Just as he was considering whether to make a break for it, several villagers directly blocked his path. The villagers remained expressionless. Unlike the village chief, who had at least shown some semblance of a smile, these villagers stared at Chen Fei with cold, unfeeling eyes. As Chen Fei hesitated, unsure whether to communicate or attempt to leave forcibly, he noticed that the village chief, who had brought 2 more people with him earlier, had now arrived at the scene. Chen Fei examined these 2 newcomers. One of them didn't strike any chords of recognition, but the other appeared oddly familiar. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly. He should know these 2 people, but there was an underlying feeling of disdain toward the latter. Today, my village is quite lively, with 3 guests visiting simultaneously, the village chief exclaimed, and the previously expressionless villagers all revealed forced smiles. However, these smiles seemed as if they were carved from the same mold, making one's scalp tingle. Liu Zhichen furrowed his brow, gazing at Chen Fei, sensing familiarity, but unable to recall where he might have seen this person before. It seemed that his presence here was closely related to the individual, but he couldn't remember why. For the sake of welcoming you all, the village has prepared some food. It's simple fare, and we hope you won't mind. The village chief clapped his hands, and a few villagers set up a table on the open ground. Several steaming dishes were placed on it, filling the air with their savory aroma, whetting one's appetite. However, neither Liu Zhichen nor Hue Daohong made a move, and Chen Fei, despite looking at the dishes, remained motionless. Chapter 237 Chapter 237 Just breathe. Chapter 237 Just breathe. Are the 3 of you finding the dishes too simple? The village chief saw that Liu Zhichen and the others didn't move, and his smile became even brighter. However, this kind of brightness sent shivers down people's spines. We ate on the way, so we're not hungry for now. Liu Zhichen furrowed his brows slightly, glanced around, and said, "It's getting late, and we have some business to attend to. We won't disturb you all here." As Liu Zhichen spoke, he glanced at Hue Daohong, and both of them turned and walked toward the village's outskirts. Chen Fei didn't say a word and walked in a different direction. Normally, he would have followed Liu Zhichen and the others as fellow outsiders, at least for some support. This my village, though it appeared normal, had many peculiarities. Continuing to stay here might lead to trouble. However, Chen Fei looked at Liu Zhichen and felt a strong aversion deep in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he followed him, he might encounter even greater trouble. This inexplicable gut feeling, accompanied by a throbbing headache, left Chen Fei puzzled, but he couldn't think of a better solution. The village chief watched the backs of Chen Fei and the others with an increasingly broad smile. By the end, the corners of his mouth had stretched below his ears, revealing crimson gums. As Chen Fei was trying to find the way out of the village, he suddenly felt a dizzy spell. He was startled and stopped in his tracks. After a moment, the dizziness gradually subsided, but his abdomen began to swell. With a puzzled look, Chen Fei glanced at his belly and suddenly realized that he was holding a pair of chopsticks in his right hand. When he looked up, he saw himself sitting in a chair, with Lu Shichen and the others beside him. The plates on the table were already empty, and all the dishes from earlier had somehow ended up in their stomachs. Chen Fei was shocked. When did he come back? And when did they finish all these dishes? He had only felt dizzy for a moment. And yet all of this had happened. Strangely, Chen Fei had no recollection of any of it, just like how he had no idea why he had come here in the first place, or what had caused all of this. Everything had vanished from his mind. Have you all eaten enough? If not, I can have more dishes prepared for you. The village chief stood nearby, smiling at Chen Fei and the others, but the warmth in his smile had completely disappeared, leaving behind a chilling undertone. Lu Zhichen and Hua Diaohong wore gloomy expressions as the food they had ingested in their stomachs made them feel uncomfortable. However, when they tried to vomit, the food seemed to stick, unmoving. A chill emanated from their stomachs, spreading throughout their bodies. The few remaining memories in their minds began to blur gradually. As the coldness spread, their guard against my village started to diminish. Slowly, they began to accept this village as if it were a true paradise. Chen Fei sensed the chill in his abdomen, but instinctively activated his dragon-suppressing formation, absorbing and dispelling the coldness. Besides that, he felt nothing unusual. The only thing that puzzled Chen Fei was the occasional surge of power within his body. What kind of martial art was this? And when had he learned it? Look, all three of you seem to have practiced martial arts. Can you share some with us? The villagers of my village have learned some from outsiders. 2. Let's exchange experiences. Shall we? The village chief extended an invitation to Chen Fei and the others. The onlookers, who had been observing silently, now fixed their gaze squarely on the three. Martial arts. Hearing the village chief's words, Lu Zhichen and the others suddenly realized that they were indeed knowledgeable in martial arts. Their memories related to this had been unconsciously ignored until the village chief reminded them. Lu Zhichen instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, his martial knowledge had been hard-earned, and he couldn't easily share it with others. But then, Lu Zhichen remembered that he had just eaten the food prepared by these people, and refusing would seem ungrateful and too decisive. When I first started learning martial arts, the first set of techniques I learned was the Kaioshin fist. Take a look. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhichen decided to teach the very basic set of martial arts he had learned. It was just a simple form, and teaching it wouldn't hurt much. Dear friend, you are generous. On behalf of the villagers of my village, I thank you. The village chief wore a peculiar smile on his face, as the surrounding villagers made space for Lu Zhichen to demonstrate the Kaioshin fist. Lu Zhichen took a few steps forward, his hands hanging naturally by his sides. His posture was initially relaxed, but at this moment, an imposing aura reminiscent of towering mountains emanated from him. The Kaioshin fist was indeed a very basic martial art, and in cities larger than Xingfen City, even most county towns with martial schools taught forms no less advanced than this. However, the effectiveness of a martial art depended on the practitioner. At this moment, even though Lu Zhichen hadn't made a move yet, his presence was continually rising, as if a real mountain were emerging on flat ground. This fist style emphasizes power, not form. It consists of just 5 simple moves, but when practiced well, even an ordinary person can reach the skin strengthening or muscle strengthening level, which is a significant achievement. Watch closely. As Lu Zhichen spoke, he took a step forward with his left foot and threw a punch with his right hand. It was as if thunder roared on a clear day. Mountains crumbled, and what should have been a simple punch made people feel as though there was no escape, as if the world were on the brink of destruction. It was as if their world would collapse in the next moment. Lu Zhichen, who was in the aperture tempering realm, had already elevated the Kaioshin fist, an ordinary technique, to another level. Perhaps worried that the villagers might not understand, Lu Zhichen not only demonstrated the technique, but also meticulously explained each aspect of it, from how to apply power to the finer points of cultivating the martial art. He even shared how he had comprehended the martial arts aura, and how he had practiced it repeatedly to gain a deeper understanding of its essence. Remarkably, Lu Jichen held nothing back and shared everything. As he spoke, his enthusiasm grew, and his execution of the martial art became even more profound and clear. Revisiting this technique seemed to have boosted Lu Jichen's insight. It was so captivating that one couldn't help but immerse themselves in it, wanting to continuously demonstrate the art. After 15 minutes, Lu Jichen stopped because he had thoroughly explained the Kaioshin fist in all its aspects, down to the tiniest details. There you have it. The Kaioshin fist, Lu Jichen said with unquenched enthusiasm. Thank you for sharing your technique, the villagers chorused. But their tone was devoid of joy, and an icy coldness permeated the air. Lu Jichen nodded and stepped aside. However, as he stood there, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. What had he just taught them? The Kaioshin fist. But how did one cultivate it? Had he truly practiced the Kaioshin fist? Where had he learned it? These questions swirled in Lu Jichen's mind, and he found no answers. Lu Jichen suddenly felt his memories become muddled. Memories related to the Kaioshin fist were suddenly erased, leaving no trace in his mind. Frowning, Lu Jichen tried to recall but couldn't remember anything. As the coldness in his abdomen gradually spread, Lu Jichen's tightly knitted brows eased slightly. It seemed that the Kaioshin fist wasn't an important technique, so there was no need to worry about it. However, neither Hue Daohong nor Chen Fei noticed that Lu Jichen's aura had slightly diminished, as if a portion of his cultivation had been mysteriously extracted from him. Even Lu Jichen himself remained unaware of this. There was a force at work, influencing all three of them. I've practiced the first set of techniques. A leg technique. The power of legs is greater than that of hands. And by mastering leg techniques, not only do you gain an advantage in combat, but your agility also surpasses that of ordinary people. Hue Daohong took a few steps forward and began to demonstrate the first set of leg techniques he had practiced. It was still a very ordinary leg technique, decent for ordinary people, but might be considered lacking for those with some martial arts exposure. However, when demonstrated by Hue Daohong, it had a different feeling altogether. Hue Daohong had injected something new into this leg technique, similar to how Lu Jichen had elevated the Kaioshin fist. Hue Daohong had done something similar with this leg technique. The result of practicing a martial art could vary greatly depending on the practitioner. When individuals with different levels of cultivation practiced the same technique, the outcomes could be vastly different because their understanding of martial arts was on different planes. Hue Daohong initially explained it in a casual manner, but as he continued to delve into the subtleties of the leg technique, he felt his spirit rising, making him unable to stop sharing every detail. However, what Hue Daohong didn't notice was that as he explained the leg technique, his memory of it gradually disappeared. Not only his memory, but even his comprehension of the technique itself weakened as it dissipated. Although Hue Daohong seemed to be in high spirits, continuously uncovering the nuances of the leg technique, in reality, it was more like a last burst of light before fading away completely. The villagers of my village listened quietly to Hue Daohong's explanation. Gradually, threads of something began to flow into their bodies, enhancing their spiritual awareness. 15 minutes later, when Hue Daohong stopped speaking, he, like Lu Jichen earlier, felt somewhat unsatisfied. As Hue Daohong returned to his original position, he realized that he had no recollection of the leg technique he had just taught. His level of cultivation had subtly decreased by a small fraction, yet he remained completely unaware, as if something was suppressing his perception. Thank you for sharing your technique, the villagers of my village shouted in unison, then turned their gaze to Chen Fei. Without delay, Chen Fei stepped forward. The first set of techniques I practice is the extreme mountain breathing technique. It uses a special breathing technique to activate the body and strengthen it. Chen Fei looked at the surrounding villagers. Although their gazes were cold, he still felt a sense of excitement, as if he were imparting knowledge and wisdom. When I first obtained this breathing method, one couldn't practice it well, and one couldn't even get started. Later, one spent a couple of silver coins and found that this method is actually quite easy to practice. All you need to do is this. Chen Fei relaxed his body and began to breathe normally. To emphasize the importance of breathing, he even added a noticeable nasal sound to his breath. That's it. As long as you breathe normally, you can start practicing the technique. Chen Fei deliberately took a few deep breaths and shared his most crucial insights and the innermost secrets of practicing the extreme mountain breathing technique. He then looked at the villagers with a beaming smile. Chen Fei was exhilarated because he held nothing back. He shared everything. All the villagers turned their gaze toward Chen Fei, and the scene fell silent. Chapter 238 Chapter 238 Teach the Disciple. Starve the Master. Chapter 238 Teach the Disciple. Starve the Master. Pinyin County. Dozens of people began sweeping the surrounding area from the moment they entered the East Gate, encountering various strange phenomena. However, these strange occurrences were not particularly powerful. They were mostly the transformed remains of the ordinary citizens of Pinyin County who had been drained of their blood and flesh. Consequently, it was mostly martial artists in the visceral tempering realm who were responsible for cleaning up. Several experts in the aperture tempering realm remained vigilant, guarding against any potential surprises. In a place like this strange domain, clearing out the final second-rank anomalies either required a gradual approach, eliminating all first-rank anomalies in Pinyin County to weaken the domain's power, or it entailed a direct confrontation with the second-rank anomaly, challenging the entire domain head-on. However, it was clear that the second method was rarely chosen. It was extremely direct but also highly dangerous, not as reliable as the incremental approach. If the second-rank anomaly couldn't resist jumping out, that would be even better. The most potent power in the domain resided at its central node. Once that node was left, the anomalies would be somewhat weaker without its support. Therefore, if they could force the second-rank anomaly to come out willingly while gradually clearing the other minor anomalies, the results would be almost the same. In the world, everything has its counter. Some of these bizarre anomalies may seem formidable and unsolvable, but as long as you grasp the key points, you can easily overcome them. As the anomalies were being successfully cleared, Fang Ziqiu couldn't help but start explaining. The martial artists around him, whether in the visceral tempering realm or the body tempering realm, remained silent and listened attentively. This was not only because Fang Ziqiu was the highest-ranked cultivator present, but also because he was the eldest among them, and had extensive experience from his lifelong travels. For cultivators in the aperture tempering realm, they could live up to 200 years, twice as long as ordinary people. In this perilous world, ordinary people rarely live to be 100, so aperture tempering realm cultivators were considered quasi-immortal to them. Fang Ziqiu's lifespan was now approaching its limit, and in recent years, his travel destinations had often been dangerous places that could extend his life. Many precious treasures, if properly refined, could extend a martial artist's lifespan even if their cultivation didn't advance. It could be said that every word Fang Ziqiu spoke at this moment was a generous sharing of his experience with the others. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare outside of master-disciple relationships. It was also because Fang Ziqiu was so eager to teach, and there were so many aperture tempering realm experts around that he couldn't help but say a few more words. Old Fang, if we manage to take Pinyin County smoothly, how about we explore that ancient village you mentioned? Someone whispered. The more formidable the anomalies, the greater the potential rewards sometimes. With so many wandering cultivators gathered here and another strange domain nearby, it would be a shame not to clear them together. There it's really ominous, and I'm not very confident. Let's see how our gains here turn out. Fang Ziqiu pondered for a moment and ultimately shook his head. The first time he saw that desolate mountain village from a distance, it gave him a very bad feeling. Because of his deep knowledge of formations, Fang Ziqiu's mental power might not be much stronger than those of the same level, but it was definitely more agile and refined. Only this way could he better control formations. So when other cultivators in the visceral tempering realm looked at that ancient village, they might only see it as a strange domain. But in Fang Ziqiu's eyes, that village was so sinister that it wouldn't be surprising if visceral tempering realm cultivators perished inside. People around him were somewhat surprised to hear Fang Ziqiu's words. With so many visceral tempering realm cultivators gathered together, it was unexpected that Fang Ziqiu was so wary of that ancient village. This piqued the curiosity of those nearby. How sinister could that village be to make Fang Ziqiu so cautious? The desolate mountain village. After Chen Fei demonstrated the cultivation secrets of the extreme mountain breathing technique, silence enveloped the surroundings. The villagers' eyes were fixed on Chen Fei, unmoving. The smile on the village chief's face gradually faded. Dear guest, when it comes to sharing techniques, we should do so with sincerity. We've treated you sincerely, so how could you deceive us? The village chief's voice was not loud, but as he spoke, it became sharp, almost piercing the eardrums. I didn't deceive you, I really practiced this way. Chen Fei blinked, remembering clearly that the insights into the extreme mountain breathing technique naturally appeared in his mind after he practiced normal breathing. There was no hiding or secret about it, it was as clear as day. You can try it if you like. If you find it ineffective, you can try breathing more times or increase the frequency, Chen Fei suggested after some thought. The village chief's eyes emitted a eerie red light. After a moment, he stopped. Because the village chief found that Chen Fei had not lied, he really practiced this way. But what kind of cultivation method could be achieved with normal breathing alone? If ordinary breathing could be used for cultivation, then all ordinary people in the world would become martial artists. Do you have any other additions? The village chief asked with a dark expression. Yes. There's a very crucial point to learning the extreme mountain breathing technique. Chen Fei thought for a moment and spoke loudly. What is it? Speak up. The smile gradually returned to the village chief's face. It had to be this way. Ordinary breathing definitely couldn't be used for cultivation, so there must be other secrets. 1 or 2 silver coins. You must have 1 or 2 silver coins. I didn't emphasize this earlier, but it's extremely important. Chen Fei's face was filled with seriousness, as he remembered that he had almost been unable to practice the extreme mountain breathing technique due to lacking 1 or 2 silver coins. The village chief, who had been smiling, froze in place. What did 1 or 2 silver coins have to do with the breathing technique? The village chief turned to look at the villagers, whose eyes were now filled with malice, as if they wanted to pounce on Chen Fei and kill him. But there seemed to be some strange constraint, keeping the villagers quiet in their original positions. As Chen Fei stopped adding any more details about the breathing technique, tiny threads of something suddenly began flying out of these villagers' bodies, slowly moving towards Chen Fei. Earlier, when Lu Zhichun and the other 2 explained the technique, these villagers had absorbed information from them. But now, this information was flowing backward into Chen Fei. These villagers could directly absorb everything related to the technique from Lu Zhichun and the others as if they had copied the answers. Afterward, the information became their own, with no further connection to Lu Zhichun and the others. Just as Lu Zhichun and the others had revealed the answers, these villagers copied them, and then the answers became their own, with no further connection to Lu Zhichun and the others. However, at this moment, Chen Fei had given an incorrect answer for the extreme mountain breathing technique when natural breathing. This answer was clearly wrong, and when they copied it, they gained nothing. Teaching disciples could sometimes be a double-edged sword. If the disciples couldn't learn, the master would still pay the price. In this world, every action had its consequences. Thank you, guest, for sharing the technique. The villagers shouted in unison, expressing gratitude, but in reality, they wished they could tear Chen Fei apart. With a smiling face, Chen Fei politely nodded to the villagers and then walked away. As he moved, he noticed that his body was becoming increasingly comfortable, as if it was growing stronger and more robust. At the same time, his mind became much clearer. Chen Fei found it somewhat strange as he stood still. This continuous sensation of getting stronger persisted for more than a dozen breaths, before gradually subsiding. If there were onlookers present at this moment, they would have noticed that Chen Fei's aura had increased significantly while the sharp and agile gazes of the villagers had dimmed considerably. Why would you need 1 or 2 silver coins to practice a technique, and who should you give these 1 or 2 silver coins to? Chen Fei's clearer mind allowed him to recognize the strange point in his earlier words. However, at this moment, he still couldn't remember who he should give the 1 or 2 silver coins to. However, deep down, Chen Fei's subconscious knew that 1 or 2 silver coins were crucial. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to start practicing the extreme mountain breathing technique. But who should he give it to? Chen Fei felt a buzzing in his head. It seemed like he had forgotten a lot of things. Things he just couldn't recall. Lu Zhichen and the other 2 were a bit perplexed when they heard Chen Fei explain the key points of the extreme mountain breathing technique. However, as the cold feelings spread through their stomachs, they subconsciously ignored this matter. It was as if they had overlooked why they were being so patient, revealing their entire technique, even if it was just an introductory one. In the past, they would never have done such a thing because, at their level, each technique had their own understanding and interpretation, bearing their personal marks. Teaching others like this was equivalent to exposing their foundations. With close relationships like master and disciple, it was fine, as teaching was expected. But now, in this unfamiliar situation, it seemed impossible to impart their knowledge so readily. Yet, despite the impossibility, it had become a reality in this ancient village. Many usual details they would have been cautious about were subconsciously overlooked and forgotten. Just now, the 3 of you shared so much, benefiting us greatly. Are you thirsty? The village has prepared some drinks. Have a drink to quench your thirst, the village chief said with a smile, clapping his hands. 3 bowls of liquor were brought over. The fragrance of the liquor was so strong that it made one's mouth water. Chen Fei instinctively wanted to refuse, feeling that something was amiss. However, before he could utter the refusal, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his body swayed slightly. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Fei found the bowl of liquor already in his hand, and it was empty. There was still a lingering taste of alcohol in his mouth, and the feeling of drunkenness swirled in his brain, with his perception already quite blurry due to the surroundings. This sudden intake of alcohol further intensified this sensation. The question Chen Fei had been pondering about the need for 1 or 2 silver coins for the extreme mountain breathing technique was pushed to the back of his mind. He looked around with slightly hazy eyes. Now that you've had your drink, would the 3 of you be kind enough to share a bit more knowledge? My village is a remote and impoverished place, and it's rare for us to have the opportunity to learn something. We hope the 3 of you won't hesitate to impart your wisdom. The village chief wore a cold smile as he bowed to Chen Fei and the others. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Overly Ridiculous. Chapter 239, Overly Ridiculous. Sure. Lu Zhichen stumbled out and, after glancing around, said, first, fists, then feet. That's the sequence I learned martial arts in. So, the second set of techniques I learned was a leg technique. Everyone, watch closely. After introducing it, Lu Zhichen's legs moved, and the sharp leg technique was instantly displayed. Although it was just an ordinary leg technique, when executed by Lu Zhichen, it seemed like ocean waves, one wave after another, endlessly surging forward. The 18 legs technique was completed in the blink of an eye. Compared to the previous fist techniques, Lu Zhichen's leg technique was indeed more exquisite in terms of precision. As he demonstrated the technique, he began to explain it step by step. At the beginning of his explanation, energy began to radiate from Lu Zhichen's head, absorbed by the villagers. Lu Zhichen taught these techniques as if he were imparting them to his closest friends, explaining every detail, leaving nothing out, even the parts of the technique that weren't directly related. Lu Zhichen extracted and demonstrated them for the villagers. Some concepts involved more advanced techniques, and Lu Zhichen couldn't help but pause for a moment, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. Why was he saying so much for a simple leg technique? Wait, which leg technique was one explaining just now? Lu Zhichen's mind shook, but before he could figure out the problem, the alcohol he had drunk earlier began to cloud his mind. Distracted, Lu Zhichen momentarily ignored the question he had just thought of. He glanced at the villagers around him, remembered that he was still explaining the leg technique, and didn't want to disappoint their hospitality. So, Lu Zhichen hurriedly continued his explanation. After a full 3/4 of an hour, Lu Zhichen finally finished explaining the 18 legs technique. Not only the leg technique, but also the concepts behind other advanced techniques were extensively elaborated by Lu Zhichen. Thank you for sharing your technique. The villagers shouted in unison, and strands of something ethereal emanated from Lu Zhichen's head, one by one, entering the bodies of the villagers. The villagers, who initially had somewhat dull expressions, gradually became brighter. Lu Zhichen returned to his original position, his head filled with a haze. What had he just done? Explained a leg technique. What leg technique? Lu Zhichen had a splitting headache, and he instinctively pressed his head. His breath had already diminished further. It wasn't just his cultivation that suffered. A portion of his core, soul energy had been depleted as well. For martial artists, core soul energy was crucial. Whether in the body tempering realm or the aperture tempering realm, if core soul energy was damaged in the body tempering realm, breaking through the aperture tempering realm became challenging. And if core soul energy in the aperture tempering realm was damaged, it could lead to a lack of control over one's apertures, resulting in slowed progress or even regression in cultivation. From the moment martial artists started practicing martial arts techniques, each technique not only refined the body, but also subtly tempered core soul energy. Thus, the loss of any martial art technique was a blow to one's foundation. There's something wrong here. Lu Zhichen lowered his hand. Having lost 2 techniques in succession, his subconscious mind was already strongly warning him. Even as the chill spread in his abdomen, and the dizziness from the alcohol swayed in his brain, he couldn't suppress this feeling. This was the natural defense mechanism of the aperture tempering realm against danger, in effect inherent in the path of martial arts. Lu Zhichen looked around cautiously, but up to this point, he still couldn't recall many things. Although he was cautious about the current situation, he didn't know what the next step should be. The village chief glanced at Lu Zhichen, a hint of red gleaming in his eyes, and a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He then turned to Hua Daohong. Hua Daohong, having finished his drink and in a highly excited state, leaped into the center and began explaining a set of internal energy cultivation techniques. The more he explained, the more excited he became. With each word, Hua Daohong felt a sense of liberation in his heart. Energy was also radiating from his head. Just like Lu Zhichen, similar to Lu Zhichen, Hua Daohong meticulously explained every detail of this technique. Since the cultivation of internal energy was an ongoing process throughout the body tempering realm, he not only explained the intricacies of this technique, but also touched upon other internal energy techniques. Halfway through, Hua Daohong sensed something unusual, but he was immediately overwhelmed by the cold sensation and alcohol intoxication within his body. He continued his explanation. However, due to his instinctual warning, Hua Daohong concealed the content of the other internal energy techniques and only explained the basics of entrailable internal energy cultivation. Threads of fine lines emanated from Hua Daohong's celestial crown, permeating the bodies of all the villagers. Their eyes became increasingly bright, and a glint of liveliness shone in their gazes. After a moment, Hua Daohong stumbled forward, stood still for a moment, and a natural sense of alertness towards their surroundings welled up within him. He turned to look at Lu Zhichen and found the same expression on his face. Both of them felt anxious, wanting to leave this place together. Yet, it seemed as though a voice was telling them that fleeing would lead to certain death. They were torn and indecisive. Their wisdom seemed to be suppressed, as their usual thoughts and perceptions had sunk to their lowest levels. In their normal state, even if Lu Zhichen and Hua Daohong felt the situation was dangerous, they would undoubtedly fight back and then attempt to break free. Delaying could increase the danger. Many dangers, at first, might appear insignificant, but it was these little dangers that gradually cut into your flesh, slowly simmering you. By the time you realized something was wrong, you would be too weak to escape. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zhichen and Hua Daohong would understand this logic. However, at this moment, they clearly were not in a normal state. Otherwise, they wouldn't have failed to remove the chills within their bodies promptly, and even believed that the sensations in their stomachs were a sign of the villagers' hospitality. This guest, it's your turn. The village chief noticed the state of Lu Zhichen and Hua Daohong, but didn't take any action. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Chen Fei. Of course. Chen Fei had a smile on his face. In the face of these enthusiastic villagers, teaching them some minor techniques was entirely justified. The world was too chaotic, and these villagers were in great danger without any self-defense skills. These villagers were good people, and good people deserved better protection. Nothing special. The first set of techniques I learned is called the breathing technique, and I've already taught it to you. Chen Fei greeted those around him and smiled. However, Chen Fei's words received no friendly response. The villagers stared at him with cold eyes, and upon hearing his words, their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were about to pounce on him with great force. Chen Fei didn't notice anything unusual and continued. The second set of techniques I learned is a martial art called the extreme mountain fist, which shares its origin with the breathing technique. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, both the villagers and the village chief suddenly had an uneasy feeling. The first set of breathing techniques Chen Fei had taught earlier seemed simple, just focusing on breathing. However, this second set, the extreme mountain fist, shared its origin with the previous one. What if it had some strange and unconventional training method? This guest. Please wait a moment. The village chief suddenly stops Chen Fei, who looked at him with confusion. We don't need you to teach us this extreme mountain fist, we've already learned a lot just now. The village chief said with a smile. How can that be the extreme mountain fist? While it may seem like an entry-level technique, I have already cultivated it to the highest level. I've fused all its variations into one punch. Please, take a look, Chen Fei said, took a step forward with his left foot, and unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand. It was like a mountain collapsing, with a majestic aura rising. The village chief hesitated for a moment, and this technique did seem somewhat genuine. The fundamental technique appeared simple, but when Chen Fei threw a punch, it displayed countless variations. How do you find this technique? Chen Fei asked with a smile. It's good, but, before the village chief could finish his sentence, Chen Fei continued, actually, practicing this technique is quite simple. At the beginning, one couldn't grasp it either, until one day one discovered a simple training method. Just wave your hands. The village chief's eyes widened slightly, and that ominous feeling surged up instantly. You don't need to. With each wave of your hand, it's a form of training. The faster you wave, the faster you'll master the extreme mountain fist. It took me less than 3 days to reach my current level. Chen Fei interrupted the village chief. The village chief was still being too polite. It was just a method of practicing the extreme mountain fist, and Chen Fei had no intention of keeping it a secret. The villagers stared wide-eyed at Chen Fei, and some of them trembled, as if they wanted to rush towards him. However, a force seemed to be holding them in place. Chen Fei turned to look at the villagers and found that they appeared somewhat excited, probably because they thought the training method for this extreme mountain fist was straightforward. Oh, by the way, to practice this technique, you'll need to pay 1 or 2 silver coins. Don't forget. Chen Fei patted his head, almost forgetting the most important key. The deception was going too far. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, the villagers' eyes turned crimson, but they were helpless. Strands of energy emanated from the villagers and flowed towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei, who had a somewhat muddled mind before, suddenly felt a surge of clarity. His physical strength began to rise again, and this sensation made him squint his eyes reflexively. This guest, do you have any other skills besides practicing? The village chief looked at the absorbed energy with a serious expression. In the usual case, he would have asked Chen Fei to leave at this point. However, after being fooled twice in a row, he couldn't easily let Chen Fei go now. I practice alchemy, Chen Fei shouted in response to the village chief's question. Can you teach us a few tricks? The village chief asked in a hushed tone. If Chen Fei could practice in such an inexplicable manner, he wanted to see how Chen Fei would handle alchemy, a craft that required precision. Of course. Chen Fei nodded, looking at the excited villagers around him. He continued with a smile. The first recipe I learned is for vitality pills. It's very simple to learn. All you need to do is fry some pig liver. To speed up your learning of this recipe, remember to slice the pig liver thinly. Chen Fei earnestly shared his experience, but the surroundings suddenly fell silent. and you could hear a pin drop. Alchemy involving frying pig liver. How could anyone come up with such an outrageous idea? Roar. One villager roared and rushed towards Chen Fei. But before he could take a step, his entire body seemed to be crushed by something, instantly turning into powder. A force emerged from the powder and rushed into Chen Fei's body, which he absorbed. Meanwhile, strands of energy emanated from the tops of the other villagers' heads. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. Chapter 240 Chapter 240 Strange Woman's Attendants. Chapter 240 Strange Woman's Attendants. Pingyan County. What was originally a team of dozens of people advancing layer by layer has now come to a halt. The strangeness that was easily dispatched has undergone a unique transformation, with many of them merging with each other, increasing their abilities. At the same time, attacks from martial artists on these strange entities often have little effect. It's as if something is absorbing the damage inflicted on these strangeness. The most immediate consequence of these changes is the increasing casualties among lower-level martial artists. Especially those in the marrow tempering realm have been heavily affected by this wave of changes, with many of them falling in battle. Even those in the visceral tempering realm are mostly injured at this point. The frigid power emanating from these strangeness is much stronger than what they encountered elsewhere. Even martial artists in the visceral tempering realm, who have robust vitality, find it extremely challenging to withstand this frigid energy. If the injuries continue, the situation will only worsen. Old Fang, what's going on? Do we need to intervene? Whispered a martial artist in the aperture tempering realm. If this continues, even the visceral tempering realm martial artists are likely to suffer heavy losses. Although visceral tempering realm martial artists are far less powerful than those in the marrow tempering realm, recruiting them to explore the domain of strangeness is not an easy task for these aperture tempering realm martial artists. In the small town, independent martial artists in the visceral tempering realm are like kings, and very few are willing to venture into the domain of strangeness. As a result, many of the followers of visceral tempering realm martial artists have been nurtured by these strong aperture tempering realm martial artists themselves. Seeing them die so easily here would be heart-wrenching even for aperture tempering realm martial artists. No rush. This is a test of the domain of strangeness and an inevitable change. Fang waved his hand casually. To conquer a domain of strangeness, unless your strength far exceeds it and you can sweep through effortlessly, you'll often have to adapt on the fly. What's happening now is just the beginning. But if all these people die, it could be troublesome. Someone murmured. To achieve great things, sacrifices are inevitable. Dealing with this domain of strangeness, if we don't understand it now, it will become even more troublesome later. There are indeed valuable treasures within this domain. I'm becoming more and more eager. Fang's face revealed a faint smile. Conquering a domain of strangeness is by no means a simple task. Wild Mountain Ancient Village. Chen Fei stood still, feeling the surging energy within his body. This place seemed like a paradise. And in just a short moment, Chen Fei felt his vitality and spirit greatly enhanced. If you look at it this way, this place really is a hidden paradise. Compared to the sect's true transmission peak, it seems the sect is lacking a bit. A thought suddenly popped into Chen Fei's head, and he was momentarily stunned. Sect the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Chen Fei suddenly realized that his memories regarding the sect were becoming increasingly blurry. Was he just an ordinary martial artist who happened to wander nearby? Or was he the chief disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect? And what about the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect? That name also sounded very familiar. Under the influence of external energy, Chen Fei felt his thoughts becoming less sluggish. However, he still hadn't completely grasped the situation. The continuous flow of energy he had experienced moments ago gradually subsided. Thank you for sharing your techniques, the villagers shouted in unison, pulling Chen Fei out of his thoughts. But Chen Fei couldn't help but wonder if the villagers seemed a bit too excited. Was it because they had learned new techniques and were thrilled? And did he just see one of the villagers turn into powder? Powder? That couldn't be right. Chen Fei shook his head. Looking at the villagers, there was no sign of any powder on the ground, and what he had seen was likely just a hallucination. You're very welcome. Chen Fei politely gestured to the villagers and walked away with a smile. Helping others and assisting these kind-hearted villagers filled Chen Fei with genuine satisfaction. As the villagers watched Chen Fei's departing figure, a cold and sinister look seemed to crystallize in their eyes. Unfortunately, they couldn't take any action at the moment and could only watch as Chen Fei walked away unharmed. Village Chief, we've already taught quite a few techniques today. Shouldn't we give everyone some time to digest them? Lu Zhichen looked at the village chief and spoke in a low voice. Although he hadn't completely understood the situation, he knew that teaching more techniques right now would not be a good idea. Continuing in this manner might lead to something disastrous. Too much of a good thing can be bad for everyone. Hue Daoheng added. I agree, Shen Fei said with a smile. Shen Fei had many things he couldn't understand right now. Memories were rushing in and out of his mind, often disappearing. This feeling was making him uneasy. Shen Fei felt the need to find a place where he could settle down and focus his thoughts. There was undoubtedly something important that he had forgotten, and he needed to unravel it. I guess we shouldn't trouble you three anymore. Let's stop the teachings for today. The village chief finally responded. As Chen Fei thought about how comfortable he had felt after teaching the techniques earlier, he realized that he could come back here again. Helping others and bringing joy to them was a fulfilling endeavor. After all, assisting others was a way of helping oneself too, and he found it quite rewarding. Of course, if the villagers want to learn more skills, I actually have quite a few fundamental techniques on hand. Teaching another 10 or 8 sets won't be a problem at all, Shen Fei replied. The village chief, upon hearing Lu Zhichen and Hue Daoheng's words, had initially shown no reaction. However, when he heard Chen Fei's statement, his cheeks trembled slightly. It's still early, and we don't want to trouble you further. We bid you farewell. Lu Zhichen smiled and began walking toward the village's outskirts. Hue Daoheng didn't say anything, but his intentions were clear. He was ready to leave this place as well. While Lu Zhichen and Hue Daoheng were about to leave, the village chief stopped them. It's getting late, and it wouldn't be safe for you to travel at night. Please stay for the night. Lu Zhichen was about to argue, but when he looked up at the sky, he was surprised to see that the sun had set, and night had fallen. He couldn't understand how it had become night so quickly. It was as if time had slipped away unnoticed. Shaking his head, he let go of the strange feeling and thought that perhaps the sky had been like this all along. Lu Zhichen furrowed his brows. Just a moment ago, he clearly remembered that it was still early in the day, but now, looking around, he saw that night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling like something had suppressed the strange feeling head had earlier, causing it to gradually fade from his mind. Hue Daoheng stared at the sky, sensing that something was amiss instinctively. However, he quickly dismissed the feeling, convincing himself that the sky had been like this all along. Chen Fei was becoming increasingly surprised by the changing sky. The peculiar sensation he had experienced earlier was now more pronounced, but he couldn't pinpoint its source. It was as if a voice kept whispering in his ear, telling him that the world was just like this both here and outside and that there was no need to be alarmed. It's getting late, and we've prepared several guest rooms in the village. We hope they are to your liking, the village chief said as he gestured for Chen Fei and the others to follow him. The three of them were accommodated in 3 adjacent thatched cottages. Chen Fei thanked the village chief with a nod and closed the door to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Fei propped his chin with his right hand. Many aspects of what had happened today had left him feeling uneasy, especially after teaching the techniques. He found that his mind had become clearer, and the strange sensations in his surroundings had become more prominent. No matter how Chen Fei tried to piece things together, it was difficult. Everything came in fragments, and then they would fade away. Sometimes, Chen Fei tried to grasp a thought in his mind, to delve deeper into it, but immediately other thoughts would distract him, causing him to lose track of what he had been thinking. Clearly, he knew that he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't figure out what it was. This feeling was frustrating, and there seemed to be no solution. Deep down, Chen Fei remembered that he wasn't usually this forgetful, but now he found himself constantly losing track of his thoughts, as if his mind were a mess of confusion. Sigh. Chen Fei let out a sigh and looked around. The villagers and the village chief were still very welcoming. However, Chen Fei had a subconscious feeling that he had something important to do outside. He'll talk to the village chief tomorrow and leave. Chen Fei thought to himself. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. He stood up in confusion, opened the door, and expected to see the village chief. To his surprise, there was a woman standing outside. Her brows seemed to curl like smoke. Her eyes were filled with an enigmatic charm. She wore simple and modest clothing, but on her, it appeared as if she were adorned in the finest silk and satin, making her unforgettable at first sight. Young man, is it all right if one come? And the woman wore a gentle smile that seemed capable of melting anyone's heart. Chen Fei furrowed his brow slightly. It was late at night, and the situation of a lone man and a woman being alone together could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'm sorry. Before Chen Fei could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sense of dizziness. When he regained his senses, the woman had already entered the thatched cottage and firmly closed the door behind her. I've been in this village for many years, and I've always had a wish to have someone capture my current appearance in a painting. Beauty fades with time, and I hope to preserve my current look. The woman's eyes became moist, and her cheeks displayed an innocent and pitiable expression that made one want to embrace her and show her tender affection. Painting Chen Fei had forgotten what he had intended to refuse just moments ago, and it seemed like he had willingly invited this woman into his room. Moreover, when she mentioned painting, Chen Fei realized that it had been a long time since he had picked up a paintbrush. Young sir, would it be possible? The woman leaned forward slightly, revealing her enchanting figure that couldn't be hidden even by her coarse clothing. Meanwhile, in the rooms of Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong, similar scenarios were unfolding as each of them encountered an unexpected guest. Chapter 241 Chapter 241 A Line of Writing. Chapter 241 A Line of Writing. The night has grown deep, and you want to play chess at this hour. Lu Zhichen furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled about how he had allowed this old man to enter his house. In this my village, I've played countless games of chess with others, and I've grown tired of it. Now that I've run into you, one can't resist the urge to play. I hope you'll indulge me. The old man wore a smile on his face, already setting up the chessboard and waiting for Lu Zhichen to take a seat. I'm feeling a bit tired today, and I'm afraid I don't have the energy for a game with you. Lu Zhichen looked at the old man and then glanced at the chessboard. He had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this feeling, but he decided to follow his instincts. It's not too late. Not too late for anything. The old man chuckled softly, picked up a chess piece, and placed it on the board in front of him. Lu Zhichen gazed at the chessboard, feeling a moment of dizziness, and involuntarily closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself sitting across from the old man, his right hand just lifting from the board. Having made a move, aside from his daily cultivation, Lu Zhichen's only significant hobby was playing chess. Seeing that he had already made a move, he set aside all other emotions and focused on the game. However, Lu Zhichen failed to notice that with each move, he was losing a bit of his vitality and energy. These losses, though imperceptible individually, accumulated over time and had a significant impact. Many things couldn't withstand such gradual erosion. Even a cultivator with a strong foundation, given enough time, this kind of loss could be destructive. Lu Zhichen's entire being was absorbed in the chessboard, oblivious to the toll it was taking on his cultivation. It seemed that this old man possessed exceptional chess skills, and each move he made left Lu Zhichen captivated. In less than a quarter of an hour, the loss of cultivation Lu Zhichen suffered was already on par with the entire set of techniques he had been practicing outside earlier, and the pace of this game had only just begun. On the other side, inside Hue Daohong's house, the two of them had already started drinking without even realizing it. 1,000 cups of wine is not too many when you meet a like-minded friend. Hue Daohong was already a lover of alcohol, and the liquor brought by the old man not only had a fragrant aroma, but also left an unforgettable aftertaste. It was impossible to resist the urge to keep pouring one cup after another. Daohong didn't drink for the sake of tasting the wine or for engaging in conversation while drinking. He simply savored the act of drinking itself. If someone was willing to join him, even in silence, it was a joy for Daohong. At this moment, the two of them didn't exchange a word. Instead, they kept pouring and drinking, as if indulging in a drunken revelry. Seeing the old man's drinking style, Daohong was genuinely pleased, and a smile appeared on his face. He raised the fragrant wine in his hand and took a sip. However, Daohong failed to notice that with each sip, his own aura diminished by a point. Only then would the old man pour another cup and hand it to him to drink. Each cup of wine in the old man's hand was, in fact, Daohong's cultivation. Daohong was unknowingly sacrificing his own power, piece by piece, as he drank with the old man. At this moment, Daohong was completely absorbed in the joy of drinking, unaware of this gradual loss of power. 1 moment, 2 moments, half an hour, 1 hour. Suddenly, a sense of alarm jolted Daohong's heart. The cup of wine he was about to drink stopped in midair. His previously hazy eyes cleared slightly due to this shock. Daohong felt a weakness in his body, not just physically, but his entire being seemed to be in a lowered state, as if he had gone without sleep for days and nights. What's happening to me? Daohong stared at the wine glass in his hand, which now looked more like a deadly poison than wine. Although he couldn't fully grasp the situation, he instinctively knew that he must not drink any more. Continuing to drink might lead to consequences he did not wish to face. I've only had a few sips. Why are you stopping? The old man urged. I won't drink any more. You should leave. I need to rest. Daohong stood up and issued a dismissal to the old man. If you don't like the taste of this wine, I have others. How about you try this one? The old man wore an icy smile, beckoning Daohong with his hand. In a daze, Daohong sat back down, holding the wine glass, and drank most of it. In the past, Daohong would have continued to drink after consuming most of the wine. However, the sense of alarm from earlier remained, and he immediately spat out the wine. Get out! Daohong slammed the wine glass onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. His mental clarity improved slightly, and the previously overwhelming haziness diminished. The old man wore a cold smile, nodded at Daohong, and left his house with the wine. Daohong stood by the edge of the bed, looking around, with feelings of unease and alarm lingering in his mind. An intense desire to leave this place arose within him. However, this urge gradually subsided. A strange force was suppressing Daohong's thoughts. At the same time, drowsiness washed over him. Daohong unknowingly sat down on the bed, resisting the urge to fall into a deep slumber. In Lu Zhichen's room, the floor was scattered with chess pieces. Lu Zhichen's expression was dark as he gazed at the old man in front of him. A wave of killing intent surged from his heart, but it inexplicably dissipated. The chessboard is scattered. Let's end this game here, Lu Zhichen said in a deep voice. No rush. No rush. I'll come find you another time. The old man wore a chilling smile on his face as he looked at Lu Zhichen. His eyes glinted with a greedy desire, almost spilling over, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Zhichen remained silent, watching the old man leave, his gaze filled with contemplation. Something was seriously amiss here, and he couldn't stay any longer. Lu Zhichen took a step forward, but suddenly an overwhelming fatigue swept over him. It was so intense that even Lu Zhichen struggled to resist it, and he found himself sitting on the ground. Resisting this exhaustion seemed almost impossible, and leaving became a distant hope. Outside Chen Fei's thatched cottage, he had already escorted the woman out. She held a piece of paper in her hand, on which a doodle-like drawing was sketched. It was difficult to discern what exactly was depicted on the paper, and the term doodle would be too generous to describe it. Sir, all I asked for was a painting. Why are you so heartless? The woman's bare shoulder was slightly exposed, and she stood slightly taller, revealing more than one would expect. However, Chen Fei's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of emotion. Whether it was the mysterious energy he had received during the day or the automatic functioning of the dragon-suppressing elephant, Shen Fei's mind was relatively clear. The hazy feeling caused by the food and drink he had consumed had diminished considerably. So when the woman appeared, requesting a painting in the middle of the night, Shen Fei instinctively felt that something was amiss. Villagers might be friendly, but they wouldn't approach matters in such a peculiar manner. In the dead of night, a lone man and a woman, and she asks for a painting. Shen Fei could paint, but under these circumstances, he didn't dare to draw for her. Shen Fei didn't know what would happen if he did paint for her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. There were moments when he almost picked up a charcoal pencil and started to draw vigorously, but he forcibly restrained himself, opting instead to doodle and create something entirely nonsensical on the paper. He made sure not to depict the woman's specific appearance. Despite the woman repeatedly displaying her figure and making suggestive comments, none of it stirred any response from Shen Fei. The whole situation was just too strange. A woman suddenly approaching you with advances, and Shen Fei's immediate reaction was to wonder if there was some sort of hidden agenda or plot. My skills are indeed disappointing, sir, Shen Fei said. Bowing slightly, the smile on the woman's face gradually faded, leaving only an inhuman coldness. She cast a sharp glance at Shen Fei, and the paper in her hand turned into fragments as she walked away. Shen Fei furrowed his brow, closed the door, and his desire to leave this place surged to its maximum. However, before Shen Fei could take any action, a sudden drowsiness overcame him, and he couldn't help but grasp the wall for support. The drowsiness was so overpowering that it occupied all of his thoughts, leaving no room for other considerations. After what felt like an unknown duration, the drowsiness slowly faded, and Shen Fei's brain began to function again. What was I just trying to do? Shen Fei looked around in confusion. There should have been something extremely important he was about to do, but he found that he had forgotten it. Again, Shen Fei's brow furrowed deeply. This feeling of forgetting things was truly terrible, and he realized that this situation seemed to have been ongoing. At the appointed time, the village chief went door to door and brought Shen Fei's group to the open area where they had been the previous day. Just like yesterday, all the villagers stood to the side, silently watching Shen Fei's group without saying a word. Shen Fei looked at Lu Zhichen and the others, noticing that something seemed odd about their condition, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. My village sincerely welcomes anyone who comes here. Yesterday, the three of you taught us your techniques, and we have greatly benefited from them. We also saw your sincerity. In return, my village is willing to share something we treasure with you, hoping it will be of use to you. The village chief finished speaking, and several villagers stepped forward. Wind gathering technique. A minor technique. We hope it won't disappoint you. An old woman stepped forward, casting a deep, sinister look at Shen Fei's group. She pointed forward, and the area within a few meters suddenly fluctuated. A gust of wind appeared out of thin air beneath her, and the old woman slowly floated into the air. Lu Zhichen and the others' eyes lit up immediately. Even though their spiritual wisdom was suppressed, they could still tell that this was an incredibly powerful technique, far from ordinary. Wind gathering. This technique. The old woman proceeded to explain the essence of the wind gathering technique in detail. It took nearly half an hour to explain the entire technique. However, Lu Zhichen and the others failed to notice that as they listened, energy was continuously escaping from their crown chakras. Even Shen Fei was not exempt. Shen Fei was listening intently, completely absorbed in the explanation. Suddenly, he noticed a line of text flickering at the bottom of his vision. Why would there be text appearing at the bottom of his vision? Chapter 242. Chapter 242. The map revealed. Chapter 242. The map revealed. This technique is truly exquisite, but one have a few questions. One wonder if you can answer them. Lu Zhichen stood in place. The more he thought about this wind gathering technique, the more he felt its profound nature. If he could learn it, it would undoubtedly increase his combat abilities and even solidify his foundations. However, because it was so exquisite, the old woman's simple explanation made it seem too difficult to learn in one go. Moreover, Lu Zhichen felt that the old woman deliberately omitted some of the finer details. These finer points, if left unexplained, wouldn't necessarily hinder the practice of the wind-gathering technique if one had exceptional talent. However, it might extend the learning process. How long it would take depended on one's innate aptitude. This is aimed at those with exceptional talent. For those with average talent, these finer points aren't explained, and they might never be able to grasp the wind-gathering technique in their entire lives. For those with high aptitude, like Lu Zhichen, who had been able to raise his cultivation to the current aperture tempering realm level as a wandering cultivator, his talent was certainly above average. While he might not be on par with the true geniuses of sects, he surpassed the majority of martial practitioners. Therefore, if Lu Zhichen were to ponder it himself, he might take 10 days or half a month to grasp the basics of the wind-gathering technique. Afterward, he could practice diligently and gradually elevate his mastery of it. But now, with the instructor right in front of him, Lu Zhichen had no reason to figure it out on his own. He could simply ask. If the old woman didn't agree, he could consider other options later. As a wandering cultivator, Lu Zhichen had no qualms about asking such questions. In the past, whenever there was an opportunity to enhance his cultivation, he would seize it, even though his spiritual wisdom was currently suppressed. The desire to improve his cultivation was deeply ingrained in Lu Zhichen's character. Hue Daohong was also watching the old woman closely. He had many questions about this wind-gathering technique as well. Let's see if the old woman is willing to answer. No problem at all. Feel free to ask any questions. The old woman replied without hesitation. Thank you. A pleased expression appeared on Lu Zhichen's face as he proceeded to ask his questions. However, Lu Zhichen failed to notice that as he began his inquiries, the energy that had been subtly dissipating from his spiritual aperture had suddenly intensified. If the energy dissipating earlier could be considered as a 1, at this moment, it had surged to a 5. Furthermore, as Lu Zhichen and the old woman engaged in their back-and-forth discussion, the rate of energy dissipation continued to increase. Hue Daohong, seeing how cooperative the old woman was, also joined in the discussion of questions. The rate of energy dissipation from his spiritual aperture similarly escalated, keeping pace with Lu Zhichen's. The village chief, watching the scene with a smiling expression, observed how, in just a short moment, the auras of both Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong were rapidly diminishing. What's even more crucial is that this intense loss of cultivation, if it were in the past, even with Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong's spiritual wisdom suppressed, their bodies would instinctively sound an alarm. However, their current strong desire to comprehend this profound martial art, something that martial practitioners pursue throughout their entire lives, swiftly overwhelmed their natural instincts. This is not the same as the hobbies and interests from last night. Hobbies and interests will always remain as such, whereas something you pursue for a lifetime can't be compared to mere pastimes. The village chief, who had been wearing a smile, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Chen Fei, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He didn't join in or move closer. He simply stood there, staring ahead. But in front of Chen Fei, there was a patch of grass. That grass seemed to hold some world-shattering treasure, capturing Chen Fei's gaze completely and making him reluctant to move. The village chief's smile faded slightly. He noticed that the energy above Chen Fei's head was also dissipating and being absorbed by the old woman, indicating that Chen Fei hadn't learned the wind-gathering technique either. As long as they hadn't learned it and the instruction wasn't finished, this energy dissipation wouldn't stop. Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong's complexions had taken on an unusual hue, tinged with a hint of gray. This was nearly imperceptible in cultivators of their aperture tempering realm level. This kind of situation typically only occurred when someone suffered severe injuries, when their essence was damaged, or when their lifespan was near its end, and they couldn't fully contain their own power. However, right now, the two of them remained completely oblivious, wholly engrossed in mastering the wind-gathering technique. As wandering cultivators, they were accustomed to handling everything on their own. Obtaining a profound technique through sheer serendipity usually meant they had to learn and comprehend it independently. They wouldn't even consider discussing it with others because they couldn't fully trust anyone. The fear of others coveting their techniques made them patiently study every word and sentence in isolation. Now, the fact that someone was willing to impart a technique without holding back was a feeling of sheer happiness for Lu Jichen and Hue Daohong. They were so content that they had completely forgotten about everything else. The offering of a high-level technique with the kind of treatment usually reserved for sect members had completely masked Lu Jichen and Hue Daohong's instinctual warnings. Chen Fei stood still, oblivious to the changes in the Lu Jichen and Hue Daohong. Even if he had noticed, he would likely have subconsciously ignored them. In this ancient village, only what the village was willing to reveal was acknowledged, while everything else was subconsciously disregarded. Chen Fei's situation was relatively better, because he had absorbed the energy emitted by the villagers 3 times yesterday. His body seemed to have gained some resistance, but it was still easy for him to dismiss what was happening. Yet, the words continuously flashing in his field of vision at this moment had caught his attention repeatedly. He glanced at them a few times, and, just as he was about to delve further, he subconsciously skipped them, intending to go discuss the wind-gathering technique with the old woman. However, the words at the corner of his eye continued to flicker, drawing Chen Fei's attention back again and again. After repeatedly ignoring and being drawn in, Chen Fei finally subconsciously focused all his attention on that line of text. Discover technique. Spend 40 silver coins to simplify wind-gathering technique. Simplify. These 2 words were like lightning, piercing directly into Chen Fei's mind. His eyes began to regain clarity, almost instinctively choosing to confirm. Wind-gathering technique simplified simplification successful wind-gathering technique GT blowing air. Blowing air. Chen Fei blinked, and the clarity in his gaze gradually faded. Although he couldn't recall many things, he still used his mouth to blow out a breath in front of him, almost as an instinctual response. Wind-gathering technique experience 1. Technique wind-gathering technique entry level 110. Ingenyo. The village chief, who had been smiling at Lu Jichen and Hue Daohong as their auras steadily weakened and their cultivation gradually slid toward the visceral tempering realm, suddenly felt a disturbance. He turned his gaze toward Chen Fei. Chen Fei, who had been in a daze just moments ago, now lifted his head. What was even more crucial was that the energy that had been dissipating from Chen Fei's spiritual aperture had inexplicably stopped at some point. Chen Fei then took a deep breath, causing his entire chest to swell. The lung capacity of a peak-level visceral tempering realm martial artist was not something people typically bothered to test. But today, perhaps there would be an answer. Chen Fei inhaled a full breath for several moments and then suddenly exhaled. It wasn't a forceful exhalation instead. Chen Fei left only a small gap in his mouth, allowing the air to flow out gradually. With his organs and body tempered through the visceral tempering realm, and particularly with the enhancement provided by the dragon-elephant formation, this stream of air was like a sharp arrow piercing the patch of grass in front of him. The patch of grass instantly shattered, and the ground beneath it was as if cut by a sharp blade, revealing a trench. The village chief inexplicably watched Chen Fei, unsure of what he was trying to do. However, soon enough, the village chief understood because a surge of energy suddenly emanated from the old woman's head, flying toward Chen Fei. The village chief's eyes slowly widened, inhaling and exhaling, though peculiar, especially when done without any warning, was indeed strange. But at most, it was just unusual. But as Chen Fei exhaled, he started to absorb the energy from the old woman's body, which was utterly astonishing. According to the village's rules, this indicated that Chen Fei had learned the wind-gathering technique that the old woman had taught. Not only had he learned it, but he was also comprehending the essence of the technique at an extremely rapid rate. In this game, if it were merely a matter of learning the technique that the village provided on an equal footing, it would mean locking away the energy inside one's body to prevent it from being absorbed by the village. So, even in what appeared to be an equal arrangement, the initiative and bias were entirely in favor of the village and its villagers. learning an entirely unfamiliar and highly intricate technique while one's spiritual wisdom was completely suppressed was already an extraordinary feat. Attempting to make remarkable progress in comprehension on the spot was utterly impossible. In all the years the village had existed, they had encountered many martial artists who could learn the technique on the spot. But none had displayed Chen Fei's ability to delve so deeply into it in such a short time. The old woman had originally been wearing a smile as she engaged with Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong, answering their questions and steadily absorbing the cultivation they emitted. The cultivation possessed by those in the aperture tempering realm was quite substantial, especially considering that she was absorbing energy from both of them simultaneously. While explaining the wind-gathering technique, the old woman maintained the pattern of answering questions but surreptitiously left something behind with each response. These remnants were seemingly insignificant, often something that could be figured out upon further contemplation. However, in the environment of the village that suppressed their spiritual wisdom, the time required to understand these remnants had been greatly extended. Furthermore, the old woman retained a bit of information with each question, and as several questions went by, the accumulated remnants became quite substantial. They might have seemed trivial, but in the context of the village, they were potentially lethal to martial practitioners. Unfortunately, Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong remained unaware at this moment. In their eyes, the old woman's explanations had already been extremely detailed, and after each answer, they felt they had gained a deeper understanding of the wind-gathering technique. In comparison to the painstaking process of comprehending every word and sentence on their own, this was much quicker, and both wandering cultivators were content. All three parties were content until Chen Fei began blowing air, causing the old woman to sense the change, and her eyes immediately turned toward him. Chapter 243 Chapter 243 Should I send him away? Chapter 243 Should I send him away? Earlier, the old woman noticed that Chen Fei had not come over, and she didn't know what he was doing. However, because she had two big fish from Lu Zhichen, the old woman didn't pay too much attention to Chen Fei. She had just glanced away for a moment. And then Chen Fei appeared, absorbing energy from her side in reverse. The energy she had painstakingly drawn from Lu Zhichen and the others was now flowing towards Chen Fei. How could he progress so quickly? Not only reaching a certain level, but also continuously delving into the comprehension of the wind-gathering technique. Lu Zhichen and the others were somewhat puzzled as they looked at the old woman. Things were going well, so why did she suddenly stop following the old woman's gaze? They looked at Chen Fei and saw him blowing air. Blowing air. Lu Zhichen and his companion were currently single-mindedly focused on learning the wind-gathering technique, but seeing Chen Fei blowing air by himself left them somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on? However, before they could think too much about what Chen Fei was doing, they chose to ignore it and continued to focus on the old woman. Just now, we were talking about coordinating gestures. What if Lu Zhichen continued to earnestly seek advice from the old woman? The old woman couldn't forcibly stop Chen Fei. That would go against the rules. In the ancient village, rules were more important than anything else. Even the village chief could only make slight adjustments within certain rules. So, the old woman continued to explain the key points of the technique to Lu Zhichen and his companion. She believed that, no matter how talented someone was and how well they understood the technique, their progress would eventually slow down and come to a halt. The wind-gathering technique wasn't like basic techniques such as the extreme mountain fist. Once you reached a certain level of understanding, the next step was to refine the technique bit by bit, like grinding a water millstone. In the old woman's view, Chen Fei would eventually stop absorbing energy after a while. Even though he hadn't absorbed any from Lu Zhichen and instead was being drained by Chen Fei. As long as Lu Zhichen and his companion absorbed more, it wouldn't be a loss. The village chief appeared next to Chen Fei, watching him blow air without saying anything. Chen Fei was unaware of the village chief's presence as he closed his eyes and blew air, constantly experiencing insights into the wind-gathering technique. This experience was fascinating to Chen Fei. Was this the correct way to practice the wind-gathering technique? What had the old woman been talking about with Lu Zhichen and the others? Not only were insights into the wind-gathering technique colliding in his mind, But there was also a surge of energy entering his body. This feeling of getting stronger with every breath fascinated Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't even know how long he had been blowing air, he just felt that there wasn't much air left in his lungs. He was about to take a deep breath when he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Chen Fei opened his eyes and found the village chief of my village standing in front of him, smiling with a somewhat cold expression. "Dear guest, are you dissatisfied with the wind-gathering technique?" the village chief asked with a sly grin. "The wind-gathering technique is profound and powerful. How could one be dissatisfied?" Chen Fei shook his head. "As long as you're satisfied." The village chief glanced at the frequency at which energy was being drawn from Chen Fei's spiritual crown. It had decreased but was still intermittent. Could someone comprehend the wind-gathering technique even while distracted by conversation? Has this person's comprehension really reached this level, or is the technique exceptionally compatible with him? Village chief. One believe there's a shortcut to cultivating the wind-gathering technique. And I just discovered it. Chen Fei said sincerely. The fact that my village was willing to contribute such a powerful technique showed their generosity. Although the old woman also knew the wind-gathering technique, she probably didn't have a deep understanding of it, so she hadn't realized that there might be simpler methods to practice this technique. Now that Chen Fei had discovered it, he decided to share it. The only thing was, learning this shortcut seemed to come at a cost of whopping 40,000 taels. With a technique as powerful as this in the village, they should be able to afford 40,000 taels. Right. You don't need to say it, this is a secret you discovered on your own. No need to share it with us. The village chief replied, his eyebrows slightly raised. The events of yesterday were still vivid in his mind, and this human in front of him seemed rather peculiar. The villagers surrounding them all turned their attention to Chen Fei. He hadn't drained the old woman's energy enough. So was he planning to drain everyone present? Did he think they were easy targets? The wind-gathering technique wasn't known by all the villagers, and if Chen Fei were to reveal an unusual method of practicing it, just like yesterday, all the villagers would have to contribute their energy. What kind of secret is this? It's just a matter of spending some money, Chen Fei said with a smile when he saw the village chief's refusal. This shortcut to cultivation really didn't require much effort. Whoosh! Suddenly, all the villagers retreated several dozen meters, distancing themselves from Chen Fei. They didn't want to listen, and if Chen Fei insisted, they would continue to withdraw. As long as Chen Fei hadn't officially taught them the technique, there wouldn't be a binding contract between them. Naturally, they didn't want to listen and could leave. Chen Fei, seeing the villagers' reaction, couldn't help but pause for a moment. He had kindly offered to share a shortcut to their cultivation, so why did they all run away? It was as if listening for a moment would cost them their lives. Chen Fei noticed that the village chief had also moved away, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He took a deep breath again and continued to blow air. The insights that had appeared intermittently before were now flowing continuously into Chen Fei's mind, and at the same time, a surge of energy appeared in his body, making his mind clear and his body robust. Chen Fei blinked his eyes slightly and immersed himself in the pleasure of cultivation. Time passed quickly, 15 minutes, and then half an hour. After such a long time, Lu Zhichun and his companion finally achieved a basic understanding of the wind-gathering technique. Having absorbed energy for over half an hour, Lu Zhichun and his companion appeared somewhat withered, as if they were on the brink of exhaustion. The power of the aperture tempering realm stemmed from their apertures, but the most essential power was not limited to apertures. What my village absorbed was not ordinary elemental or vital energy, it was something closer to the fundamental source. This source existed in everyone, but martial practitioners refined it to become stronger. Lu Zhichun and his companion had suffered severe damage to their fundamental foundations. In theory, the old woman should have been quite satisfied with absorbing so much energy, but then Chen Fei appeared. After such a long time, the fact that he was still comprehending the wind-gathering technique at an unchanging and stable pace filled the old woman with panic. Chen Fei's rate of comprehension showed no signs of slowing down, it was steadily increasing. It neither increased nor decreased. The old woman had already absorbed most of the energy from Lu Zhichun and his companion, and it had flowed into Chen Fei's body. The old woman watched Chen Fei, who seemed to be on an endless journey of comprehension, with a growing sense of panic in her heart. If Chen Fei continued without interruption, not only would he have to return everything he had plundered, but the old woman's own power might also be entirely given to him. The thought of this scenario made her tremble, and the once cold smile on her face had vanished, replaced by a look of anxiety. The old woman turned to the village chief, hoping he could assist her. However, the village chief, seeing the old woman's gaze, remained motionless. He couldn't change the situation either. This was a rule enforced by compulsion. And in my village, it had to be this way. Lu Zhichun and his companion stood still, physically and mentally exhausted. They had learned a profound technique, but now that they had stopped, there was no sense of happiness. Their body's instinctual warning, previously suppressed by their quest for enlightenment, had resurfaced, and due to their fundamental foundations being severely damaged, this warning was even stronger, strong enough that, despite their mental suppression by my village, they still forcefully remembered many things, such as their spiritual weapons. In the next moment, all their spiritual weapons fell into the hands of Lu Zhichun and his companion. Spiritual weapons had an innate connection, especially when their owners were in danger. And this connection now surged forth. Lu Zhichun and his companion remembered their spiritual weapons, and they ignited the spiritual weapon sentience, making their mental clarity even stronger, and they became more aware of the peculiarities in their bodies. SCZZ. The sentience of the spiritual weapons began to burn, enhancing Lu Zhichun and his companion's abilities. This kind of burning caused significant damage to the spiritual weapons and might eventually turn them into semi-spiritual weapons. But Lu Zhichun and his companion couldn't afford to consider that now. As they remembered more and more, their expressions grew increasingly gloomy. Although they hadn't fully recalled everything, they understood that they couldn't stay here any longer. Let us leave this place. Lu Zhichun looked at the village chief and roared in a low voice, the spiritual weapons in their hands emitting a faint glow. Hua Daohong vigilantly scanned their surroundings, ready for any potential danger. The village chief, upon hearing Lu Zhichun's words and seeing the clarity in their eyes, revealed a cold and malicious smile on his face. My village does not allow violence. Otherwise, do you think Yao'd still be alive? The village chief dropped the pretense because it was futile at this point. Under the influence of their spiritual weapons, Lu Zhichun and his companion couldn't be deceived. However, the village chief remained composed. This was my village, and it had its own rules. If they could achieve their goals through force, there would have been no need for the recent series of events. My village had seen martial practitioners below the aperture tempering realm come and go, but in the end, they all became part of the village's fish. As for those below the aperture tempering realm, they could only become chickens or ducks. Being a fish wasn't a privilege granted to everyone who came here. We're leaving. Lu Zhichun glanced at Chen Fei in the distance and shouted to Hua Daohong. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards the village's outskirts. They had considered directly attacking the village chief and the villagers, but every time they entertained that thought, their minds went into a frenzy of warning. Clearly, going for a direct confrontation might lead to an even quicker death. The village chief sneered as he watched Lu Zhichun and his companions retreat. Leaving my village wouldn't be that easy. Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed, and the village chief turned to see the old woman running in terror toward another direction. In just a brief moment, the energy she had absorbed from Lu Zhichun and his companion had been drained by Chen Fei. And now, Chen Fei was continuously siphoning energy from the old woman, never stopping, with no sign of when he might cease. Was it necessary to get rid of this one as well? The thought immediately crossed the village chief's mind. Chapter 244 Chapter 244 The Butcher. Chapter 244 The Butcher. Lu Zhichun and Hua Daohong, both wielding spiritual weapons, under the stimulation of the spiritual essence within their weapons, forcefully resisted the suppression from my village and madly ran towards the outskirts of the village. However, after only running for a quarter of an hour, the speed of Lu Zhichun and Hua Daohong gradually slowed down, and they finally came to a halt. with the speed of practitioners at the aperture tempering realm. Not to mention a village. They could have circled a city like immortal Cloud City several times over. But at this moment, no matter how they ran, all they could see around them were thatched cottages. And there was no sign of the outskirts of my village. It was as if my village itself was boundlessly vast, with no visible edge. We're trapped in a mysterious domain we can't escape like this. Hue Daohong's expression grew anxious. And at the same time, he felt regret. Before, when they were chasing Chen Fei and saw the strangeness of this place, they thought that two aperture tempering realm cultivators could not possibly run into trouble here. But they didn't expect this place to be so sinister even with their aperture tempering realm mental strength. They were forcibly suppressed, only able to remember what the mysterious domain allowed them to remember. Now, with the loss of their origin and the spiritual essence of their spiritual weapons dissipating, if they couldn't find a way out soon, their mental strength might be forcibly suppressed again. Whether they could wake up from that state later was a huge question. Two practitioners at the aperture tempering realm might actually die here under inexplicable circumstances, and their deaths would be sucked dry. How could Hue Daohong endure such a fate? Find the nodes of the mysterious domain, forcefully break through it, and have a chance to get out. Lu Zhichen glanced at the spiritual weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with reluctance. But immediately, that reluctance was replaced by determination. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst from the spiritual weapon in Lu Zhichen's hand, and cracks appeared on its surface. At the cost of self-destructing the spiritual weapon, he unleashed its power to the maximum limit. Unless absolutely necessary, no aperture tempering realm cultivator would do such a thing. Any personal spiritual weapon had to be painstakingly nurtured during normal cultivation, constantly harmonizing with one's own essence. Apart from the effort put into this, gathering the resources needed to forge a spiritual weapon was an extremely difficult task for a wandering cultivator. Now, to destroy his own spiritual weapon, Lu Zhichen didn't know how many years it would take to create such a weapon again. But Lu Zhichen had no choice. The longer they waited, the more hopeless their chances of leaving this place became. Wandering cultivators might lack techniques and resources, but they certainly didn't lack this kind of desperate attitude. In the central open space of my village, the village chief was contemplating whether to send Chen Fei out of my village when he suddenly looked up and saw the actions of Lu Zhichen and Hue Daohong in the distance. The village chief's expression showed some surprise, but a mocking smile quickly appeared on his lips. They were determined. But if it were so easy to leave my village, the pond wouldn't be teeming with fish. The village chief shifted his gaze back to Chen Fei, who was at his side. At this moment, Chen Fei had his eyes closed, continuously comprehending the wind-gathering technique. Therefore, he hadn't stopped absorbing energy from the old woman. The feeling of constantly getting stronger just by blowing air was too exhilarating, and Chen Fei had no intention of stopping. The village chief turned to look at the fleeing old woman. The contract was already established, and her escape wouldn't change anything. Now, all they could do was hope for Chen Fei's understanding and wait for him to stop, giving the old woman a chance to survive. Normally, no matter how strong one's comprehension and talent were, there would be stages in comprehending a new technique, and it was impossible to keep comprehending without pause. However, strangely, this law seemed to be invalid in Chen Fei's case, making it hard to understand. Who among you will go up and teach him the new technique? The village chief turned to the other villagers. Although the contract between Chen Fei and the old woman was still in effect and couldn't be forcibly dissolved, it wouldn't prevent a new contract from being formed. By then, they could divert Chen Fei's attention and save the old woman's life. Several villagers exchanged glances, never having encountered such an anomaly when teaching martial techniques to warriors in my village. Over the years, many aperture tempering realm cultivators had visited, but such a situation had never occurred before. Usually, when teaching a martial technique to a warrior, they would explain some key points to attract the warrior's curiosity and keep them interested. Whose village was this? Anyway, I'll do it. Now, the butcher stepped forward, his body bearing traces of blood, and said with a cruel expression, I want to see how quickly he can learn the soul-cutting technique. In the past, when teaching martial techniques to warriors, they would usually explain some insights to attract the warrior's curiosity and keep them interested. However, the butcher seemed intent on explaining the technique straightforwardly, curious to see how quickly Chen Fei could learn the soul-cutting technique. Just as the butcher had taken a couple of steps forward, a scream suddenly came from the distance. Without warning, the old woman had been drained of her strength, and she had crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The butcher's expression of cruelty froze for a moment. Had she been drained so quickly? This was too fast. Save me, village chief, save me. The old woman screamed loudly. In the past, it had always been warriors who were sucked dry by her, and she couldn't accept being in this situation herself. If the old woman had known that a martial artist like this would come to my village, even if you gave her 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have dared to step forward first. It was too hasty. If she had been the second to step forward, this situation might not have occurred. The village chief remained silent because he couldn't save her. This was the rule of my village, the mysterious domain. He might be the village chief, but he wasn't the one in control of my village. The power resided in my village itself, not in him as the village chief. The village chief turned his gaze towards the butcher, and the meaning in his eyes was clear. Hurry up and interrupt Chen Fei. Teach him the soul-cutting technique, and there might still be a chance to save the old woman. The butcher glanced at the village chief and then at the pitiful state of the old woman. Her arms were almost disappearing, and without any unexpected events, she would be drained completely in a few moments. The butcher looked at Chen Fei, the martial artist who was genuinely comprehending the wind-gathering technique without a pause. The soul-cutting technique was much more difficult than the wind-gathering technique, but suddenly, the butcher didn't feel the same confidence he had moments ago. If Chen Fei also learned the soul-cutting technique, what would happen? Would his fate be the same as the old woman's? The scene of being drained completely flashed in the butcher's mind, and he shuddered with a cruel expression. He realized that he had provoked someone he couldn't handle. This martial artist Somion he couldn't afford to provoke. The butcher silently took a few steps back, returning to his previous position as if he hadn't made those boastful claims earlier. The villagers who were standing beside him glanced at him with disdain, but none of them spoke up because they didn't dare to step forward now. In the past, whenever a martial artist appeared in my village, they had all been eager to teach martial techniques, and they had even argued over the order of instruction for the next day. All the villagers, including the village chief, fell silent, and only the old woman in the distance continued to scream. But as time passed, her cries gradually grew weaker until they finally disappeared. The village chief looked at Chen Fei, determined to send him away. This was an anomaly, and my village still had other means. But the village chief wasn't sure if they could restrain Chen Fei. Although it was frustrating that they hadn't gained anything from Chen Fei, and they had even lost 2 villagers in the process, continuing to drag this out might lead to even greater losses. There was even a question of whether they could eventually send Chen Fei away. After absorbing the old woman's energy, Chen Fei had developed some resistance to my village's suppression. In other words, after a few more times, Chen Fei might become like the other villagers, no longer suppressed mentally, able to access all his memories, and with fewer restrictions. Would Chen Fei then go on to teach martial techniques one by one, while Chen Fei was still comprehending the wind-gathering technique by blowing air? The energy that had been making him stronger suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked around. Whether it was his own perception or not, Chen Fei felt that his mind had become much more agile. Before, it had been as if something was weighing him down, and his brain had been sluggish, like a stone. Guest, you said there was something urgent outside earlier, and it's still early in the day. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. The village chief appeared beside Chen Fei, wearing a smile. It seems like him not in such a hurry for what's outside, Chen Fei replied. The newfound agility in his mind was something he had never experienced before. Despite not being able to recall many things, Chen Fei felt like this place was quite good. He had only been here for a day, but the gain seemed much greater than what he could have achieved outside. In his subconscious mind, he had never grown so rapidly before. The village chief's expression suddenly stiffened. It seemed like Chen Fei had become addicted to being here. "We have other matters in the village, and we really can't accommodate guests," the village chief said in a low voice. "Don't worry about me, I can handle things like food and lodging on my own." Chen Fei understood the situation, and, now that he had discovered the benefits of this place, he was determined to stay for a while. "Well, that's not up to you." The village chief's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Chen Fei was pushed backward by a powerful force, and he involuntarily fell backward. The surroundings became shrouded in mist, and he couldn't see anything. The village chief watched Chen Fei disappear, and his right hand, which he had just used to gesture, had also disappeared. In my village, there were rules to follow. A give-and-take. If Chen Fei didn't want to leave, the village chief would forcefully send him away, but there would be a price to pay. Fortunately, the power to drive people away was within the village chief's authority. If it were any other villager, sacrificing themselves wouldn't achieve this result. As Chen Fei was being sent away, the village chief turned his attention back to Lu Zichen and Hue Daohong. Thinking of leaving it wasn't going to be that easy. In a desolate mountainous area, Chen Fei found himself suspended in midair, looking around in confusion. However, in an instant, all the memories that had disappeared flooded back into his mind. With graceful acrobatics, Chen Fei landed on the ground and looked around. It was the same place he had been before entering my village. "So, this is how it is, can't play. So you're throwing a tantrum," Chen Fei muttered to himself as he gazed at the direction of my village, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chapter 245 Chapter 245 Breaking Through to the Aperture. Chapter 245 Breaking Through to the Aperture. Tempering Realm. In Chen Fei's mind, he went through everything that happened in the My village at this moment. Without the suppression of the sinister domain, both his memories and everything else had returned to normal. Previously, in My village, there were things he couldn't understand, and now he naturally comprehended them thoroughly. Thinking about the evil nature of My village, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of rebirth. It seemed that if it weren't for himself, any martial artist in the visceral tempering realm who entered would definitely not escape death. This held true even for practitioners in the aperture tempering realm. Chen Fei thought of Lu Zichen and his pal inside at this moment. If they couldn't find a good way out, they would eventually be drained by the villagers of My village. However, my panel directly killed the villagers of My village, or I wouldn't have been forcibly sent out. Chen Fei pondered slightly, looking at My village ahead, thinking, should go in again. Although it was very risky, the feedback that My village could provide to Chen Fei was astonishing. However, before Chen Fei could fully consider whether or not to go in, a sudden sensation surged in his heart. This sensation wasn't dangerous or a warning, but a signal from Chen Fei's own body. His body was undergoing a transformation, and this transformation was unstoppable. Before entering My village, Chen Fei's cultivation level was already at the pinnacle of the visceral tempering realm, and his mental power far exceeded that of an ordinary visceral tempering realm practitioner. From any perspective, Chen Fei's breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm posed no problem. The lingering attachment of his previous self had dissipated, removing the last obstacle. Chen Fei only needed to find a safe place to begin his breakthrough. Moreover, after the journey in My village, Chen Fei had absorbed some energy into his body. This energy continued to solidify his foundation, and Chen Fei's foundation was already exceptionally solid. This wave of solidification overflowed. In other words, it was like controlling a rampaging elephant. With the natural suppression of My village's sinister domain, Chen Fei didn't feel much. Now, having left My village, the suppression of the sinister domain had disappeared, and Chen Fei's body's transformation was accelerating. In other words, the current Chen Fei must first find a place to break through his current state. It is impossible for this overflowing energy to burst Chen Fei, but wasting it is almost inevitable. How could Chen Fei possibly be willing to waste this energy? This is a power that can solidify his foundation. Almost an innate force. Chen Fei absorbed a portion of it and could feel a slight transformation in his talent. As long as he fully absorbed this primal energy, Chen Fei's talent could improve further. Even with the assistance of the panel, the growth of his innate talent would be welcomed by Chen Fei. Chen Fei glanced at my village and then dashed towards the distance. My village was right here and it wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Moreover, after breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, it would be safer for Chen Fei to enter my village again. In the desolate mountains, there were few signs of human activity. Now, with the chaos of war, there were even fewer people in the vicinity. Chen Fei ran for nearly half an hour and finally found a suitable location. It was a very small cave entrance. But once inside, the space was quite large. Chen Fei observed the surroundings and found no recent signs of anyone passing by. It wasn't a perfect location for a breakthrough, but there wasn't a better option. Chen Fei sat cross-legged inside the cave, feeling the fluctuations of strength within his body. He spread his mental power, directly reaching the front of his aperture. From this unique perspective, Chen Fei gazed at his aperture, feeling a slight excitement in his heart. The aperture tempering realm, the goal pursued by many martial artists throughout their lives, as it represents entering a completely new domain. Not only does it lead to a significant increase in combat power, but more importantly, it extends one's lifespan to 200 years. Eternal life is something nearly everyone aspires to. For martial artists, those who wield immense power, it's even more so. Chen Fei controlled his state of mind, and his mental power spread, making contact with his aperture. In the next moment, his mental power vibrated at a unique frequency, excavating the aperture. The aperture was naturally sealed, but the degree of sealing varied from person to person, which was one of the main reasons for the differing rates of progress in cultivation. Chen Fei's aperture was of the severely sealed type among martial artists. This was also a significant reason why his previous self had struggled to grasp the techniques. Under normal circumstances, this body needed to accumulate through various elixirs and maintain a decent understanding of the techniques in order to progress as a martial artist. Only in this way can one truly achieve mastery. However, both of these treatments were not supported by Chen Fei's previous identity and background, ultimately leading to his abrupt death. Various thoughts flashed through Chen Fei's mind, as his mental power continued to vibrate and loosen the aperture. For most visceral tempering realm practitioners, this step was exceedingly difficult, because his mental power wasn't strong enough. Achieving the right frequency and duration of vibrations was challenging for most. However, for Chen Fei, these aspects now seemed quite effortless. Even while his mental power shook the aperture, Chen Fei could separate a portion of his mental power to observe the changes in the aperture and continually adjust his mental frequency. The breakthrough methods recorded in the techniques were only a general approach. The so-called standard meant that anyone could use them, but there was no guarantee of the final result. For most visceral tempering realm practitioners, maintaining the frequency was already incredibly challenging, and they couldn't think about much else. But Chen Fei could. As Chen Fei continuously adjusted his mental power frequency based on his own situation, he clearly felt the speed at which the aperture loosened increasing. And this acceleration followed an escalating trend. The elemental energy around Chen Fei began to tremble slightly as the aperture loosened. A mysterious and profound sensation began to fill Chen Fei's heart. Inside Chen Fei's body, the absorbed energy began to nourish his physical body, further loosening the aperture. Suddenly, a severe pain surged from the deepest part of his body, causing Chen Fei's calm expression to contort in agony. Chen Fei had never imagined that breaking through to the aperture tempering realm would bring such excruciating changes. However, with a bit of thought, he could understand. The difference between the aperture tempering realm and the body tempering realm was like heaven and earth, especially in terms of the extension of lifespan. To break free from the constraints of mortal flesh and extend one's lifespan required undergoing a profound transformation. In fact, Chen Fei's cultivation of the dragon-suppressing elephant had subtly tempered his body, giving it some characteristics of the aperture tempering realm compared to other martial artists. Therefore, The pain of this transformation was already much lighter for Chen Fei than for other martial artists. For some martial artists who failed to break through, it was not only due to inadequate mental power, but also because the excruciating physical pain disrupted their already tenuous mental power, leading to ultimate failure. Chen Fei could effortlessly maintain his mental power fluctuations. The intense pain he experienced only distorted his expression. Nothing more. 1 moment, 2 moments, half an hour, 1 hour. Time passed by quickly, and Chen Fei remained in a state of deep meditation, motionless. The elemental energy that had been turbulent around him had completely calmed down. From a distance, Chen Fei at this moment seemed devoid of breath, like an immovable stone. Buzz. After who knew how long, a sudden surge of energy emanated from Chen Fei's body. This energy, centered on Chen Fei, spread outwards. Not only did it affect the air, but it also directly vibrated the elemental energy. The calm elemental energy around him suddenly became agitated. In the next moment, Chen Fei seemed to transform into a singularity, and the elemental energy around him rushed toward him. Chen Fei's eyes suddenly opened as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through. He stood up, and the elemental energy continuously surged towards him. Chen Fei involuntarily extended his arms. Crackle! The weighty elemental energy pressed down on Chen Fei, causing his bones to crack and make a symphony of sounds. Chen Fei's aura, which had temporarily paused at the pinnacle of the visceral tempering realm, suddenly broke through and started to rise steadily. The Zhanyuan sword technique automatically activated, cleansing Chen Fei's body with the absorbed elemental energy, ultimately gathering it into his aperture. What was originally a dim and lifeless aperture gradually became vibrant with the infusion of elemental energy. So, this is the aperture tempering realm. Chen Fei's mental power had long since returned, and he felt the changes within his body. An unimaginable vitality spread from his flesh. This was not only about lifespan, but also about strength. One's destiny was in one's own hands, not in the hands of fate. The elemental energy around Chen Fei reached its peak of fluctuation and then gradually began to subside. Chen Fei had successfully broken through. From now on, he was an aperture tempering realm martial artist. Panel. Simplify the aperture tempering realm section of the Zhanyuan sword technique. Simplifying the aperture tempering realm section of the Zhanyuan sword technique. Simplification. Successful Zhanyuan sword aperture tempering realm section. GT Zhanyuan sword visceral tempering realm section. Spending 300,000 taels. Chen Fei directly simplified the aperture tempering realm section of the Zhanyuan sword technique. Chen Fei's physical body began to operate the visceral tempering realm section of the Zhanyuan sword technique, while the insights from the aperture tempering realm section appeared in his mind. Using these insights and his mental power as a driving force, Chen Fei began to absorb the surrounding elemental energy. The moment martial artists broke through to the aperture tempering realm was the easiest for absorbing elemental energy. Depending on an individual's depth of foundation, the amount of elemental energy absorbed at once varied. With Chen Fei's profound foundation from the dragon-suppressing elephant and the essence he gained from My Village, he had a much greater foundation than most martial artists. Therefore, he absorbed a substantial amount of elemental energy. However, Chen Fei was not satisfied with this. He wanted to seize this opportunity to absorb even more elemental energy and build a stronger foundation for himself. Thus, using the methods from the Zhanyuan sword aperture tempering realm section, Chen Fei began to absorb the surrounding elemental energy. The rate at which the elemental energy fluctuated around him had already begun to decrease. But now, with Chen Fei practicing the Zhanyuan sword technique, the rate of fluctuation increased again. Chen Fei's aura gradually became heavy, and at the same time, it began to rise slightly. The dream of many newly-broken aperture tempering realm martial artists to extend the opportunity to absorb elemental energy was effortlessly achieved by Chen Fei. After a full half-day, the surrounding elemental energy finally began to gradually calm down and eventually returned to a state of tranquility. Standing in place, Chen Fei felt the power contained within his body and couldn't help but smile. In just half a day, The amount of elemental energy he had absorbed was equivalent to several months of arduous cultivation for other aperture-tempering realm martial artists. However, it was a pity that half a day was the limit. The transformed state of his body after the breakthrough had fully stabilized. No longer in the state of a fresh breakthrough, Chen Fei lowered his head and looked at his right hand, where he held a cluster of dark green energy. It was the same energy that Lu Zichen had left in Chen Fei's sea of consciousness after his surprise attack. At this moment, that dark green energy cluster was trembling slightly. Chapter 246 Chapter 246 A fellow cultivator should die, but a penniless priest should not. Chapter 246 A fellow cultivator should die, but a penniless priest should not. Did he actually manage to escape? Chen Fei sensed the fluctuations of the emerald energy in his hand, and it could only be like this when Lu Zichen was nearby. Chen Fei hadn't expected that Lu Zichen could actually escape from my village. The rules in my village were so stringent that they were almost impossible to resist for any outsider. The martial arts he had taught were instantly learned by the villagers of my village, followed by a surge of vital energy. Then, in the evening, they were catered to and absorbed another wave of it. What was even more outrageous was that the next day, when they started learning new martial arts, as long as they began listening, their vital energy would continuously drain away. Most importantly, their mental faculties were suppressed, rendering all their previous methods of dealing with enemies useless, leaving only some instinctual reactions. In this situation, being able to confront my village was truly unusual. In such circumstances, if you wanted to escape from my village, either your own strength had to completely surpass that of my village, forcibly tearing apart their rules with immense power, or you had to be like Chen Fei, possessing a panel that almost countered all of my village's rules. Or there was one more possibility, being genuinely extraordinary, with an intellect that still soared despite spiritual suppression, rendering my village helpless. Therefore, sensing that Lu Zichen had actually escaped from my village at this moment left Chen Fei somewhat surprised. Breaking through the aperture-tempering realm with the identity of a rogue cultivator, it seemed that everyone had kept all their cards close to their chest. Until the very end, you wouldn't know what methods the other person had up their sleeve. However, what kind of strength do you have left in you now? Chen Fei thought back to the dire situation Lu Zichen and he had been in at my village. At that time, both of them had already suffered significant damage to their vital energy, forcing them to deplete their spiritual weapon, spiritual essence, just to maintain their spiritual wisdom. Even so, they wouldn't have been able to escape my village for sure. Chen Fei wondered what method Lu Zichen had used in the end to break free. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fei's mouth. They had all entered my village together, and now they had escaped together. It wouldn't hurt to go and see what was going on. If the other party encountered any difficulties, he could lend a hand. Several miles away, a figure was running somewhat unsteadily. It was none other than Lu Zichen, who had just escaped from my village. If anyone familiar with him were here and saw his current condition, they would probably be shocked. A formidable cultivator at the aperture-tempering realm, but now his face was pale, even tinged with a bluish-gray hue. It wasn't just his complexion, even the aura emanating from his body was gloomy, far from resembling the appearance of a cultivator at the aperture-tempering realm should have. This was a severe injury, and it had affected his vital energy. That was the only explanation for those signs. Yet, strangely, Lu Zichen didn't show any signs of injury right now. It was as if his vital energy was sucked away out of thin air. Hua Daohong, who was with Lu Zichen, had now vanished without a trace. No one knew where he went. Lu Zichen's expression was gloomy as he constantly surveyed his surroundings, on guard for any potential danger. At this moment, both his mental and elemental energies were at their weakest. To escape from my village, Lu Zichen had deceived Hua Daohong and resorted to desperate measures, ultimately using self-reverse to gain powerful strength and break free. Without any one of these steps, Lu Zichen wouldn't have made it out. But even though he had escaped, his condition was now at its lowest point. Lu Zichen was keenly aware of his condition. 5 of the 7 apertures he had previously opened had shattered, and the remaining 2 were in a precarious state. It can be said that Lu Zhichen's path in martial arts had been thoroughly blocked. Unless he could find something like the Origin Awakening pill to heal his apertures, he could forget about making any further progress in his lifetime. Lu Zhichen couldn't help but tighten his fists, his inner fury hard to put into words. In the early stages of the cultivation realm, a total of 36 apertures could be opened. Opening 7 may not seem like much, but for a rogue cultivator, it was a rare achievement. Aside from the techniques themselves, the cultivation of apertures in the early stages was a gradual process of accumulation. It also depended on whether one's mental power was strong enough to support the opening of so many apertures. In sects, those considered exceptionally gifted individuals could open 1 aperture per year, reaching the peak of the early cultivation stage within at least 36 years. Breaking through from the early to the mid-cultivation stage involved a minor bottleneck. If everything went smoothly, one might break through within 1 or 2 years. If not, it could take 10 or even 20 years, or more for those with slightly weaker talent. If that were the case, then in this lifetime, it would be nearly impossible for Lu Zhichen to progress from the mid to the late cultivation stage, let alone attempting to reach the combined aperture stage, which would be incredibly challenging. Even those with excellent talent who could open 1 aperture per year would need at least 3 decades. If one's talent was slightly weaker, opening a single aperture could take 2 or even 3 years, if not longer. As a rogue cultivator, Lu Zhichen had managed to break through to the cultivation stage due to serendipitous factors, but his talent was by no means poor. However, due to the restrictions of the technique and the slow growth of his mental power, Lu Zhichen had spent over 20 years to open only 7 apertures. That's why Lu Zhichen was so interested in venturing out and taking risks. When he saw the body of the dragon elephant true immortal, which didn't decay, he thought of seizing this opportunity. This opportunity could very well change his predicament of slow cultivation growth and give him a chance to explore higher realms of martial arts. But now, after opening 7 apertures with great difficulty, 5 were shattered, and the remaining 2 were in peril. Lu Zhichen didn't even acquire the dragon elephant true immortal's techniques, and his spiritual weapon was destroyed, leaving him back where he started in just 1 day. Recovering from these injuries would be extremely challenging, and he would have to avoid appearing in front of other mid-cultivation stage martial artists to avoid being targeted. As a rogue cultivator, Lu Zhichen knew all too well what kind of thoughts people would have when they encountered a weakened mid-cultivation stage individual. In this world, it was survival of the fittest. This is why, to escape from my village, Lu Zhichen could deceive and abandon his good friend Hue Daohong because, above all, Lu Zhichen wanted to survive. I should find a place to recuperate first, and then return to Mount Silver for seclusion. Lu Zhichen pondered in his heart. He spotted a cave up ahead and was about to investigate when suddenly, his heart trembled. A tremendous sense of danger abruptly descended upon him, causing him to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Lu Zhichen slowly raised his head and looked to his right. He didn't know when, but there was a figure there. Lu Zhichen squinted his eyes and, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened slightly. It's you actually managed to escape from my village. Lu Zhichen looked at Chen Fei incredulously. Even though Chen Fei had behaved quite strangely in my village, Lu Zhichen had never thought that Chen Fei could escape from my village. A mere visceral tempering realm martial artist like him, how could he possibly leave my village? Even Lu Zhichen himself had to sacrifice so much just to barely escape. It seems like you're really badly injured, Chen Fei said as he casually crushed the emerald green energy in his hand. A martial artist at the visceral tempering realm only realizing his presence when he's so close is not a trait typical of someone at that level. This could only happen if Lu Zhichen's injuries were so severe that he couldn't pay attention to his surroundings. I just lamented that the technique fell into my village, and now you appear before me. It's like a gift from the heavens. Lu Zhichen burst into manic laughter, and his aura suddenly surged, pressing down on Chen Fei with the might of the visceral tempering realm. In the next moment, it was as if the ferocious beast roared, and a malicious aura rushed toward Chen Fei. Chen Fei's expression remained unchanged as he activated his spatial travel. leaving behind a phantom in place while his true body had already pounced toward Lu Zhichen. However, at this moment, Lu Zhichen's figure had already moved dozens of meters away, running wildly in the distance. Everything that just happened was a bluff. The moment Chen Fei appeared, Lu Zhichen realized that Chen Fei was already an aperture-tempering realm martial artist. In his prime, Lu Zhichen, facing a newly advanced aperture-tempering realm, couldn't guarantee a victory, but defeating them would certainly not be an issue. Even if it was a sect disciple, the outcome would be the same. After all, newly advanced aperture-tempering realm martial artists were at their most fragile stage. But now, Lu Zhichen had severely injured himself, and his spiritual weapon was also shattered. If a newly advanced aperture-tempering realm martial artist was considered the weakest, then he was even weaker than that. Lu Zhichen's current body couldn't withstand combat at the same level. Even a slight vibration in those two almost shattered apertures might cause them to break. If he still had the hope of recovering from his injuries through a healing elixir, once those two apertures shattered, Lu Zhichen would lose all hope, falling from the aperture-tempering realm and even suffering severe injuries leading to death. In this situation, facing Chen Fei, as long as he had a bit of rationality left, his first choice would be to escape. As for his attitude just now, it was purely to mislead Chen Fei and create an opportunity for himself to flee. However, it seemed that the effect wasn't too good. Lu Zhichen dashed madly, only sensing Chen Fei's pursuit from behind. His face darkened as if it were about to drip water. The feigned strike just now had produced no effect at all. Chen Fei directly ignored such a trick, showing excessive shrewdness. His ability to subtly probe with his mental power was also not typical of someone who had just broken through to the visceral tempering realm. The grudges from the past few days are all on me. If you can spare me today, I will surely repay you in the future. Lu Zhichen shouted loudly. Now that he couldn't win in a fight, he could only hope that the other party would spare him. Chen Fei remained silent. After all, Lu Zhichen had stooped to the point of ambushing a visceral tempering realm while he was still at the aperture tempering realm. Chen Fei had no reason to believe any of Lu Zhichen's words. Chapter 247 Chapter 247 Sword Formation. Rise. Chapter 247 Sword Formation. Rise. Initially, being relentlessly pursued by Lu Zhichen, this matter had only happened a few days ago, and Chen Fei still had a vivid memory of it. Now that he had the opportunity for revenge, Chen Fei naturally wouldn't let such a chance slip away. Lu Zhichen received no response from Chen Fei. His teeth clenched tightly, grinding against each other, creating a harsh sound. What's your price? What would it take for you to be willing to spare me as long as I can do it? I won't refuse. Lu Zhichen continued to shout loudly. May I borrow your life for a moment? Chen Fei's voice echoed softly. You're pushing your luck. Do you really think you've already won? Lu Zhichen shouted in anger, his expression somewhat ferocious, saying, I just don't want both of us to suffer defeat, lest others benefit. If you continue to press me, we might end up destroying each other, and I won't let you off easily. The fierce and tragic aura emanated from Lu Zhichen as if Chen Fei continued to pursue. Lu Zhichen was ready to risk his life to drag Chen Fei down with him. Cultivators. They were never lacking in decisiveness, nor were they lacking in a courage to go down together. Only in this way could they step by step acquire various martial resources and elevate their cultivation to the current level. So anyone hearing such words would probably feel a tremor in their hearts. Was it really worth chasing so desperately, especially for disciples of sects? Their future was promising. With proper cultivation, their strength would definitely surpass that of independent cultivators. A few years later, they might come back and easily slay their enemies. Why go through the risk of mutual destruction like they were doing now? You're right. The chasing soul step turned Chen Fei's figure into a shadow, bringing him to a position nearly 10 meters behind Lu Zhichen. Chen Fei pointed forward with his right hand, and the aperture tempering force within him suddenly shook, causing a heavy pressure to descend in front of him. Under the heavy vital energy field, Lu Zhichen's figure involuntarily staggered, and his speed suddenly slowed down. If you dare to force me, we'll die together. Lu Zhichen's expression turned ferocious. his eyes filled with cruelty, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. He was like an injured beast now, ready to pounce on anyone who came near. Shen Fei's gaze remained calm. After breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, Shen Fei had not only converted all the strength in his body into vital energy, greatly increasing his combat power, but he had also undergone a significant transformation, and that was in his core soul energy. Shen Fei's core soul energy during the visceral tempering realm far surpassed disciples from the 4 major sects. Even those in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect who could match Shen Fei's core soul energy were few and far between. At that time, Shen Fei's core soul energy was not only abundant, but also of extremely high quality. And after breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, Shen Fei's core soul energy had been further refined and sublimated by the vital energies of heaven and earth, taking another step forward in evolution. For all cultivators, after breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, both their vital energy and core soul energy would receive a significant boost. The stronger the foundation, the greater the benefits upon breaking through. The transformation Shen Fei experienced was quite astonishing. The mental tree in his sea of consciousness had shrunk significantly. This kind of shrinking wasn't a decline in core soul energy, on the contrary. It was further refinement and purification. Shen Fei's current core soul energy was no different from those aperture tempering realm cultivators who had opened more than 10 acupoints. Because of this, when he first saw Lu Zhichen, he had already roughly assessed Lu Zhichen's situation. Despite Lu Zhichen's imposing appearance, there were no secrets in Shen Fei's eyes. At this moment, while Lu Zhichen appeared ready to go down together, most of his subsequent moves were actually about how to escape. From beginning to end, all Lu Zhichen was thinking about was getting away. Shen Fei held the Kane Yuan sword with its tip plunged into the ground. In the next moment, a formation soared into the air, building upon the foundation of the vital energy, completely enveloping Lu Zhichen ahead. This was the Zhanyuan sword force formation. This was another special application of the Zhanyuan sword after advancing to the aperture tempering realm. It used the vital energy as its core, superimposed a formation within the vital energy, and thereby strangled the enemy. Shen Fei was still in the early stages of learning the Zhanyuan sword force formation. Compared to those who had been in the aperture tempering realm for many years, Shen Fei was indeed considered a weaker cultivator in this stage. Even facing a moderately injured aperture tempering realm cultivator, Shen Fei's chances of victory were still challenging. But fate had dealt Lu Zhichen a severe injury, making the situation more favorable for Shen Fei. Although the Zhanyuan sword force formation was still in its infancy, Shen Fei had previously taken advantage of a breakthrough opportunity to absorb a significant amount of heaven and earth elemental Kai, filling half of the first acupoint. While it was still in its early stages, it was at least an initiation, coupled with Shen Fei's core soul energy, which could rival cultivators who had opened over 10 acupoints. His actual combat capabilities weren't far behind those of ordinary independent cultivators. In comparison to Lu Zhichen's prime, Shen Fei was only slightly inferior now. This was because ordinary independent cultivators didn't possess sophisticated techniques like the Zhanyuan sword force formation. The Zhanyuan sword force formation immobilized the enemy, but the real killer was the condensed Zhanyuan sword pearls. These were the same sword pearls that Shen Fei had used as a finishing move when he was in the aperture tempering realm. Now, after breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, Shen Fei could condense 10 sword pearls in one go. Furthermore, these sword pearls were much more powerful and faster than when he was in the visceral tempering realm. So, while it appeared that there were only 10 sword pearls in the formation, their combined might, enhanced by the formation itself, far surpassed the combined attacks of 10 visceral tempering realm Shen Feis. They were not even in the same league. Inside the formation, the sword pearls could continuously attack without any gaps. The Shen Fei of the visceral tempering realm couldn't have maintained such an onslaught. In the early stages of the Zhanyuan sword force formation, Shen Fei could condense 10 sword pearls. At the peak level, it would be 81 sword pearls attacking continuously. Even for late aperture tempering realm experts, they could disregard 1 or 10 sword pearls. But facing an uninterrupted onslaught of 81 sword pearls, even late aperture tempering realm experts would have to consider their options. As Chen Fei continued to advance in his cultivation, the power and speed of each sword pearl would continue to increase. What he had now was just the attack power equivalent to the peak of visceral tempering realm. In the future, it would be even more formidable. This is the true form of the Zhanyuan sword, the inherited martial art of the primordial sword sect. If the cultivator's core soul energy is strong enough, they can even develop more powerful techniques. Just like how he prematurely condensed a sword pearl when he was in the visceral tempering realm. Boom! 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 Chen Fei pressed both hands on the hilt of the Qianyuan sword, watching as the 10 sword pearls in the formation turned into shadows, continuously circling and attacking Lu Zhichen. Lu Zhichen's facade of fierceness and hidden weakness was revealed under the onslaught of the Zhanyuan sword force formation in just a few breaths of time. Within moments, injuries appeared on Lu Zhichen's body, and as soon as these injuries emerged, the Zhanyuan sword force formation would directly exert a pulling force, dragging out the blood, leaving no room for recovery. In this short period, a significant amount of blood had already appeared on the ground, all from Lu Zhichen. He was already injured, and his blood continued to flow, making his complexion even paler. "Let me go," Lu Zhichen shouted loudly, a flush appearing on his face, his aura surging, and he tried to break through to the outer perimeter. However, he was immediately intercepted by the continuous assault of the 10 sword pearls. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhichen's arms had become a bloody mess. With a severely injured body and a damaged spiritual weapon, Lu Zhichen's current weakness was fully exposed in front of Chen Fei. He no longer resembled an aperture tempering realm cultivator in terms of combat strength. "Give me a chance. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I've hidden many valuable items, spare me, and I'll give them all to you," Lu Zhichen screamed frantically. In his prime, Lu Zhichen could have easily shattered the sword pearls and, at most, withstood 100 moves to break the formation. But now, Lu Zhichen had the intention but not the strength. He couldn't resist any longer. He didn't want to die. He had worked so hard to become an aperture tempering realm cultivator, and he didn't want to die here. Chen Fei remained silent. Making an aperture tempering realm cultivator his slave, Chen Fei's ambitions weren't that grand, especially not for someone as ruthless as Lu Zhichen. Chen Fei suspected that Lu Zhichen might be able to escape from the Mai village, and given that Hua Daohong wasn't present, he probably betrayed his own friend outright. To stay alive, Lu Zhichen could do anything. But after surviving, he would stop at nothing for other purposes. "Don't force me if you don't give me a chance to live. Don't think y'all have it easy. Everyone will die. Y'all all die for me." Lu Zhichen's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Chen Fei. The fleeting trace of pleading had vanished, replaced by sheer madness. Chen Fei's expression became slightly solemn because he could see that this time, Lu Zhichen was serious. Since Lu Zhichen couldn't see a chance to survive, he was determined to inflict severe harm on Chen Fei. Buzz! Lu Zhichen's body trembled slightly, and a wave erupted from his acupoints. 2 acupoints on the brink of shattering suddenly split open, and a powerful force burst forth. Lu Zhichen's aura surged, approaching the level of his prime. And even in terms of explosiveness, it exceeded his previous peak. Lu Zhichen stared intently at Chen Fei, his right hand smashing into his chest, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood containing organ fragments. This action caused all of Lu Zhichen's internal organs to shatter. Lu Zhichen's aura continued to rise, and at this moment, he could be considered in the peak state of his life. "I want you to die. Ha ha." Lu Zhichen laughed manically, and with a wave of his hand, he sent several sword pearls that had been launched at him flying. His eyes locked onto Chen Fei as he charged madly, exuding a frenzied and cruel aura. "Rise! Shatter!" Chen Fei uttered a low shout, and the Zhanyuan sword force formation suddenly soared into the sky. It contracted and gathered, shrinking from a radius of several dozen meters to just a few meters. In the next moment, the Zhanyuan sword force formation suddenly exploded. The force field overlaid with formations, mixed with sword pearls, shattered and burst apart. Destructive power swept the surroundings. Boom! Shen Fei flipped the Kan Yuan sword, and the black power of the Zhan Yuan's sword returned from a distance. One by one, merging into the Kan Yuan sword, from the sword body to the hilt, covering it entirely in black. In the next instant, Shen Fei took a step forward with his right foot, thrusting the Kan Yuan sword forward. A black beam of light flashed, perfectly piercing through the silhouette that had appeared in front of him. Lu Zhichen's body stiffened, looking at Shen Fei from a distance, his eyes filled with unwillingness. In the next moment, his entire body disintegrated like fine sand. A violent wind swept up, leaving behind a massive trench in its wake. Shen Fei's hair fluttered in the wind, his formidable aura pressing in all directions, and the Kan Yuan sword pointed diagonally at the ground. Aperture tempering realm. That's all it amounted to. Chapter 248. Chapter 248 Can't afford to offend. Chapter 248 Can't afford to offend. Shen Fei arrived at the place where Lu Zhichen had disappeared. Most of the things had vanished with the impact from earlier, leaving only a damaged spiritual weapon and a slightly melted eartharch crystal. The eartharch crystal was a supplementary material used in forging spiritual weapons, and its value was moderate. In the market, a piece of this size could be purchased for a few tens of thousands of silver. Shen Fei picked up both items and focused his attention on the damaged spiritual weapon. Its spiritual essence had nearly dissipated, if that were the only issue. With some time and assistance from spiritual materials, there was still hope to partially restore its power. However, this spiritual weapon was not only lacking in spiritual essence, but also covered in cracks. It was safe to say that this weapon was completely ruined. To repair it was possible, but would come at a cost that could easily forge several new spiritual weapons. It didn't make economic sense. I wonder if the sects forge masters can extract anything useful from it when I return it to the sects treasure vault. Shen Fei pondered. Rubbing his chin, he summoned a wooden box from his spatial grid, placed the damaged spiritual weapon and the eartharch crystal inside, and then returned the box to his spatial grid. Shen Fei inspected the area, making sure nothing was left behind. He noted the direction and, with a flicker of his figure, disappeared from the spot. In the wilderness, Shen Fei's figure stretched into a blur, appearing like a mesmerizing illusion to ordinary onlookers. His speed had increased again compared to before, thanks to the transformation of his power from technique to vital energy. The same technique now had significantly enhanced power. However, such speed was formidable in the body tempering realm, but rather average within the aperture tempering realm. Even though Shen Fei had mastered the soul-chasing step to perfection, it had its limitations, preventing the full display of aperture tempering realm's power. This was a common dilemma for most wandering cultivators in the aperture tempering realm, as many of their cultivation methods were obtained by chance and were hard to purchase from others. Shen Fei didn't share this concern, as he could learn such techniques upon returning to his sect, specifically from the soaring heaven technique. He also had an ambition to attempt repairing the primordial sword cannon. The primordial sword cannon could open up to 80 meridians, making it a supreme technique compared to wandering cultivators. No matter the cost, Shen Fei was willing to obtain it. However, he wasn't content with this. Achieving the pinnacle of aperture tempering required opening all 108 meridians, not just 80. The primordial sword cannon was what made the primordial sword sect renowned precisely because it could unlock all 108 meridians. Earlier, Shen Fei didn't have access to the sect's secrets, but now, having reached the aperture tempering realm, he had the qualifications to explore these secrets. As he contemplated this, Shen Fei's steps didn't pause. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the top of a hill. From this vantage point, Shen Fei looked down at what seemed like a village obscured by mist. Faintly, he could see a group of people standing in the village, seemingly making eye contact with him. Shen Fei blinked, and when he looked again, the villagers had turned their backs on him, refusing to acknowledge his presence. He wondered if he was mistaken, but after a brief stare down, the entire village was concealed by the mist once more, as if everything that had just happened was a figment of his imagination. The money in the panel is gone. Otherwise, why would I need to go in again? Shen Fei thought to himself. He had come here to confirm whether the Mai village would disappear or not. And seeing this scene put his mind at ease. With enough silver, Chen Fei could solo the Mai village, breaking through the mysterious domain that terrified other martial artists. Unfortunately, due to simplifying the aperture section of the primordial sword cannon, Chen Fei's silver reserves on his character panel were running low. If he were to enter now, his fate probably wouldn't be much better than Lu Zhichen and the others. Of course, there was also the possibility that once Chen Fei entered, the village chief would immediately throw him out. After all, the villagers didn't know about his insufficient funds, they only knew that this martial artist was even more sinister than them. Chen Fei glanced at my village and, with a swift movement, ran towards Pingyan County. Now that he had arrived here, Chen Fei wanted to take a distant look at Pingyan County. Back when that strange phenomenon swallowed the entire county, he had no idea what the situation was like there now. In just a few moments, Chen Fei's figure appeared about a mile outside Pingyan County. From here, he could clearly see the situation in the county. Having broken through to the aperture tempering realm, Chen Fei didn't rush too close to Pingyan County. After all, he couldn't predict the strangeness inside the county and how it had evolved. Standing on a rocky hill, Chen Fei closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere in Pingyan County from a distance. It was eerily cold, and his mental power felt like it was touching an abyss of ice. Is this strangeness already this powerful? Chen Fei opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He didn't know if the strangeness had been this strong from the beginning, or if it had become more powerful after swallowing Pingyan County. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fei decided not to approach further. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly saw the eastern gate of Pingyan County being shattered, and a figure stumbled out from inside. In the middle of the east gate, there were faint figures trying to escape from inside Pingyan County. But with the surge of a chilling force, a powerful suction force erupted, dragging the figures back inside. Faintly, Chen Fei heard cries for help and curses, but they quickly disappeared. The chilling power transformed into several tentacles, shooting out like lightning, attempting to pull the person outside the gate back in. From a distance, Pingyan County seemed to come alive at this moment. The eastern gate looked like a voracious giant mouth, devouring everything around it. Just a glance at those tentacles would likely cause an ordinary person to drop dead instantly. Even Chen Fei could feel a chill contaminating his mental power. However, this slight contamination posed no real trouble for him at his current level. He quickly cleared it away. Disperse. Outside the eastern gate, Fang Ziqiu angrily shouted, forming hand seals. A formation instantly appeared in his hands and expanded to dozens of meters in size, blocking all of the tentacles. Crack, crack, crack. The formation and the tentacles collided, and the formation instantly froze, then shattered. But Fang Ziqiu had taken advantage of this moment to swiftly move. Already 100 meters away from Pingyan County. By now, Pingyan County couldn't drag Fang Ziqiu back inside. The eastern gate trembled for a moment, then slammed shut, and the entire county returned to its calm state. It was as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Fang Ziqiu noticed that the strangeness inside Pingyan County hadn't pursued him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't dare to linger in the same spot. He continued running forward. However, halfway through, Fang Ziqiu suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Fei ahead of him, his expression filled with caution. Fang Ziqiu was heavily injured, and even though Chen Fei didn't appear hostile, Fang Ziqiu couldn't afford to be careless. He remained wary, gave Chen Fei a few glances, then swiftly headed in another direction. Chen Fei had wanted to inquire about some things, but seeing Fang Ziqiu's demeanor, he knew that the other party wouldn't answer his questions. Engaging in an unnecessary battle without any grievances between them was not something Chen Fei wanted, especially considering that Fang Ziqiu's cultivation was clearly in the mid-stage of the aperture tempering realm, far superior to the early stage. Watching Fang Ziqiu depart and then looking at Pingyan County, Chen Fei's gaze had changed. Forcing someone at the mid-stage of the aperture tempering realm to flee in such a panic indicated that the danger level of Pingyan County's strangeness was much worse than he had imagined. Moreover, Shen Fei had seen other figures inside the eastern gate of Pingyan County just now. I can't afford to provoke this, Shen Fei thought to himself. He took one last look at Pingyan County, then swiftly moved away. Heading toward the location of Apricot Fen City, Shen Fei planned to rest there for a day before returning to the primordial sword sect. At this moment, several figures were fleeing urgently from a place about a dozen miles outside Apricot Fen City, as if a raging flood was chasing them. Bang! Shu Lan stumbled and fell to the ground, her hands instantly covered in blood. She didn't utter a word and quickly got back up. But after a moment, she staggered again. Her right foot had swollen up. Shu Wenian held Shu Lan's back and continued running forward. But after just a few steps, Shu Wenian was gasping for breath. The wound on his chest had reopened, staining his clothes with fresh blood. Grandfather, I can walk on my own. Shu Lan felt her grandfather's injuries and her eyes instantly turned red as she sobbed softly. I'm fine. Shu Wenian gritted his teeth and said. The pursuers were still behind them, and Shu Wenian couldn't afford to delay. Take this. Yuan Qiaojun quickly took out a pill from her pocket and handed it to Shu Wenian. He took it instinctively, and a medicinal fragrance wafted to his nose. It seemed like his wounds were rapidly improving. After a moment of hesitation, and considering the current situation, Shu Wenian tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. A warm current spread through him, and Shu Wenian noticed that the itching sensation at his chest, where the wound was, began to subside. The bleeding also stopped. Shu Wenian felt a pang of regret. Such a valuable pill shouldn't have been used on him, it was a waste. Shu Lan felt her grandfather's injuries were getting better, and her anxious expression eased slightly. But when she thought about the people chasing them from behind, her expression once again became troubled. Grandfather, where should we go now? Shu Lan asked in a low voice. Back to Apricot Fen City. It's crowded there, and we can conceal our aura. Hopefully, we can delay those people for a few days, Yuan Qiaojun said in a solemn tone. Chapter 2 of 49. Chapter 2 of 49. This deal can be done. Chapter 2 and 49. This deal can be done. Apricot Fen City. Shen Fei sat in a tavern, watching the bustling streets below. It had been 2 days since Shen Fei arrived in Apricot Fen City. He had made a brief visit to the Zhu family, but apart from some silver coins, there was no significant gain. Or perhaps, the things that could catch Shen Fei's eye were gradually becoming scarcer. Shen Fei planned to depart for his sect tomorrow. With his current cultivation level, he didn't need to follow the merchant caravan. The route was already familiar, and with his speed, he could reach his destination quickly. After a moment in the tavern, Shen Fei left and headed back to the inn where he was staying. However, halfway there, Shen Fei's footsteps involuntarily paused as two familiar auras appeared in his perception. Since breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, Shen Fei's core soul energy had grown significantly, allowing him to clearly sense changes in the surrounding auras. After a brief thought, Shen Fei's figure flickered, disappearing from his original location. When he reappeared, he was on the wall of another alley, looking down at 3 figures below. Zing! A person suddenly appeared on the wall, and Shu Wenian instinctively drew the blade in his hand. However, upon seeing the person on the wall clearly, Shu Wenian couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Chen. Shu Lan was also surprised to see Shen Fei after so many days. She was about to smile, but when she thought of their current situation, her smile faded. Run! Shu Wenian shouted in a low voice and continued to run forward with Shu Lan and Yuan Qiaojun. There were pursuers behind them, and Shu Wenian didn't want to burden Shen Fei. Shu Lan bit her lip and didn't dare to greet Shen Fei, fearing she might bring disaster upon him. However, thinking about whether she could avoid this disaster, she couldn't help but glance at Shen Fei again. Stop! Yuan Qiaojun grabbed Shu Wenian, turned to look at Shen Fei, and her eyes were filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief. Shu Wenian looked at Yuan Qiaojun in confusion, not understanding why she was behaving like this. Shu Lan also covered her mouth, staring at the scene in front of her with disbelief. Please, Senior, save us, Yuan Qiaojun whispered. Shu Wenian's mouth trembled, and he was so shocked that he couldn't find words to speak. Xu Lan also covered her mouth, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Chen Fei looked down at Yuan Qiajun, his expression somewhat surprised. The fact that the other party could sense his presence was unexpected. His ability to conceal his aura was not as perfect as it used to be due to the peculiarities of his acupoints, which caused his aura to interact with the surrounding spiritual energy. Chen Fei's core soul energy was still not enough to completely conceal this kind of fluctuation, especially when he had fully mastered the dragon-suppressing elephant's body section, but not the dragon-suppressing elephant's aperture part, which would have allowed him to better control his aura. Elder, we are being pursued. If Elder could protect us on our way to Qinghai City, we are willing to offer a piece of gold sky stone afterward, Yuan Qiajun said in a low voice, kneeling before Chen Fei. Yuan Qiajun, seeing that Chen Fei had no immediate response, raised her head to look at him. Chen Fei's expression remained impassive. The distance from Apricot Fen City to Qinghai City was approximately 200 to 300 miles. Not very far. As for gold sky stone, it was a rare spiritual material, known for its thickness and sharpness, much like refined steel. If he were to sell it, they could easily fetch several 100,000 taels of silver coins. The crucial point was that sometimes, even with money, it was difficult to obtain such materials, and many times, they had to be exchanged for other spiritual materials. Chen Fei's current Kain Yuan sword, with the addition of gold skystone, could be transformed from a semi-spiritual sword into a true spiritual sword in about a year. At most, this was significantly faster than Chen Fei's original plan, which might have taken 4 or 5 years to achieve. The difference between a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm with and without a spiritual weapon was quite significant. Weren't you all part of the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band before? With the strength of the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band, your safety should have been assured. Chen Fei turned to look at Xu Wenyan, expressing his confusion. Indeed, the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band, while expensive, was known for its safety. Bandits and the like would rarely dare to provoke the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band, as it would be tantamount to seeking death. So why had they returned to Apricot Fen City? Furthermore, judging by the dynamics among the three of them, Xu Wenyan, Xu Lan, and Yuan Qiajun, it was clear that Yuan Qiajun was the leader. However, during their time with the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band, Xu Wenyan and Xu Lan had never had any contact with Yuan Qiajun. In the caravan, did you pretend not to recognize each other? Chen Fei asked. The people from the Divine Flames sect attacked the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band, and the pursuers showed up at the same time. We had no choice but to flee. Xu Wenyan whispered. Divine Flames sect. Chen Fei's interest was piqued. Was it truly the Divine Flame sect? Or were they falsely accused? Young friend senior, could you help us reach Qinghai City? Xu Wenyan asked carefully. Even though he found this situation unbelievable, he trusted Yuan Qiajun, so he cautiously made the request to Chen Fei. I haven't been to Qinghai City before, but for now, let's not dwell on that. We should head to a safer location, Chen Fei said. He reached out with his right hand and collected strands of energy that had been drifting from Yuan Qiajun, absorbing them into his hand. Yuan Qiajun was surprised by what she saw. As the energy was taken from her, a sense of relief washed over her. Chen Fei inspected the energy in his hand. It was core soul energy, and someone had placed a marker on Yuan Qiajun. The technique was quite sophisticated, and Chen Fei couldn't have done it during his visceral tempering realm days. Not due to lack of core soul energy, but the absence of such a technique. Let's go. Chen Fei waved his hand, using his spiritual energy to hold onto the three of them, and they disappeared into the alley. A few moments later, several figures appeared in the alley. They repeatedly checked the spot where Yuan Qiajun had last been seen, but they couldn't sense the location of the core soul energy marker. The marker is gone. It seems someone erased it. Report this upwards. Yes. The figures communicated for a while before disappearing into the alley. Several 100 meters away, Chen Fei and the others appeared in a courtyard. It had been uninhabited for a long time, making it suitable for a private conversation. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Yuan Qiaojun bowed respectfully. Gratitude in her words. From Chen Fei's recent actions, Yuan Qiaojun knew she hadn't guessed wrong. The person before her was indeed a strong cultivator in the aperture tempering realm. Our brother Chen, weren't you at the bone tempering realm in your cultivation? Xu Lan looked at Chen Fei's handsome profile and felt a bit unfamiliar. Back when they were in the caravan, Chen Fei had only been at the bone tempering realm, and he had been looked down upon by her grandfather. But how had he become so powerful in such a short time? I concealed my aura back then, Chen Fei said, smiling at Xu Lan. Seeing Chen Fei's smile, Xu Lan's nervousness began to dissipate. Indeed, Brother Chen was still the same Brother Chen, just as kind as before. Xu Wenyan stood by, recalling the guidance he had given Chen Fei in the past. His old face felt a bit hot. Thinking back, his words to Chen Fei might have been somewhat embarrassing. Please explain your situation, Chen Fei said, turning his attention to Yuan Qiaojun. If the situation was too complicated, he might consider making a trip to Qinghai City, especially with a gold sky stone as a bargaining chip. 1 a.m. from the Yuan family in Qinghai City. Without hesitation, Yuan Qiaojun explained her entire situation. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan Qiaojun finished her explanation. Looking at Chen Fei with hope in her eyes, Chen Fei remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Indeed, Yuan Qiaojun's situation was relatively straightforward, or one might even say, very simple. Yuan Qiaojun's family, the Huan family, was a direct line of the Qinghai City. She had been studying martial arts in Immortal Cloud City for many years, hoping to achieve greater martial success. However, due to limited talent, her cultivation had remained at the marrow tempering realm for many years. According to Yuan Qiaojun, she had hoped to continue her cultivation in Immortal Cloud City. However, a while ago, news arrived from Qinghai City that her family's patriarch, her father, had been seriously injured and passed away suddenly. Yuan Qiaojun's father had been a devoted man. After her mother's death during childbirth, he never remarried, and Yuan Qiaojun became the sole heir of the direct line. Although there was only one direct heir in the Yuan family, there were other branches of the family. In Qinghai City, the Yuan family was considered a large clan, so some members hoped that Yuan Qiaojun wouldn't return. The gold sky stone Yuan Qiaojun promised was a precious item in the Yuan family's treasury. Her father had acquired it through fortunate circumstances, and only 3 people in the entire Yuan family knew about it. Yuan Qiaojun's father had kept it for times of crisis when they might need the help of an aperture tempering realm expert. As for Xu Wenyan and Xu Lan, they were Yuan Qiaojun's bodyguards and maid. They were there to provide companionship rather than attend to her daily needs, which were taken care of in Immortal Cloud City. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they even pretended not to recognize each other in the caravan. In their return journey to Qinghai City, Xu Wenyan and Xu Lan naturally followed along. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they continued to act as if they didn't know each other within the caravan. However, they never expected their luck to be this bad. The Immortal Cloud merchant band had been targeted. If the caravan had been fine, Yuan Qiaojun might have faced difficulties only after reaching Qinghai City. But now, they were forced to flee back to Apricot Fen City, where they might even face death. Chen Fei looked at Yuan Qiaojun and met Xu Lan's hopeful gaze. He couldn't help but smile. The Yuan family didn't have any aperture tempering realm experts. Their highest cultivation level was in the visceral tempering realm. Even among the hired assassins, some members of the Yuan family had recruited for this mission showed limited skill. But considering the Yuan family's wealth, they couldn't afford to hire aperture tempering realm assassins for such a task. Then let's make a trip to Qinghai City. I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Chen Fei agreed after a moment of contemplation. The journey to Qinghai City would be relatively short, probably taking 4 or 5 days. After receiving the gold sky stone, Chen Fei could quickly return to his sect. It was just a couple of days' delay to obtain a piece of gold sky stone was indeed a profitable deal. Thank you so much, Senior. Yuan Qiaojun cried tears of joy. The heavy burden on her heart had finally been lifted. "Thank you." Brother Chen Shu Lan stood nearby, wanting to hug Chen Fei, but she didn't dare. "Thank you." Senior Chu Wenyan grinned, although his way of addressing Chen Fei differed slightly from his granddaughters. At this moment, Chu Wenyan wasn't concerned about such formalities. Indeed, the most crucial thing for them now was to return safely to Qianhai City. The next morning, a carriage departed from Apricot Fen City. Heading toward Qianhai City, Chen Fei sat in the carriage, cultivating the Zhanyuan sword, while the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his meridians. Shu Lan sat beside him, looking at Chen Fei with starry eyes. Chu Wenyan observed his granddaughter's behavior and thought that her taste in men was excellent. Chapter 250 Rain Tower. Chapter 250 Rain Tower. Senior, are you the chief true transmission disciple of the primordial sword sect? Late at night, by the campfire, Yuan Qiajun asked softly. 2 days ago, Chen Fei had introduced himself by name, and upon hearing that name, the first thing that came to Yuan Qiajun's mind was the primordial sword sect. It had been 2 days since they left Apricot Fen City, and during these 2 days, Yuan Qiajun had gained some understanding of Chen Fei's character. He was easygoing and unassuming, not one to assert dominance. If it weren't for the occasional sense of fluctuation coming from Chen Fei up close, Yuan Qiajun would have doubted whether Chen Fei was truly a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm. In Yuan Qiajun's impression, those aperture tempering realm cultivators were always aloof and imposing. Even from a distance, you could sense their overwhelming pressure, making one's heart palpitate. Yes, Chen Fei nodded, not denying his identity. He stared at the sparks constantly jumping out of the firewood, sensing a vague threat from all directions. 2 days had passed, and everything had been calm along the way. However, Chen Fei knew that the people pursuing Yuan Qiajun would soon catch up. Although he had removed the spiritual mark in Yuan Qiajun, those pursuers could still track her and were following closely. After 2 days of preparation, Chen Fei could sense that those pursuers were getting impatient. After all, the journey to Qianhai City was only a few days away. If there were any unexpected circumstances along the way, they might not be able to keep Yuan Qiajun here, and the mission would fail. The only thing those assassins couldn't determine was Chen Fei's sudden appearance and what kind of strength he possessed. The time was too short, and no matter how good their intelligence was, they couldn't immediately discover Chen Fei's identity. Unable to discover his identity, they naturally couldn't know his strength, which was one of the reasons those assassins had not made a move yet. "Brother Chen, here you go." Shu Lan approached softly, her cheeks flushed by the firelight, and under the moonlight, she looked delicate and charming. Shu Lan handed the warm wine to Chen Fei and quickly went to prepare other food. "Thank you." Chen Fei took the wine jug, smiled softly, and poured the wine into his mouth, enjoying its mellow sweetness. Compared to the wine they had on the merchant caravan journey, this wine was undoubtedly of much higher quality. Chu Wenyan was sitting beside them, happily drinking wine, occasionally glancing around with a vigilant gaze. Although there was already a powerful cultivator like Chen Fei in the group, Chu Wenyan did not relax and continued to fulfill his duties. "Your name has recently spread throughout the surrounding cities of Immortal Cloud City. If others find out that Senior has already broken through to the aperture tempering realm, it might cause quite a stir," Yuan Qiajun said with deep respect. When Chen Fei had achieved the second position among the true disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, his fame had already resonated within 100 miles, and it even caused a wave of people wanting to join the Primordial Sword Sect as disciples. Yuan Qiajun was a disciple of another sect in Immortal Cloud City, and initially, her first choice was the Sunken Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, she was not selected by them. She had also considered joining the Primordial Sword Sect, but it was known that one could become an outer disciple by merely paying a fee, which gave it a somewhat martial arts school-like feeling. In the end, Yuan Qiajun hesitated and chose to join another sect. If Yuan Qiajun had also been a disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect, things might have been different, and they wouldn't have felt so distant. Unfortunately, Such things were unpredictable. After all, who could have expected that the primordial sword sect, which had been in decline for a long time, would produce a disciple like Chen Fei, who was not inferior to the true disciples of the immortal cloud sword sect and had even broken through to the aperture tempering realm. Cultivating the aperture tempering realm and the visceral tempering realm was a world of difference. And one word made all the difference. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Breaking through to the aperture tempering realm was certainly a cause for celebration. But over these past few days, Chen Fei had already calmed down. In his view, the aperture tempering realm was just a point on the path of martial arts. There were many things Chen Fei had to do next, and he felt it wasn't worth being proud and complacent at this early stage of the aperture tempering realm. Half an hour later, after finishing their dry rations, the group began to close their eyes and rest one by one. They were all martial practitioners, and during these special times, they didn't fuss too much about comfort and could manage with just leaning against something for the night. Chen Fei closed his eyes and crossed his legs, his core soul energy flowing around him. The Zhang Yuan sword technique circulated slowly within his body, his aperture points trembling as strands of vital energy flowed into them, becoming part of his cultivation. In the aperture tempering realm, the cultivation primarily involved opening up aperture points. Besides filling each aperture point with vital energy, the growth of core soul energy was crucial. Only when core soul energy was strong enough could one control the powerful forces within the aperture points and subsequently open new ones. If core soul energy couldn't keep up, one's cultivation progress would slow down, or even stagnate. However, good cultivation techniques naturally tempered core soul energy during the process of cultivating aperture points, allowing core soul energy and cultivation to grow together. The Zhang Yuan sword technique was like this. Through systematic practice, both core soul energy and vital energy would continuously strengthen until they reached the limits of one's talent, at which point progress would slow down. The Zhang Yuan sword technique emphasized depth, so the cultivation speed was not particularly fast. It could only be considered average. Chen Fei's current core soul energy was roughly equivalent to a cultivator who had opened up a dozen or so aperture points. Therefore, he wouldn't encounter stagnation in his cultivation in the near future. But it wouldn't progress too quickly either. It would probably take nearly a year to open one aperture point once he had perfected the Zhang Yuan sword technique. This was about the limit for martial practitioners with exceptionally strong talents. If Chen Fei wanted to progress faster, he would have to use elixirs, not ordinary herbs. Though, even herbs that were several decades old wouldn't suffice. He would need spirit herbs to aid his cultivation. The primordial sword sect distributed elixirs to aperture tempering realm cultivators every month, but the quantity was limited. To significantly speed up cultivation, one had to find their own sources. Alchemizing elixirs wasn't a problem for Chen Fei, but the issue lay in sourcing spirit herbs, which was quite challenging. Trying to buy them was difficult, because they were controlled by various noble families and sects. Another way to accelerate cultivation was by strengthening core soul energy. If core soul energy could significantly surpass the progress of aperture points, it could push the opening of new aperture points in the reverse direction. For core soul energy, the Thousand Threads technique of the Alchemists Alliance was one direction, but it required a substantial contribution level to acquire. Another potential avenue was the Dragon-Elephant Formation aperture section of Dragon-Elephant Formation. However, Chen Fei had yet to explore this aspect and didn't know if his speculation was correct. However, with the mystique of the dragon-suppressing elephant's body section, Chen Fei was certain that the technique would not disappoint him. The only challenge was the process of refining and simplifying the dragon-suppressing elephant, which made Chen Fei frown because it required a considerable amount of silver coins. As the night grew deeper, Yuan Qiaojun and Chu Lan had already fallen asleep, and Chu Wenian pretended to be asleep, keeping an eye on the surroundings. While Chen Fei was continuously refining himself, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. After a moment, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. It felt as if those steps were treading on the heart's vital point, causing Chu Wenian to clutch his chest. And Yuan Qiaojun and Chu Lan were also startled awake. looking at the newcomer in shock. The heart-stepping technique. Shen Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly, and as he uttered those words, the sensation of feeling like his heart was about to burst suddenly disappeared. You know your stuff. Shen Fei didn't get up. The heart-stepping technique was somewhat well-known because it belonged to an organization. The Rain Pavilion. Are you assassins from the Rain Pavilion? Shen Fei remained seated, and the heart-stepping technique was somewhat well-known because it belonged to an organization. The Rain Pavilion. The Rain Pavilion was not just about simple assassination, they also accepted other commissions as long as the price was right. They were willing to undertake many tasks. Of course, most people who sought the Rain Pavilion were looking for assassination missions, which was their primary expertise. Assassination was often simpler than other tasks. That's correct. Guilin stopped his steps at a distance of about 20 meters from Chen Fei. He believed this distance was safe. Any closer, and it would become uncertain. Who commissioned this task? I'm willing to pay. Can you cancel the mission? Yuan Qiajun had also heard of the Rain Pavilion's reputation and hastily spoke. If the problem could be solved with money, she would gladly do so. Miss Yuan is joking. Qianan smiled faintly and glanced at Yuan Qiajun with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He then turned to Chen Fei and said, since you're familiar with the Rain Pavilion, you should know our principles. Once we accept a mission, we carry it out to the end. Yuan Qiajun and the others felt a chill down their spines. Did this mean they were in for relentless pursuit? Being targeted by an organization like the Rain Pavilion was terrifying beyond imagination. Only those who had faced it directly could understand the fear. I've heard that as long as you eliminate a few of your members, the mission will automatically be cancelled, Chen Fei said with a soft laugh. There was no need for relentless pursuit. The Rain Pavilion was an organization that operated for profit, not for other purposes. If a mission became too difficult or would undoubtedly result in losses, the Rain Pavilion would abandon it. Unless the employer offered a higher reward, the Rain Pavilion might continue. I'm here to persuade you to leave. We're just strangers who happen to cross paths. Why involve yourself in such trouble? Qianan tried to persuade Chen Fei patiently. Hearing Chen Pel's words, Qianan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he continued to patiently persuade. They had checked, and Yuan Qiajun had no prior connection to Chen Fei. They didn't know each other at all. Given the reputation of the Rain Pavilion, most people who witnessed such a situation would think twice. Your persuasion seems insincere. Chen Fei shook his head slightly, and with a pointing motion of his right hand, a black light flashed from his fingertip and disappeared. The next moment, there was a sound of a heavy object falling in the distance. A gentle breeze blew, and the smell of blood slowly drifted over from afar. Chen Fei flicked his finger lightly, and thin wisps of smoke gathered in front of him. These were the poisonous gas had already been surging in their direction when Qianan appeared just now. Chapter 251 Chapter 251 Suppression. Chapter 251 Suppression. Colorless and tasteless, blending into the wind. Even those in the refining dirty realm would find it difficult to detect it for a moment. By the time you realize it, the poison has already taken root deep within. For most poisons, their effectiveness diminishes for those in the marrow tempering realm and can even be transported out of the body by manipulating one's qi and blood in the visceral tempering realm. However, all of this takes time, and when martial artists engage in combat, they seek opportunities within those fleeting moments. If your combat capabilities are lowered in the present, that's the greatest victory. On one hand, Qianan tried to persuade, but in reality, he had already ordered someone to poison the scene. Whether Chen Fei refused or agreed later, all the initiative was in Qianan's hands. However, Qianan did not anticipate that Chen Fei would point and instantly kill the hidden assassins who had been poisoning from afar, simultaneously gathering the poison gas in the palm of his hand. What kind of technique was this? It was simply unprecedented. Attack! With a loud shout, countless arrows flew from a distance, covering the area where Chen Fei and his group were situated. Upon closer inspection, each arrowhead was coated with a shiny green substance, evidently infused with a potent toxin. Not only arrows, but various hidden weapons also surged toward them. In an instant, This place turned into a desperate situation with no way out. Seeing the scene before her, Yuan Qiaojun became bewildered, and Chu Wenian pulled Yuan Qiaojun and Chu Lan to hide behind the carriage. Chu Wenian wasn't sure if this was a viable strategy, but he knew that, in the face of everything happening, they could only trust Chen Fei and the capabilities of an aperture tempering realm expert. If Chen Fei couldn't handle the current situation, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. Wind gathering technique. At some point, Chen Fei had already stood up and extended his right hand forward. The entire world seemed to pause for a moment, and in the next instant, a strong wind swept across, with Chen Fei's right hand at the center, sweeping in all directions. Those arrows and hidden weapons flying towards them were disrupted by this gust of wind, losing their original trajectories and shooting off in other directions. Within a 5-meter radius of Chen Fei, it became an absolute safe zone, where none of the attacks could land. The wind gathering technique, a martial art Chen Fei had learned in the mysterious domain, cost him a hefty 40,000 taels of silver for simplification. This technique, which both Lu Zichun and him, in the aperture tempering realm, were willing to learn, was undoubtedly extraordinary. After simplification, it could be comprehended by merely blowing air, and Chen Fei had already mastered it to great completion in these few days. In its perfected form, the wind gathering technique had exhibited effects that far exceeded Chen Fei's expectations. Wind gathering and lightfootedness were abilities Chen Fei had originally thought of, but after reaching the great completion state, the wind gathering technique acquired an additional feature: wind listening. Wherever there was wind, sound could be carried into Chen Fei's ears. This was an incredibly powerful ability, which made Chen Fei somewhat delighted. Seeing the sharp attacks being thwarted by Chen Fei, smiles appeared on the faces of Yuan Qiaojun and Chu Lan. Both of them looked at Chen Fei with admiration. In a dire situation, someone stepping forward to turn the tide easily won the hearts of those around them. Far away, Qu Wenan's eyes widened slightly. Dozens of assassins had prepared a joint attack, but Chen Fei had broken it with a single move, something Qu Wenan had never anticipated. However, Qu Wenan did not issue a retreat order. Although Chen Fei's displayed abilities far exceeded his expectations, he was still within the visceral tempering realm's range and hadn't demonstrated the abilities of the aperture tempering realm. But all of this couldn't make them retreat. Hiss! Several icy glimmers suddenly appeared around Chen Fei. At some point, a few figures had emerged from underground, wielding short blades gleaming with cold light, which sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a dark figure suddenly flashed and appeared next to Yuan Qiaojun, thrusting toward her head. However, Yuan Qiaojun and the other two were completely unaware, as their attention was focused on the assassins around Chen Fei. They had never expected that there were other assassins lurking, targeting them this time. The primary objective of this mission had always been Yuan Qiaojun. Killing her was the most important task. As for Chen Fei, if they could kill him, they would, and if they couldn't, they wouldn't push it. They are all here. Chen Fei scanned his surroundings, gripping the Cane Yuan sword in his right hand and lightly tapping the ground. In an instant, the Zhanyuan force field instantly pervaded the area, dragging all the assassins surrounding Chen Fei and the hidden shadows behind Yuan Qiaojun's group forcefully onto the ground. Whoosh! The Zhanyuan sword pearl flashed by, and several figures instantly stopped struggling. Not only these assassins, but also the dozens of others lying in ambush in the distance were pierced through by the Zhanyuan sword pearl. They hadn't even realized what had happened before they were killed. The Zhanyuan sword formation made dealing with martial artists in the body tempering realm as simple as slaughtering chickens and sheep. It was highly effective for controlling the situation. Bang! The sword pearl collided with Qu Wenan's blade, immediately causing cracks to appear on the blade. Qu Wenan was horrified and had never expected Chen Fei's combat power to be so exaggerated. If Qu Wenan had known how formidable Chen Fei was, even if he were given 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to stand so close. Qu Wenan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body's blood instantly boiled. Taking advantage of the force of the sword pearl, he disappeared from his original location. The blood body flash. It was a technique commonly used by Rain Pavilion assassins. In a critical moment, it could lead to a mutual kill with the enemy, or, if there was no chance of winning, it could be used to escape. Let's go. Let's completely resolve this. Shen Fei looked at Qiuinan's blood-red figure and waved his right hand, leading Yuan Qiajian's group to follow behind Qiuinan. Naturally, Shen Fei had intentionally let Qiuinan go. Otherwise, how could a visceral tempering realm expert withstand Shen Fei's attacks? Rain Pavilion's assassins were troublesome, and unless they were completely eliminated, they would continue to launch attacks in the future. Shen Fei didn't want to deal with Rain Pavilion's harassment for the next few days, so he decided to clear out all of Rain Pavilion's people in the vicinity, strangling the trouble in its cradle. The wind-gathering technique with its wind-listening feature began to take effect. Shen Fei locked onto the faint sounds coming from Qiuinan ahead and followed calmly. Qiuinan, in the front, was running frantically, feeling that Shen Fei hadn't caught up with him. Qiuinan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to be complacent. Qiuinan took out a bottle of potion and poured it over his head. Even if there were any mental markers, this potion could taint them, rendering them ineffective. Qiuinan ran to a nearby river and leaped into it. Even if Shen Fei caught up later, the twisting and complicated paths under the riverbed were enough to shake him off. This was a contingency escape route Qiuinan had planned, just in case. He never expected to use it today. Inside the river, Qiuinan continued to dive, reaching a fork in the waterway and swimming further in. After holding his breath for a quarter of an hour, Qiuinan resurfaced. Qiuinan glanced around. He was now several miles away from where he had jumped into the water. At this distance, Qiuinan didn't believe that Shen Fei could catch up. Nevertheless, Qiuinan wasn't taking any chances. After taking a deep breath, he submerged himself again and continued to follow the preplanned route to withdraw. It was his life on the line, and Qiuinan would rather go to some trouble to eliminate potential dangers. Having repeated this process 3 times, Qiuinan had distanced himself from the original spot where he had jumped into the water by 10 miles. At this distance, Qiuinan didn't believe that Shen Fei could continue to pursue him. Qiuinan jumped onto the shore, oriented himself, and dashed to the right. In less than a stick of incense's time, Qiuinan arrived in a dense forest where several figures stood in the shadows, appearing eerie. Seeing Qiuinan, several figures descended, but when they noticed Qiuinan's injuries, their brows furrowed slightly. "What happened? Are you the only one who came back?" Yuan Haixing asked with a frown. "There's been trouble. Everyone's dead." Qiuinan's face turned pale. The blood body flash recoil had left him extremely weak, and this weakness would persist for several months. If not managed properly, it could lead to lasting consequences. "Aperture tempering realm," the other people exclaimed. "I'm not sure. The distance was too far, and I couldn't sense it clearly," Qiuinan replied. Qiuinan recalled the battle from earlier. Shen Fei had treated it too casually, as if he regarded them as insignificant. However, many powerful individuals in the visceral tempering realm behave similarly. The main issue was that Shen Fei's appearance made him seem very young. Even the true disciples of sects took several years to break through to the visceral tempering realm, typically achieving it in their 30s. Shen Fei appeared to be in his 20s at most. "If I was in the visceral tempering realm, you probably wouldn't have come back," Yuan Haixing said solemnly. Yuan Haixing understood the power of the visceral tempering realm. Although Qiuinan was not weak, escaping from someone in the visceral tempering realm alive was definitely not as simple as using a blood body flash. "So, what should we do next?" Qiuinan asked in a low voice. "We've killed so many of our Rain Pavilion people. This matter is far from over. Plus, even if there's someone in the aperture tempering realm involved, the payment from the employer is already sufficient. We'll report the situation, and they'll respond accordingly." Yuan Haixing's eyes narrowed as he spoke sternly. "So, is everyone present already?" An indifferent voice suddenly rang out, and Yuan Haixing and the others were startled. Then, they quickly moved, running in various directions. Buzz! A force field pressed down, immobilizing all of them in place. Yuan Haixing and the others had just begun to struggle when a black sword bead quietly approached their foreheads. Sensing the immense power contained in the sword bead, Yuan Haixing and the others stopped struggling, not daring to make any movements, for fear of triggering the sword bead's backlash. You still haven't answered me. Is everyone here? Chen Fei approached with Yuan Qiujun and the others. Qiunan had tried various methods to escape from Chen Fei, but ultimately, it was all in vain. Sir, are you an aperture tempering realm expert? Rain Pavilion also has aperture tempering realm assassins. But since there was one involved in this mission, well, return and cancel it, Yuan Haixing said in a low voice. So, you're threatening me, trying to make me let you all go willingly. Right. Chen Fei's figure flickered, appearing in front of Yuan Haixing. He looked at Yuan Haixing and said, moreover, you just said that the payment from the employer was sufficient. So you lied, didn't you? No. Yuan Haixing wanted to resist when he saw the sword bead move, but it was already too late. He shivered and collapsed to the side. Who's willing to speak and explain the specific situation? Chen Fei turned to Qiunan and the others. Chapter 252. Chapter 252. You are not worthy. Chapter 252. You are not worthy. Qiunan and the others exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with fear. They were assassins who showed no regard for human life. But when it came to their own lives, they cherished them greatly. Chen Fei's sudden act of violence, without any hesitation, made him appear just as ruthless as they were. They knew it was a show of force, but it had effectively intimidated them. They didn't want to die. Can we go free once we've said our piece? Someone asked in a hushed tone. Perhaps. Chen Fei replied after a moment. Perhaps. Qiunan and the others felt a shiver down their spines. This answer was too ambiguous, almost like not saying anything at all. Whether they would survive this ordeal or not would ultimately depend on Chen Fei's mood. However, for now, they chose to remain defiant, refusing to speak, but they didn't have the courage to do otherwise. Somebody down at Rain Pavilion assigned a task, requesting that Miss Yuan never return to Qinghai City. The price offered was very high, which is why this operation was initiated. And everyone involved in this operation is here, Qiunan stubbornly explained, despite the fact that normally, such matters were kept confidential, known only to the assassins who accepted the missions. However, it was clear that these were not normal circumstances. When one's life was hanging by a thread, one's own rules and codes didn't hold much weight. Is the pace so substantial that even with aperture tempering realm cultivators involved, Rain Pavilion is still proceeding with this task? Chen Fei asked with interest. It seemed that the Yuan family was putting everything on the line for this. Yes. Even with aperture tempering realm cultivators involved, the mission will continue because the target is Miss Yuan, not the aperture tempering realm cultivators. Qiunan explained. Chen Fei's expression subtly changed, and he nodded. The target of the mission remained Yuan Qiujun, and even with aperture tempering realm cultivators protecting her, it was still simpler to take a life than to protect one. Killing wasn't limited to direct confrontations. If they had known beforehand that Chen Fei was an aperture tempering realm cultivator, the ambush wouldn't have played out the way it did. They would have opted for alternative assassination methods. Unfortunately, they had only now realized that Chen Fei was an aperture tempering realm cultivator. The information asymmetry had turned their ambush into a farce and had trapped everyone involved in this mission here. Yuan Qiujun, standing on the side, listened to Qiunan's words with a desolate expression. Even with aperture tempering realm protectors, they still intended to carry out the assassination. They were all part of the same family, so why were they so heartless? Xu Lan sensed Yuan Qiujun's dejection and stood closely by her side, while Chu Wenai sighed softly. This was the reality of powerful families when it came to interests. So-called family bonds often couldn't prevent them from taking action. Chirp, chirp, a bird's cry echoed, and a flying creature circled in the sky continuously. Chen Fei looked up, and in the next moment, as if being dragged by some unseen force, the flying creature began to descend. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't prevent its descent. There's new information coming in, Qiunan quickly said, fearing any misunderstanding. He knew that if Chen Fei became displeased, They might lose their lives before they could even explain. Chen Fei nodded, and Qiunan hurriedly approached, taking the piece of paper from beneath the bird's feet. This bird was part of his flock and was used for exchanging messages with Rain Pavilion. Qiunan quickly glanced at the information on the paper and then unfolded it, displaying it for Chen Fei to see. Chen Fei glanced at it, and it was all in code. With no specific decryption method, no message was discernible. The pavilion has received a message speculating on your possible 3 identities based on the information they obtained roaming cultivators Iobo, Immortal Cloud True Transmission Disciple Naichuanshan, and Chen Fei, Chief of Primordial Sword Sect True Transmission Peak. Qiunan said, not wanting to keep Chen Fei in the dark. Chen Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Rain Pavilion was indeed a veteran assassin organization. They had quickly narrowed down his identity to a certain range. Roaming cultivator Xiaobo was unfamiliar to Chen Fei, but judging by the name, it seemed to be a renowned wandering cultivator. Immortal Cloud True Transmission Disciple Naichuanshan, on the other hand, was someone Chen Fei knew. He had met him once at the Immortal Cloud's sword sect. In terms of age and appearance, both Chen Fei and this Xiaobo seemed somewhat similar. They had likely both appeared in Apricot Fen City recently. Furthermore, it says on here, Qiunan was about to continue explaining the content on the paper when he suddenly saw that Chen Fei had turned his gaze forward, his demeanor changing from casual to serious. Your spiritual awareness is sharp, let me guess. Roaming cultivator Xiaobo. Although it's widely rumored that he can break through to the Aperture Tempering Realm within 5 years, Aperture Tempering Realm breakthroughs are exceedingly difficult for wandering cultivators, and Xiaobo wouldn't risk it until the last moment. A figure strolled out leisurely, not paying any attention to Chen Fei's early detection. Instead, he continued his speech. Naichuanshan, although listed among the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's True Transmission Disciples, holds a relatively low rank, and breaking through would still take several years. Dai Fengshuan slowly approached, stopping about 10 meters away from Chen Fei, but Chief of Primordial Sword Sect's Transmission Peak, Chen Fei, tied for second in the Immortal Cloud True Transmission rankings, with unlimited potential, and has suddenly disappeared from the Primordial Sword Sect. It seems that he has successfully broken through. Dai Fengshuan's face revealed a hint of a smile. Chen Fei. Am I right? Rain Pavilion. Chen Fei looked at Dai Fengshuan, his Aperture Tempering Realm aura clearly evident. Dai Fengshuan hadn't bothered to conceal it. The earlier statement that Chen Fei had noticed Dai Fengshuan was more of a formality. In reality, Dai Fengshuan had approached openly. Dai Fengshuan's actions conveyed a certain attitude. He didn't care whether Chen Fei had detected him or not, because none of this would affect what he was about to do. Such arrogance, but more than that, it was a severe underestimation of Chen Fei's strength and an extreme confidence in his own abilities. In Dai Fengshuan's eyes, although Chen Fei was an Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator, he was just a newly advanced Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator. Going from the Visceral Tempering Realm to the Aperture Tempering Realm was indeed a significant leap in power, but that was only in comparison to the Visceral Tempering Realm. In the eyes of experienced Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators like Dai Fengshuan, someone who had just broken through was undoubtedly the weakest. They lacked spiritual weapons. Their first aperture might not even be fully charged, and they might not have fully mastered the Aperture Tempering Realm techniques. Without several years of refinement, a newly advanced Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator could only suppress Body Tempering Realm cultivators. Compared to their peers at the same Aperture Tempering Realm stage, they were considered quite weak, even if Chen Fei was an internal martial artist of a sect. The same held true. Any veteran wandering cultivator pulled out at random would likely be much stronger than a newly advanced Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator. This was Dai Fengshuan's confidence, built on his many years of experience in the martial world. Upon seeing Dai Fengshuan's appearance, Yuan Qiaojun and her 2 companions were all startled and instinctively took a few steps back, fearing that they might cause trouble for Chen Fei. On the contrary, Qiunan and the others were excited. They recognized Dai Fengshuan, a well-known Aperture Tempering Realm assassin within Rain Pavilion, who had achieved Aperture Tempering Realm status many years ago. With Dai Fengshuan here, there was hope that they could all be rescued. I asked the question first. And you didn't answer but instead asked me. Your behavior lacks courtesy. Dai Fengshuan lightly chuckled, shaking his head as if somewhat disappointed in Chen Fei. You're not worthy. Chen Fei replied emotionlessly. Insolence. Dai Fengshuan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Chen Fei to dare speak these words. An aperture tempering realm cultivator who had just broken through. Did he think he was still in the visceral tempering realm, free to say whatever he pleased? Dai Fengshuan had noticed the blade Chen Fei was holding, which was nothing more than a semi-spiritual weapon. Not even a full spiritual weapon. How could someone without a spiritual weapon dare to speak so arrogantly in his presence? It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect before your strength catches up. You should learn to be humble. Dai Fengshuan snorted coldly, and the blade in his hand moved. A strong gust of wind swept up, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of Chen Fei, bringing the blade down towards Chen Fei's head. Profound wind technique. Dai Fengshuan's primary aperture tempering realm cultivation technique. When fully mastered, it could open up 7 to 4 apertures. And Dai Fengshuan had been fortunate enough to obtain a complete profound wind technique that he could continue to cultivate into the later stages of the aperture tempering realm. Dai Fengshuan had been an aperture tempering realm cultivator for over a decade. With 6 apertures opened, he wielded a spiritual weapon, and every move he made sent ferocious wind blades slicing through the air. In the world of aperture tempering realm wandering cultivators, his strength was considered quite remarkable. However, Dai Fengshuan's innate talent was rather ordinary. It took him 2 or 3 years to open each aperture. With a straightforward cultivation path, he would never have reached the later stages of the aperture tempering realm in his lifetime. Consequently, a few years ago, Dai Fengshuan joined Rain Pavilion. It wasn't a matter of allegiance, but rather cooperation. Dai Fengshuan saw Rain Pavilion as a platform to obtain the resources he needed. Dai Fengshuan's presence here was due to a mission he had accepted to assassinate Chen Fei. Several months ago, someone had posted a mission at Rain Pavilion, offering a reward equivalent to assassinating an aperture tempering realm powerhouse. Clearly, whoever wanted Chen Fei dead had put a significant stake on the line. After receiving the 3 possible identities that Rain Pavilion had deduced, Dai Fengshuan guessed that this location was highly likely to be where he could find Chen Fei. So he had come directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, a black tendril extended in front of Chen Fei, containing 10 sword beads. When Dai Fengshuan's strike shattered 7 of them, they immediately reformed. The Zhanyuan force formation unfolded beneath Chen Fei's feet, enveloping Dai Fengshuan within it. Unless the power significantly exceeded the formation's strength, simply breaking the sword beads wouldn't destroy the Zhanyuan force formation. This was the brilliance of the Zhanyuan sword. Zhanyuan sword. It seems I've chosen the right person. Sensing the sword formation enveloping him, Dai Fengshuan was surprised that Chen Fei had progressed so quickly in mastering the Zhanyuan sword technique. But he was even more excited to have identified the right target. Bang! 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 Inside the formation, sword beads shot toward Dai Fengshuan one by one, but he effortlessly blocked them all. Compared to the time when Chen Fei had killed Lu Zhichen, Dai Fengshuan might not be as powerful in his prime, but at this moment, he was uninjured and at his peak combat strength. Back then, the sword beads had been able to force Lu Zhichen, who was covered in injuries, into a desperate situation. Now, they couldn't even get close to Dai Fengshuan, let alone harm him. Primordial sword. Sects. Zhanyuan sword may be renowned, but its effectiveness depends on the person using it. Based on your current state, do you really think you can harm me? Dai Fengshuan began to approach Chen Fei step by step. 10 sword beads, barely visible to the naked eye, continuously attacked him. But Dai Fengshuan easily deflected each one. He even had no trouble stopping to speak, completely unfazed by the sword beads. Chapter 253. Chapter 253. Refining sword into threads. Chapter 253. Refining sword into threads. Uwen Qiujun and the other 2 watched the scene before them, especially when they heard Dai Fengshuan's words. Their hearts were on edge. They were not only worried about Chen Fei's safety, but also fearful for their own situation. If Chen Fei lost, their lives would also be in jeopardy. How could they not be anxious and afraid? Qiunan licked his lips and looked at Yuan Qiajun. At this moment, they couldn't take action yet, as the outcome was still uncertain. However, judging from the situation, although Chen Fei was also in the aperture tempering realm, he was undoubtedly much weaker than Dai Fengshuan. But this was normal, considering he had just broken through to the aperture tempering realm not long ago. His strength was bound to be significantly lower compared to those experienced practitioners at the same level. It would take a few years of cultivation to possibly raise his own combat power. Inside the sword formation, the speed of the 10 sword beads was getting faster and faster, and Dai Fengshuan's movements became slightly slower. Each sword bead was equivalent to a full-force attack from a peak aperture tempering realm practitioner. Moreover, within the sword formation, there was no need to consider coordination between martial artists, so the combined power of the 10 sword beads far exceeded the joint attack of 10 aperture tempering realm martial artists. And with the pull of the Zhanyuan force field, the Zhanyuan sword formation was truly worthy of the name of the primordial sword sex heritage. However, all of this might not be enough to stop Dai Fengshuan's advance. Is that all there is, primordial chief? Is this all you've got? You're really disappointing me. Why don't you show me the real strength behind your tough talk? Dai Fengshuan casually dispelled the attacks of 3 sword beads and stared directly at Chen Fei, wearing a mocking smile on his face. Earlier, Chen Fei had spoken boldly, and Dai Fengshuan had thought that maybe Chen Fei had some hidden power. Given his status as the chief disciple of Primordial, that title carried a lot of weight. But now, a Zhanyuan sword formation, while impressive, was still just that. If it were other primordial sect elders using it, Dai Fengshuan might have already run far away. But if Chen Fei only had this much power today, then Chen Fei's head would be his. As you wish. A faint gleam appeared in Chen Fei's eyes, and the spiritual tree in his sea of consciousness trembled violently. In the next moment, the sword beads in the formation underwent a sudden transformation, turning into threads of swords. The 10 sword beads disappeared within the sword formation, replaced by countless sword threads that surrounded Dai Fengshuan, trapping him within. TSS. The sound of sword threads slicing through the air was incessant. Dai Fengshuan's steps momentarily slowed down, and countless blades burst out from his body, blocking the encroaching sword threads. The gleam in Chen Fei's eyes grew brighter, indicating that he had pushed his core soul energy to the limit. For the past few days, Chen Fei had been thinking about how to improve his own strength. Besides the steady practice of refining the Zhanyuan sword, enhancing the proficiency of the sword formation's operation had also become one of Chen Fei's goals. Fortunately, his core soul energy far exceeded his current cultivation level, making this possibility a reality. While the sword beads were remarkable, Chen Fei felt somewhat dissatisfied with them. Turning his swords into threads had become one of Chen Fei's goals. Fortunately, his core soul energy far exceeded his current cultivation level, making this possibility a reality. Of course, the 1000 origin heart locking technique played a crucial role. When he had fused the 1000 threads technique from the Alchemist Alliance in the past, he had inadvertently gained insights that had contributed to the development of his current sword formation. Swoosh! 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 Dai Fengshuan, who had initially appeared relaxed, suddenly grew serious. The power of the sword threads might not surpass that of the sword beads, but their attacking range was significantly larger. Dai Fengshuan had easily dealt with the 10 sword beads earlier, but now he had to concentrate fully. Trying to approach Chen Fei step by step as he had done before was no longer so simple. Break! Dai Fengshuan shouted angrily, and the wind blades around him suddenly converged, then exploded with a resounding boom. The surrounding sword threads were shaken by this tremendous force, and what was once an orderly arrangement of threads now showed several gaps. Open! Dai Fengshuan coldly snorted and swung his spirit blade to cut through the sword threads in front of him, allowing him to break free from the encirclement. Dai Fengshuan's figure flashed, taking advantage of the fact that the sword threads had not fully closed yet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chen Fei and swung his spirit blade horizontally, wind-breaking slash. The surroundings fell into complete silence. The blade sliced through the air without making a cutting sound. Only a slight ripple spread along with the blade. The wind-breaking slash was the ultimate killing move contained within his profound wind technique. You could only see the blade but not hear it. Once you saw the blade, it was already upon you. In Chen Fei's eyes, Dai Fengshuan's spirit blade was gradually approaching, and the sharp aura emanating from the blade felt like it could blind his eyes with just a glance. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, causing the ground within dozens of meters to tremble violently. Massive cracks extended from the point of impact. Onlookers like Yuanan instinctively covered their faces and shielded themselves from the flying debris. Then, they immediately looked back at the battlefield, eager to know the final outcome. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared where Chen Fei and Dai Fengshuan had been standing. At this moment, Dai Fengshuan held his spirit blade, pressing it against Chen Fei's Kainyuan sword. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. On the Kainyuan sword, black thread swirled around the entire blade, vibrating continuously, blocking Dai Fengshuan's spirit blade. Even though Dai Fengshuan exerted more force, he couldn't break the Kainyuan sword. Dai Fengshuan's face darkened. Despite having the advantage in cultivation and weaponry, he found himself in a deadlock with Chen Fei. This situation was hard for him to accept. So, is this your full strength? Chen Fei asked calmly. Kid, you don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me, Dai Fengshuan snarled, the power within his six opened apertures surging. The elemental force emanating from his spirit blade grew stronger as he attempted to crush Chen Fei's Kainyuan sword or even cut it in half. However hard Dai Fengshuan tried, the Kainyuan sword remained immovable, with its black threads firmly guarding the blade. Even though Dai Fengshuan's spirit blade grew more powerful, he couldn't break through the sword thread's barrier in a short time. I just didn't expect that my greatest strength had been overlooked by myself all along. A smile suddenly appeared on Chen Fei's face. In the next moment, it seemed as if the roar of a dragon and an elephant echoed within his body. A tremendous force emerged on the Kainyuan sword, sweeping toward Dai Fengshuan. Dai Fengshuan had been attempting to suppress Chen Fei, and the sudden surge of force caught him off guard. His entire body was lifted, and he involuntarily retreated backward, leaving himself wide open. Taking a step forward, Chen Fei caused the ground to tremble, driving the dragon-suppressing elephant. The resonant sound of the dragon and elephant filled the air as the Kainyuan sword thrust toward Dai Fengshuan. Boom! The tip of the Kainyuan sword pierced Dai Fengshuan's blade, and a surge of power flowed. Dai Fengshuan couldn't withstand this force either, and his body shook as he took several consecutive steps back, channeling the force into the ground. Deep craters formed under Dai Fengshuan's feet with each step, illustrating the magnitude of the force he had just endured. Dai Fengshuan stared incredulously at Chen Fei. What kind of power was this? The primordial sword sect's giant spirit sword, but he had never heard of the Zhanyuan sword and the giant spirit sword being simultaneously cultivated. Moreover, the giant spirit sword did not seem to have this type of attack. What Chen Fei had just demonstrated appeared to be more about physical strength. Moreover, the giant spirit sword didn't seem to employ this kind of attack style. What Chen Fei had just displayed appeared to be more about physical strength. Chen Fei's figure flashed, not giving Dai Fengshuan any more time to think. He appeared in front of Dai Fengshuan and swung the Kainyuan sword down. Bang! Dai Fengshuan's arm trembled, and his hand split open at the palm. He moved his feet backward, trying to create distance between himself and Chen Fei while transferring the force he endured into the ground. However, Chen Fei didn't give Dai Fengshuan a chance. Roaring like a dragon and elephant, the Kainyuan sword struck relentlessly, continuously chopping at Dai Fengshuan's blade. After 10 strikes, Dai Fengshuan's throat quivered, and he couldn't hold back the surge of blood any longer. He spat it out. The immense force exerted by the Kainyuan sword kept increasing with each strike, and Chen Fei didn't give Dai Fengshuan any opportunity to unload the force. All the force was relentlessly applied to Dai Fengshuan's body. Martial artists in the aperture tempering realm had undergone the tempering of elemental energy. making their physical bodies much stronger than those in the body-tempering realm. However, there was still a limit to how much they could endure, and they couldn't withstand such continuous onslaught. Yuan Qiajun and her two companions had delighted expressions on their faces. Although they couldn't understand many aspects of the battle, they could still judge the outcome. It was evident that Chen Fei had completely suppressed Dai Fengshuan, leaving him powerless to resist. Guinan and the assassins from the Rain Tower, on the other hand, wore stunned expressions. They hadn't expected such a drastic turn of events. Weren't they just saying that Chen Fei had recently broken through to the aperture tempering realm, making this the weakest period for him? How was it that Dai Fengshuan was now being dominated? All! A painful cry echoed as Dai Fengshuan's left arm flew into the air. At some point, it had been severed by a sword, and blood mist filled the air. Chen Fei remained expressionless. The battle was far from over. One severed arm was not enough. Explode! Dai Fengshuan glared fiercely at Chen Fei and shouted angrily. Suddenly, the severed arm in midair exploded in a burst of blood and flesh, sending bone fragments and gore hurtling toward Chen Fei. Chen Fei furrowed his brow slightly and used his sword threads to block the incoming flesh and blood. Seizing this momentary gap, Dai Fengshuan twisted his body, forcefully breaking free from Chen Fei's suppression. I will seek vengeance later. Dai Fengshuan's cruel voice echoed as his figure turned into a blur, escaping into the distance. Why wait for later? Let's settle it today, Chen Fei declared. A sword thread brushed across the foreheads of Guinan and the assassins. Chen Fei's figure flickered, chasing after Dai Fengshuan. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from the view of Yuan Qiajun and her companions. Yuan Qiajun and her friends exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do, so they chose to wait in place. After 15 minutes, Chen Fei returned with a furrowed brow. Despite using the chasing soul steps, and even incorporating the wind-gathering technique, he had still fallen slightly short. After piercing through Dai Fengshuan's chest, Dai Fengshuan had managed to escape by burning his own blood essence. Chapter 254 Chapter 254 Kenai City. Chapter 254 Kenai City. In this period, that person won't come looking for us again. And the other assassins from Rain Tower should be the same, Chen Fei explained when he noticed the curious gazes of Yuan Qiajun and the others. Although Dai Fengshuan managed to escape in the end and save his life, he lost an arm, and Chen Fei's final strike pierced through his chest. The sword's force exploded within Dai Fengshuan's body, and although he managed to suppress it with sheer willpower, it was inevitable that his internal organs were damaged. Even with the vitality of an aperture tempering realm cultivator, a severe injury like this would take a long time to fully recover from, especially since Dai Fengshuan had burned his own blood essence to escape. This additional injury meant that Dai Fengshuan might not fully recover for several years, even with top-tier healing elixirs like the Origin Awakening Pill, which would still take several months at the quickest. Furthermore, being severely injured by Chen Fei in such a public manner raised questions about whether Dai Fengshuan would have the courage to show up in front of Chen Fei again. Considering that not every escape attempt would be successful, Yuan Qiajun and the others didn't ask further questions. Xu Wenian stepped forward and presented some items to Chen Fei, all of which were taken from the Rain Tower assassins. Chen Fei glanced at them briefly. They were poison and medicinal herbs, with no silver or other valuables. As for weapons, Chen Fei didn't have much use for common weapons, let alone these well-crafted iron ones. Chen Fei waved his hand, declining these trivial items. He used his vital energy to restrain the three of them and headed back to their original location. After a while, Chen Fei and the others returned to where the carriage was. Fortunately, the horses hadn't run off, saving Chen Fei the trouble of searching for them. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, the four of them resumed their journey as usual. Inside the carriage, Chen Fei sat cross-legged, practicing his Zhanyuan sword technique while constantly reviewing the pros and cons of yesterday's battle. The normal Zhanyuan sword formation didn't work very well against seasoned aperture tempering realm cultivators, because Chen Fei's Zhanyuan sword was still in its early stages. With 10 sword beads, it was a simple matter to deal with body tempering realm warriors. but it showed signs of weakness against fellow aperture-tempering realm cultivators. To solve this problem, he would need to increase the number of sword beads, meaning he had to improve his proficiency with the genuine sword. However, if he did manage to enhance the genuine sword to that level, there would be another problem: his own inner strength might not be sufficient to support the simultaneous use of so many sword beads, given the state of his apertures. For other aperture-tempering realm cultivators, they certainly wouldn't have such problems. The speed at which they comprehend their techniques and the rate at which they advance in cultivation usually match up. However, due to the unique nature of Chen Fei's cultivation system, his speed in comprehending techniques far surpasses his cultivation progress. According to his estimate, it might not even take a year for the genuine sword to reach perfection. If Chen Fei's cultivation were sufficient, he could directly deploy a complete set of 81 sword beads, trapping his enemies within the sword formation. In that case, opponents like Dai Fangxuan would likely be pierced through at first sight. But here's the dilemma: Chen Fei could only have 2 apertures at most in 1 year. With a full set of 81 sword beads, he wouldn't be able to use them all, making things a bit awkward. Considering this, Chen Fei had used the principle of the 1,000 threads technique to refine his sword into threads, transforming the sword beads into sword threads. Thanks to his mental strength advantage, this transformation was successful, and the effect was indeed much better than the sword beads. Even Dai Fangxuan needed to exert his full strength to break free from the enveloping sword threads. Additionally, Chen Fei had wrapped the sword threads around his Kanyuan sword, partially resolving the issue of the sword's inherent quality. The proficiency of the genuine sword definitely needs to continue improving. By then, both the speed of cultivation and the number of sword beads and threads can be increased. Chen Fei thought, if he could double the number of sword beads and threads, Dai Fangxuan would be absolutely trapped within the sword formation. However, he would need to consider whether his cultivation could handle it. The biggest surprise from the previous night, though, was the dragon-suppressing elephant technique. After reaching the aperture-tempering realm, Chen Fei had somewhat neglected it, subconsciously thinking that the sealing aspect of the dragon-suppressing elephant belonged to the body-tempering realm. He believed that, after reaching the aperture-tempering realm, he would need to cultivate the subsequent techniques to maintain that level of power. However, when he used vital energy to activate the dragon-suppressing elephant last night, the force it unleashed far exceeded his expectations. Previously, the dragon-suppressing elephant was powered by pure physical strength, making it difficult for anyone in the body-tempering realm to match it. But when he used vital energy, the dragon-suppressing elephant's might increased even further. Chen Fei couldn't help but think of the dragon elephant true immortal he encountered in the cave. The true immortal's name was based on his cultivation technique, and he had only learned an incomplete part of the dragon-suppressing elephant. Even so, the true immortal possessed unparalleled combat prowess and an incorruptible body. From this, it was clear that the dragon-suppressing elephant, even just its sealing aspect, was extraordinary. Even if Chen Fei didn't learn the subsequent techniques, the sealing aspect alone would give him a significant advantage in the early stages of the aperture-tempering realm. Against a rogue cultivator like Dai Fangxuan, it would be enough to directly suppress him. If Chen Fei's agility could keep up, Dai Fangxuan wouldn't even have a chance to escape. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, just as Chen Fei had predicted. During these 3 days, everything remained calm and quiet. With no further appearances by Rain Tower's assassins, it was evident that Dai Fangxuan had already relayed the message. An aperture-tempering realm cultivator who managed to severely injure Dai Fangxuan was already pushing the limits of what the employer's payment could support for this mission. Unless the employer decided to increase the payment, it seemed that this mission would come to an end. In Qinghai City, at the Yuan family's main residence. Father, what should we do according to the timing? That wretched Yuan Qiaodan should be arriving in the city soon. When that happens, control of the Yuan family will once again fall into the hands of their main branch. Yuan Bajan paced restlessly in the study, his expression filled with anxiety. After all the effort they put into taking control of the Yuan family, it seemed like they were on the verge of losing it. Don't panic. even if Yuan Qiajun returns and becomes the nominal family head. It depends on whether others will cooperate with her. Yuan Donglai reprimanded his son in a hushed voice, showing some displeasure with his impatience. Yuan Bajun was slightly puzzled. Looking at his father, the position of family head is just a title. If you have the ability, everything will be secure, but if you lack the capability to take the position, no one will listen to you. Does Yuan Qiajun, a mere woman, think she can firmly hold the position of family head? Yuan Donglai sneered. The failure of Rain Tower's mission had exceeded Yuan Donglai expectations, especially when he heard that there was an aperture tempering realm expert involved. It made him deeply worried. The best-case scenario would have been if Yuan Qiajun never returned, allowing him to maintain control over the entire Yuan family. But now that they couldn't stop her return, Yuan Donglai had to resort to other plans, one of which was to undermine Yuan Qiajun's authority. The Yuan family was a prominent clan in Qinghai City, and Yuan Donglai had no intention of giving up control of it. How should we balance the situation with that sudden aperture tempering realm expert? Yuan Bajun asked in a hushed tone, because this aperture tempering realm expert had left him deeply unsettled. If such an expert were to descend upon the Yuan family, he doubted anyone would dare to oppose them. Strength, in this world, sometimes represented the greatest authority. That person was most likely temporarily hired by Yuan Qiajun and want to stay with our Yuan family forever. While they are here, we'll be completely obedient. But once that person leaves, we will regain control of the situation. Yuan Donglai spoke with determination. It was becoming less likely to kill Yuan Qiajun afterward, considering the sensitivities surrounding an aperture tempering realm expert. However, undermining her authority was entirely within their capabilities. Which aperture tempering realm expert would be so free to stick their nose into their family's business? Besides, Yuan Donglai suspected that Yuan Qiajun and that expert were not very close, so there was less to worry about when it came to undermining her position. Father, I understand. Yuan Bajun's eyes lit up as he grasped the sequence of events and implications. A smile spread across his face. Instruct the servants to make a grand welcoming scene when Qiajun returns from her studies in Immortal Cloud City. We want everyone in Qinghai City to see that we genuinely welcome her back. Yuan Donglai said with a smile. He wanted the whole city to witness their enthusiastic reception of Yuan Qiajun. Yes. Father. Yuan Bajun's face also bore a smile. That afternoon, the Yuan family arranged for someone stationed 3 miles outside the city to report the sighting of Chu Wenian driving a carriage slowly toward Qinghai City. Yuan Donglai immediately led the Yuan family members to a location 1 mile outside the city, where they awaited Yuan Qiajun's arrival. Whether it was in terms of etiquette or grandeur, Yuan Donglai had indeed taken things to the extreme. After all, in terms of seniority, Yuan Qiajun had to address Yuan Donglai as second uncle. Yuan Donglai wanted to convey to everyone that he had no intention of coveting the position of the Yuan family's head. Second uncle. After getting off the carriage, Yuan Qiajun saw Yuan Donglai and called out in a low voice. Among all the members of the Yuan family, Yuan Donglai was one of the few who had been genuinely kind to her. Even when her father reprimanded her, Yuan Donglai would step in with a smile to protect her. These few days must have been tough. Did you encounter any troubles on the road? Yuan Donglai looked at Yuan Qiajun's dusty appearance with a touch of sadness. It was as if he saw his own child returning after enduring hardships outside. Shen Fei stood by the carriage and glanced at the members of the Yuan family. Most of them wore fake smiles on their faces. It was clear that not everyone was happy about Yuan Qiajun's return. I encountered some difficulties, but they've all been resolved. Second uncle. Let me introduce you. This is a senior I met on the way. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely. Yuan Qiajun led Yuan Donglai to Chen Fei's side and introduced him. Yuan Donglai looked at Chen Fei's young face and sensed the hidden aura around him. He couldn't help but be surprised. Such a young person was already an aperture tempering realm expert. Truly astonishing. Many thanks to the senior for protecting Qiajun and helping her return safely. If the senior has any requests, The Yuan family will do everything in our power to assist. Yuan Donglai bowed respectfully. No need for excessive courtesy. Chen Fei glanced at Yuan Donglai and then at Yuan Qiajun. With someone as shrewd as him, how could you possibly control the situation? Chapter 255 Chapter 255 Forcefully Breaking Through. Chapter 255 Forcefully Breaking Through. In Qinghai City, the other prominent families knew that Yuan Qiajun had returned, but there was little commotion about it. After all, it had nothing to do with them. However, when they found out that a young aperture tempering realm expert had also arrived at the Yuan family, the various families quickly took notice. Each family sent representatives to the Yuan family under the pretext of welcoming Yuan Qiajun back. But in reality, they wanted to get close to this aperture tempering realm expert. However, Shen Fei didn't meet with anyone, as there was no need. Qinghai City was similar to Apricot Fen City in that it didn't have any permanent aperture tempering realm experts. Most of the time, they only had occasional visitors who would stay in Qinghai City for a few days and then leave. Each family had acquaintances among the aperture tempering realm experts, but they rarely contacted them unless it was a critical situation. Only then would they use the favors they had accumulated to request the assistance of an aperture tempering realm expert. The Yuan family also had familiar aperture tempering realm experts, but they were not in Qinghai City. They were located more than 100 miles away, and it was a favor acquired by Yuan Qiajun's father for the survival of the family. The piece of gold sky stone served as a precaution. If their favors weren't enough, they could use the gold sky stone to hire an aperture tempering realm expert. Yuan Donglai was extremely enthusiastic about Chen Fei. Or rather, the entire Yuan family was very welcoming to Chen Fei, considering his young age as an aperture tempering realm expert. Many eligible young women constantly appeared in front of Chen Fei. The message was clear: if there was a chance for Chen Fei to leave behind an heir in the Yuan family, the Yuan family would benefit greatly. They didn't expect Chen Fei to be deeply involved in the upbringing of this heir, they just wanted to secure the family's bloodline. It must be said that the women of the Yuan family were all exceptionally beautiful, including Yuan Qiajun. Being a prominent family within the city, they were selective when it came to choosing their wives and concubines. Over time, they naturally avoided having unattractive descendants. Plus, a life of luxury and no need for manual labor kept them fair and radiant, catching the eye of many. Their figures and appearances were all top-notch. Upon seeing Chen Fei, these women blushed and felt their heart stir. Before coming, they had expected to encounter a middle-aged man's appearance, as most aperture tempering realm experts they had seen looked that way. The women of the Yuan family didn't hold any grievances about this aperture tempering realm experts, regardless of age, were figures they looked up to. If they could catch one's eye and enjoy a night of romance, their status would change dramatically. However, now they discovered that Chen Fei was so young and didn't look much older than themselves. What's more, his appearance was remarkably handsome. This image perfectly matched their imaginations of their future partners. As a result, their initially enthusiastic attitude became even more proactive, hoping that Chen Fei would notice them and keep them by his side. Unfortunately, Chen Fei didn't take anyone with him. Although these women were indeed beautiful and Chen Fei could easily avoid taking responsibility afterward, it still conflicted with his personal values. This was entirely different from letting loose in a bar and listening to music. Early the next morning, Yuan Qiajun brought Chen Fei to the Yuan family's treasure vault. In the morning, when Yuan Qiajun learned that Chen Fei hadn't brought any of the Yuan family's women to accompany him, she inexplicably felt very pleased. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Qiajun had already developed feelings for Chen Fei. In times of danger, the image of Chen Fei standing in the forefront, blocking all storms, had already taken root in Yuan Qiajun's heart. Regarding Chen Fei, Yuan Qiajun's thoughts had already shifted from how she initially saw him as a senior expert. She just hadn't realized it yet. Senior, this is the gold sky stone, Yuan Qiajun said as she took out a wooden box from a hidden compartment in the treasure vault and handed it to Chen Fei. Only 3 people in the Yuan family knew about this hidden compartment. but with his father and another uncle's recent passing due to severe injuries. Only Yuan Qiajun was aware of it now. If one more person found out, the intensity and number of Rain Tower assassins pursuing Yuan Qiajun would likely double. Chen Fei opened the wooden box and looked at the golden stone inside, a faint smile appearing on his face. With this piece of gold sky stone, Chen Fei would be able to elevate the Qian Yuan sword to the level of a spiritual weapon within a year. When the sword formation had the support of a spiritual weapon, its power would increase even further. A martial artist's strength increased in small increments. Senior, in addition to this piece of gold sky stone, my father also left behind a map of the location where he found the gold sky stone. However, my father said that his strength was insufficient to continue further. Yuan Qiajun took out a leather-bound map from the hidden compartment and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's expression twitched slightly as he carefully examined the map. He discovered that the location marked on the map was nearly 200 miles from Qinghai City, a distance he could cover in a day's time. However, he briefly considered it before ultimately suppressing the idea. Although he had gained the incredible strength of the dragon-suppressing elephant, Chen Fei was still in the early stages of the aperture tempering realm. This allowed him to easily defeat some wandering cultivators, but he wasn't entirely satisfied with his current strength. In the face of real danger, he might not be able to escape. As his strength increased, his horizons naturally expanded, and ordinary gains no longer satisfied him. Consequently, the dangers he encountered would also increase. His soul-chasing steps was lacking to some extent. Chen Fei needed to have the power to escape if he encountered extreme danger and couldn't resist, rather than sitting there waiting for his fate. Thank you. Chen Fei looked at Yuan Qiajun with gratitude. The gold sky stone didn't elicit any extraordinary emotions, but Chen Fei was in good spirits. Moreover, this map wasn't part of the agreed-upon transaction. It was an additional gift. For Chen Fei, its value was significant. Senior, you're too kind. Seeing that Chen Fei was satisfied, Yuan Qiajun smiled gracefully, her heart filled with happiness. Admiration and flattery were intertwined. Here, if you want to control the Yuan family, it may not be that easy. Chen Fei looked at Yuan Qiajun, pondered for a moment, and spoke in a low voice. One understand. Senior, Yuan Qiajun sighed softly. Due to Chen Fei's protection on the way back, she would undoubtedly become the family head. However, being the family head didn't necessarily mean having all the power. After returning for just one day, Yuan Qiajun noticed that many things were instinctively reported to Yuan Donglai before they were finalized rather than being consulted with her. Just from this detail alone, many things could be inferred. Although Yuan Qiajun was deeply devoted to martial arts, she was perceptive and could deduce much from observing. Unless your cultivation reaches the visceral tempering realm, there's only a slim chance of having real control. Chen Fei stated. Yuan Qiajun's current strength was in the late stage of the marrow tempering realm. With this level of cultivation in Qinghai City, she was undoubtedly considered a young talent. This was precisely why Yuan Qiajun had initially gone to Immortal Cloud City to seek further progress. However, after only a few years, her family, the Huan family, faced an unexpected crisis, forcing Yuan Qiajun to return. Otherwise, if Yuan Qiajun had stayed in Immortal Cloud City for a few more years, her cultivation would undoubtedly have broken through to the visceral tempering realm. At that point, returning to take control of the Yuan family would have been much easier. Sometimes, cultivation realm didn't represent everything, but it accounted for more than 90%. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Yuan Qiajun's expression dimmed slightly. She understood the logic, but without the necessary cultivation, understanding was in vain. Do you want to break through to the visceral tempering realm? Chen Fei looked at Yuan Qiajun and whispered. Today, Yuan Qiajun had given Chen Fei this map. If others sincerely treated Chen Fei well, he could return the favor within his abilities. Initially looking down, Yuan Qiajun looked at Chen Fei with some excitement when she heard his words. Senior, you can help me break through to the visceral tempering realm. Yes. Chen Fei nodded affirmatively. However, this kind of breakthrough may make your foundation unstable. and it will take longer if you want to advance further in the future. At the late stage of the marrow tempering realm, just before reaching the peak of that realm, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm was still a considerable distance away. However, for an aperture tempering realm expert, it wasn't difficult. For Chen Fei, it was effortless. However, within a sect, no one would do this because it would affect the disciples' subsequent cultivation, making it not worth the cost. But in Yuan Qiaojun's current situation, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm earlier would have more benefits than drawbacks. I hope you'll fulfill my request, Senior. Yuan Qiaojun was overjoyed and was about to bow in gratitude, but Chen Fei stopped her by grabbing her arm. Are all the best medicinal herbs from the Yuan family here? Chen Fei extended his mental senses, scanning everything in the treasure vault. Yes, everything is here. If you need anything else, Senior, I can have it prepared for you. When her arm made contact with Chen Fei, Yuan Qiaojun's face suddenly turned rosy as she thought of something. The medicinal herbs are enough. Please prepare a sturdy alchemical furnace and place it in my courtyard. With a slight movement of Chen Fei's right hand, more than a dozen jade boxes floated into his hand, all containing medicinal herbs that were several decades old. 15 minutes later, in Chen Fei's courtyard, a fire was kindled, and a delicate alchemical furnace was placed atop it. Chen Fei tossed all the medicinal herbs into it. In no time, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the furnace. But soon, it gradually dissipated as if all the medicine had been absorbed. Yuan Qiaojun stood to the side, watching Chen Fei refine the elixir. This method of alchemy, where the flames enveloped the entire furnace from top to bottom, was something Yuan Qiaojun had never seen before, and her eyes were filled with amazement. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Donglei's gaze was heavy, and his thoughts were uneasy. I never expected this senior to be skilled in alchemy. Truly impressive. If one could become his disciple, I would have no regrets, Yuan Bajun said with admiration. In the past 2 days, Yuan Bajun had behaved exceptionally well, refraining from any mistreatment of servants or bullying of women and children. He was afraid of provoking Chen Fei and getting killed by a single sword. At a time like this, suddenly practicing alchemy, Yuan Donglai felt somewhat restless. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly emanated from the courtyard, and a faint medicinal fragrance briefly filled the air before dissipating. Yuan Donglai and the others were taken aback, trying to catch the scent, but it had already disappeared. In the courtyard, Chen Fei held a flying ascent pill with 3 pill veins in his hand. As his mental power increased, Chen Fei became increasingly adept at alchemy. Even if some auxiliary herbs were missing, it didn't affect his ability to produce pills with pill veins. Take it. 111 help you refine the medicinal power. Chen Fei handed the pill to Yuan Qiaojun. Yuan Qiaojun took it instinctively, without hesitation, and directly ingested it. Buzz! It was as if a flame had erupted in her chest, and Yuan Qiaojun felt like her entire body was about to ignite. Calm your mind and regulate your Kai. Activate your cultivation technique. Chen Fei's voice rang in Yuan Qiaojun's ears, and she snapped back to consciousness. She immediately activated her cultivation technique, trying to refine the medicinal power. However, this medicinal power was like an ancient behemoth, completely beyond Yuan Qiaojun's control. In just a moment, she felt her meridians throbbing in pain. When Yuan Qiaojun didn't know how to handle the situation, a cool energy suddenly surged from her back, guiding her to activate her cultivation technique and condense all the medicinal power within her meridians. The speed at which her cultivation technique operated became faster and faster, and Yuan Qiaojun gradually began to exert her own energy. At one moment, she felt her sea of consciousness tremble, and her cultivation realm broke through from the marrow tempering realm to the visceral tempering realm. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Donglai sensed the change in Yuan Qiaojun's aura, and his expression changed abruptly. He finally understood where his unease was coming from. However, even if he were given the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to barge into the courtyard and stop Yuan Qiaojun's breakthrough at this moment. Chapter 256 Chapter 256 Unforeseen Change. Chapter 256 Unforeseen Change. Yuan Bajan sensed the fluctuations in the courtyard's atmosphere, and his playful expression froze for a moment. In the courtyard, there were only two people, Chen Fei and Yuan Qiajun. This new war of cultivation, apart from Yuan Qiajun, would not be experienced by anyone else. Yuan Qiajun's previous cultivation at the late stage of the marrow-tempering realm, given her age, held promise for the future, but that was in the future, at least several years away before she could possibly break through to the visceral tempering realm. Moreover, this was under relatively smooth conditions. If her cultivation faced obstacles and took more than a decade to advance, it wasn't impossible. In Qinghai City, there were many warriors like this. The path of martial arts was filled with hurdles, and sometimes what seemed like boundless prospects turned out to be obscured, and the person had already become one among the masses. With her cultivation at the late stage of the marrow-tempering realm, taking control of the Yuan family was certainly possible, but that required the wholehearted support of the Yuan family, or at least a majority of its members. Clearly, most people supported Yuan Donglai rather than Yuan Qiajun. Besides Yuan Donglai years of garnering support, Yuan Qiajun's slightly weaker cultivation made many in the Yuan family worried about following her, fearing they wouldn't have a better future. But now, Yuan Qiajun had broken through to the visceral tempering realm. Given her age, it was entirely foreseeable that she would reach the peak of the visceral tempering realm in the future. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Qiajun was no longer at a disadvantage. And when you considered her age, she had a clear advantage. Furthermore, if you looked into the matter more deeply, Yao'd realized that Chen Fei had helped her break through. A cultivator in the aperture tempering realm personally assisting in your cultivation breakthrough was a relationship that sparked countless speculations far beyond a mere business transaction. Yuan Donglai's hard-earned advantages had been instantly diminished, and it had become less likely that he could easily overshadow Yuan Qiajun, even if he had previously managed to do so. Yuan Donglai clenched his fist, his anger palpable, but he didn't know how to vent it. Yuan Donglai didn't dare to say much about Chen Fei's cultivation in the aperture tempering realm. In recent days, he had been diligently assisting Yuan Qiajun, appearing earnest and worried about making any mistakes that could be used against him. In any case, Chen Fei definitely wouldn't stay with the Yuan family for long, and during these few days, what happens afterward will be what it will be. But now, all their plans had been shattered by Yuan Qiajun's breakthrough. Yuan Donglai took a deep breath, turned away stiffly, and left. Yuan Bajan watched his father's expression and didn't dare to say much, obediently following behind, in the face of absolute strength. Sometimes schemes were nothing more than a joke, because a strong individual wouldn't follow the path you had planned, and you had no ability to correct them. In the courtyard, Yuan Qiajun slowly opened her eyes, sensing the changes in the world and the vitality of her internal organs. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Yuan Qiajun had always yearned for the path of martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her life of luxury to come to Immortal Cloud City. Now, she had finally reached the realm she had longed for, and her joy was hard to contain. Thank you. Senior Yuan Qiajun stood up and was about to kneel before Chen Fei. No need to be so formal, Chen Fei said. With a surge of energy, Chen Fei lifted Yuan Qiajun's body. For Yuan Qiajun, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm was a long-cherished dream. But for Chen Fei, it was just a casual gesture. This was the difference in their realms. Half an hour later, news of the Yuan Qiajun's breakthrough to the visceral tempering realm had spread throughout the entire Yuan family. The fact that Chen Fei was involved in the breakthrough also greatly excited the entire Yuan family. As long as they could establish a relationship with a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm, it was a significant advantage for the Yuan family. With the spread of this news, many members of the Yuan family also had a change of heart. Yuan Qiajun was the legitimate heir of the Yuan family, and becoming the family head was her rightful position. Now, with her cultivation reaching the visceral tempering realm and the possibility of advancing even further in the future. Following such a family head seemed like a good choice, especially with a connection to a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm. One day later, outside Kanhai City, a group of Yuan family members stood at a distance. Yuan Qiajin looked at Chen Fei with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. It could be said that Chen Fei was the most outstanding man she had ever met. Even among the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, there were only a few who could break through to the aperture tempering realm at Chen Fei's age. But precisely because he was so exceptional, Yuan Qiajin understood that Chen Fei could never belong to her. This was the part that made her feel sad. They had met, gone through so much together, were of a similar age, but they could never be together. That's it for now. Take care. Chen Fei looked at Yuan Qiajin and the others. Take care. Yuan Qiajin looked at Chen Fei's face and softly spoke 2 words. Beside her, Xu Lan looked at Chen Fei with sadness, uncertain how long it would be before she could see him again. The journey from Kanhai City to Immortal Cloud City was a lifetime's distance for ordinary people. This farewell probably meant they wouldn't see each other again in this lifetime. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Xu Wenyan sighed softly. Life was sometimes like this. Many things were beyond one's control. Chen Fei waved goodbye to the 3 of them, his figure flickering as he headed towards Apricot Fen City in the direction of the rising sun. Chen Fei's figure turned into a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Chen Fei leave, Yuan Donglai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm around, especially one who wasn't directly affiliated with their side, had put a lot of pressure on Yuan Donglai. Let's go back. Yuan Qiajin turned and looked at the Yuan family members, her voice heavy. Just now, Yuan Qiajin had made a decision. After stabilizing the Yuan family, she would return to Immortal Cloud City. Only in Immortal Cloud City did Yuan Qiajin have a better chance of continuing on the path of martial arts. Although breaking through to the aperture tempering realm was extremely slim, who could say for sure? And it was only by reaching the aperture tempering realm that she would have the qualification to stand by that man's side. Chen Fei didn't know about Yuan Qiajin's change of heart. At this moment, he was pushing the soul-chasing steps and the gathering wind technique to their limits, causing everything along the road to be thrown back at high speed. He didn't choose horses or carriages, they were too slow for him now. With his current speed, Chen Fei could reach Apricot Fen City in half a day. After a short rest, he could spend another day returning to the Primordial Sword sect. For other aperture tempering realm cultivators, they probably wouldn't choose this method of travel because it was too exhausting, requiring frequent breaks along the way. If they encountered unexpected situations, they would be at a significant disadvantage. However, for Chen Fei, there were no such concerns. With his vital energy driving the dragon-suppressing elephant, Chen Fei's body felt like it was surging with power, and simply traveling didn't make him feel too fatigued. His body, tempered by the dragon-suppressing elephant, was more robust and enduring than he had imagined. Half a day later, Chen Fei arrived in Apricot Fen City without encountering any incidents. Anyone who saw someone traveling at Chen Fei's speed, even if they had the intention to intercept, would probably think twice and wisely retreat. How hopeless must one's life be to try to rob a warrior like this? Perhaps they thought their lives were too long. In Apricot Fen City, Chen Fei found a restaurant and rested for a while. After a satisfying meal, as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures approaching him. It was Zhang Xinan, the young lady of the Zhang family in Pinyin County, and her maidservant, Dan Zhang. The last time Chen Fei had seen them was in the mansion of Wang Liang, the Marquis of Zhu. He didn't know what their relationship with Wang Liang was, and he didn't care. However, compared to when he had seen them last, today both of them looked somewhat haggard. "Miss, where should we go next?" Dan Zhang asked with a melancholic expression. "The Zhu family is finished, and Lord Zhu Wangliang hasn't returned for too long, suspected to have died outside." Zhu Wangliang had quite a few enemies, and taking advantage of this opportunity, it seemed like the Zhu family had collapsed overnight. The 2 of them, who had just settled down for a while, had to leave again. When the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band returns, we'll go to Immortal Cloud City, Zhang Sinan said firmly. Very well. Wherever the young miss goes, you'll go, Dan Xiang replied resolutely. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. However, before she could get a clear look, that person had disappeared. What's wrong? Zhang Sinan followed Dan Xiang's gaze, but didn't see anything noteworthy. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. I think I saw someone familiar just now, but I can't remember who it was. Dan Xiang said with a puzzled shake of her head. Zhang Sinan nodded but didn't press further. She picked up the tea on the table and took a bitter sip. In just a few years, Zhang Sinan felt like she had experienced too much. If her strength could be strong enough, she could completely control her own destiny instead of being like this, helpless and without support. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Fei's figure flickered, and he ran towards the direction of Immortal Cloud City. As night fell, Shen Fei appeared on the treetop of a tree, gazing at a mountain about a mile away. On top of the mountain, there was a lonely grass hut. This place was isolated, with no village in front and no store behind. The grass hut on the mountaintop looked eerie no matter how you looked at it. This was the location of the evil bride that had forced the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band to change its route several times, ultimately returning to this road. The last time Shen Fei had seen it, her cultivation was only in the visceral tempering realm. Back then, Shen Fei was curious about this oddity but didn't probe further, considering that her cultivation was still lower than his. The evil was dangerous, but killing it had its value. For a newly minted aperture tempering realm like Shen Fei, it was possible to use the evil to accelerate the refinement of the Kanyuan sword into a spirit sword. However, now that Shen Fei stood here, sensing the grass hut, he realized that it no longer emitted any gloominess. It seemed like it had truly turned into an ordinary house. The evil bride was gone. Chapter 257 Chapter 257 2 Apertures Chapter 257 2 Apertures Shen Fei stood still in place, which, in normal circumstances, would make anyone curious enough to approach and investigate if the evil bride had been killed by other cultivators of aperture tempering realms. However, Shen Fei remained unmoved. He was indeed curious, but he felt that something was amiss. Most notably, if the evil bride had been slain, what was the deal with the grassy hut still standing there? Anything tainted by the strange was never simple. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Fei's figure leaped into action. He traced an arc, bypassing the hill, and continued toward the direction of Immortal Cloud City. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei had vanished. The night breeze rustled the tree branches, and the moon, previously obscured by clouds, finally revealed itself. Its white light bathed the seemingly tranquil grassy hut on the hill, causing it to sway slightly. The hut's door cracked open, revealing a narrow slit. Vaguely, it seemed like a pair of dark embroidered shoes stood behind the door. After traveling more than 10 miles away from the hill, Shen Fei found a place to make a fire and rest. Shen Fei's condition was still good at this moment. Although he had been on the road for half the day, there wasn't much exhaustion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered such a risky move with the evil figure just now. However, traveling at night could be somewhat obstructed by limited visibility, potentially adding some danger. Therefore, finding a place to rest and waiting for daylight to resume the journey was a safer option. Snap. In the firewood, a spot that wasn't completely dry made a muffled sound. The firelight illuminated Shen Fei's face, dispelling the surrounding chill gradually. Shen Fei pondered recent events and the tasks he needed to accomplish upon returning to his sect. Learning the soaring heaven technique was a definite priority. It was a skill he lacked and needed to acquire. As for the Zhangyun sword, Shen Fei had already been taught the entire set by the sect, given his current status as the chief disciple. Initially, he had only learned a portion of it, partly to avoid overwhelming himself with too much inheritance information, and partly to keep an eye on the disciples, ensuring they were trustworthy. But now that Shen Fei was the chief disciple, if even he couldn't be trusted, how could the sect handle other inheritances? As for refining the entire primordial sword canon, Shen Fei couldn't do it yet. Besides not having a clear plan, there was the issue of lacking funds. His desire to refine the primordial sword cannon was bolstered by the interface, but it required money, which Chen Fei didn't have much of right now. His previous earnings from alchemy had been substantial. In 10 months, he had saved over 300,000 taels of silver. This was quite an accomplishment. However, back then, Chen Fei could earn money in this manner because he didn't have many cultivation techniques that required his attention. He had plenty of free time, which allowed him to produce a greater quantity of elixirs. However, upon returning to the sect, he needed to practice the Zhanyuan sword, learn the soaring heaven technique, and also master the dragon-suppressing elephant. This compressed the time available for alchemy, inevitably reducing his earnings. Chen Fei found himself in an awkward situation. If he learned the soaring heaven technique, he wouldn't even have the money to simplify it. The idea of having to save up for months before making any progress felt frustrating. Simplifying the dragon-suppressing elephant and refining the complete primordial sword cannon would also require a significant amount of money. In an instant, Chen Fei felt like a destitute person. His craving for money had reached its peak. Relying solely on alchemy to earn silver taels was no longer sufficient to meet Chen Fei's increasing financial needs. Only by crafting pills required for aperture tempering realm cultivators would he be able to bridge the financial gap. But the problem of obtaining the necessary spiritual ingredients remained a significant challenge. Chen Fei picked up a piece of firewood from the side and tossed it into the fire, simultaneously activating the Zhanyuan sword. Lately, he had developed a habit of practicing the sword whenever he had downtime. As the Zhanyuan sword circulated, the insights that should have appeared in his mind did not manifest. Chen Fei couldn't help but be startled, and then his expression changed. When did I fall into the trap? Chen Fei suddenly raised his head and looked around. Sometime during his contemplation, the trees that should have been clearly visible in the distance had become blurred. The moon in the sky was obscured by a dark cloud, and moonlight couldn't penetrate, making the surroundings even darker and more uncertain. The fire on the ground, which should have been warm, now gave Chen Fei a chilling sensation. Break! Chen Fei closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness, the thousand origin heart-locking technique rapidly activated. In the next moment, strands of dark red energy appeared in his sea of consciousness. Chen Fei watched as these dark red energies, with the branches of his core soul tree quivering vigorously, enveloped the dark red energy. Opening his eyes, Chen Fei released a ball of dark red energy from his forehead. Capturing it in his hand, it felt as if he had grasped a piece of ancient ice, incredibly cold. Even though he used his elemental energy to block it, he could still sense the penetrating cold. Chen Fei looked around, and the fire on the ground had long been extinguished. Unbeknownst to him, he had been led into an illusion by this dark red energy, mistaking it for reality. Even the activation of the Zhanyuan sword had been an illusion, which explained why he hadn't gained any insights in his mind. Was it that grass hut? Chen Fei frowned as he looked at the dark red energy in his hand. Could that hut be so powerful? Even Chen Fei, in his current state, had unknowingly fallen under its influence. If that was the case, the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band was in grave danger. Or perhaps, the real mystery lies in the hut itself or that bridal attire. A thought struck Chen Fei. Could it be that some unfortunate cultivator of the aperture tempering realm had been ensnared by that bridal attire and transformed into the evil bride? The idea of potentially turning into something neither human nor evil sent a chill down Chen Fei's spine. It was fortunate that he had sensed something was amiss and hadn't impulsively approached for a closer look. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to say if he could escape, given that he had been ensnared without realizing it. What's been happening with all these strange occurrences lately? Each one is stranger than the last. Is it because the world is becoming more chaotic? Chen Fei pondered as he extinguished the dark red energy in his hand, thinking about the various news he had heard in Qinghai City and Apricot Fen City. It had been quite some time, but the situation in the dynasty had not calmed down. Instead, it seemed to be escalating, and the people were suffering. Chen Fei turned to look in the direction of the grassy hut, thinking for a moment before his figure flashed. Heading towards Immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei had already included the Alchemist Alliance's Thousand Threads technique as his target cultivation technique. However, the recent incident, where he was affected by the Thousand Origins heart-locking art without realizing it, had caught him off guard. Although it was because that energy had remained dormant, even if it hadn't been for the Zhanyuan sword, he would have eventually realized he was in an illusion after a moment. In many battles, the struggle often boiled down to that tiny window of time. Those precious seconds could sometimes determine the outcome of a battle. Chen Fei didn't want to end up meeting an untimely demise in a situation shrouded in mystery. However, obtaining the subsequent cultivation techniques from the Alchemist Alliance would be challenging. It required a significant amount of contribution points, much more difficult than earning money. Alternatively, he could try the subsequent cultivation techniques of the dragon-suppressing elephant. Maybe the dragon elephant true immortal could help in such situations. As for the grass hut, he would have to wait until his mental power was strong enough to investigate today's events properly. The faint morning sunlight began to bathe the earth. After traveling through the night, Chen Fei finally stood at the entrance of the primordial sword sect. Although it had only been a short time since he left, seeing the sect's gate made Chen Fei feel like he was coming home. In his heart, he was developing a sense of belonging to the primordial sword sect, because his master was there, as well as senior brother Guo, and others like senior sister Zhang and senior brother Ji. They had become Chen Fei's ties to this world and this sect. Senior brother Chen. As Chen Fei had just entered the sect's gate, a fellow disciple spotted him and called out. Somewhat uncertain, Chen Fei's appearance had changed somewhat compared to before. Initially, to dissipate his obsession with acupoints, Chen Fei had almost exclusively stayed on the peak of true transmission to cultivate. Therefore, many disciples' impressions of Chen Fei were still from that time. Now that he had broken through to the aperture tempering realm, the refinement of vital energy within his body had caused a change in his aura, making it difficult for others to ascertain. Chen Fei nodded slightly at the person, then disappeared from the spot. It's been a while since I saw senior brother Chen. Some say he went out for experience, while others say he's in seclusion. But senior brother Chen's aura, why does it feel like elder Yu's? This disciple scratched his head, feeling puzzled, but soon, his eyes widened slightly as he thought of a possibility Chen Fei had broken through to the aperture tempering realm. Big news. Big news. This disciple was not entirely certain, but he was filled with excitement. Since Chen Fei had reached the second position in the true transmission, he had become a symbol in the hearts of many primordial sword sect disciples. They were all eagerly waiting for Chen Fei to break through to the aperture tempering realm and continue on his path as a genius. Just a few days ago, there was news in the primordial sword sect that Shen Tukang, who had fought Chen Fei to a draw, had finally broken through to the aperture tempering realm after nearly a year of accumulation. He became the first among this group of true transmission disciples to achieve this. And now, it seemed that Chen Fei had also broken through. The disciple pondered for a moment, then ran back into the sect. He wanted to go to the Hall of True Transmission. If Chen Fei had truly succeeded in his breakthrough, there would definitely be records in the Hall of True Transmission. Chen Fei was unaware of the excitement of that disciple. At this moment, he had transformed into a phantom and arrived outside the courtyard of Feng Ziupu. Disciple Chen Fei requests an audience with Master Chen Fei stood outside the door and bowed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the courtyard. It was Feng Ziupu. Feng Ziupu looked at Chen Fei, his face full of smiles. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes emitted a dazzling light. Master, please don't worry. Your disciple has successfully broken through. Chen Fei bowed to Feng Ziupu, his voice respectful. Excellent. Excellent. Feng Ziupu flashed to Chen Fei's side and slapped him on the shoulder with force. He burst into hearty laughter, his joy and delight evident in his expression. Chen Fei looked at Feng Ziupu's smile and couldn't help but smile as well. Half an hour later, news of Chen Fei's successful breakthrough spread throughout the primordial sword sect, and he became an aperture tempering realm expert. An hour later, this news reached several surrounding sects. Chapter 258 Chapter 258 Changes in the Panel. Chapter 258 Changes in the Panel. In each sect, there were actually some individuals from other sects implanted within. They couldn't be called spies, but sometimes they were the first to know when something happened. In the hearts of each sect, they also knew who these people from other sects were. An unspoken understanding because everyone did the same. So when the news of Chen Fei's breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm spread among the inner disciples, naturally, people from other sects gradually became aware of it too. The birth of the aperture tempering realm was a big event for any sect. Even dominant forces like the immortal cloud sword sect attached great importance when an aperture tempering realm cultivator appeared among their disciples. The primordial sword sect was no exception, let alone Chen Fei's breakthrough, which took just a little over a year from becoming a true disciple to that moment. This speed had left many other true disciples within the sect behind. If every true disciple had a breakthrough speed like Chen Fei's, the primordial sword sect would have thrived without a doubt. Of course, this was purely wishful thinking because even the immortal cloud sword sect couldn't produce an aperture tempering realm cultivator every year, despite having many true disciples. The top 10 true disciples almost always outshone the first disciples of other sects. But when it came to the aperture tempering realm, it was still a rare occurrence. Even for a powerful sect like the immortal cloud sword sect, the time interval for each birth of an aperture tempering realm cultivator could span several years. If luck was bad, it might have stretched to 6 or 7 years. However, such situations were rare. In recent decades, the immortal cloud sword sect had become increasingly powerful, thanks to the spirit tree, top-tier experts, and profound martial techniques. For other sects, it had become more difficult to produce aperture tempering realm cultivators in recent years. For example, the former top true disciple of the primordial sword sect, Myo Dioxin, had reached the pinnacle of the visceral tempering realm for many years, but he still didn't have the confidence to break through. So, Chen Fei's sudden breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm had filled everyone in the primordial sword sect with excitement. Although everyone had initially believed that Chen Fei could break through to the aperture tempering realm within a few years, it didn't count until it actually happened. Because in history, many promising disciples failed to break through in the end, sometimes due to their profound foundations. Their breakthroughs would also cause more severe damage to their apertures. Sometimes, they couldn't even repair their apertures and lost the opportunity for another breakthrough. On the other hand, those with less profound backgrounds had a chance to repair their apertures and try to break through again. Clearly, having a deep foundation should increase the chances of a breakthrough. But sometimes, having too deep of a foundation seems to become an underlying concern. The path of martial arts is sometimes so elusive. Step by step, it's not just mere talk, but a real journey that every martial artist experiences. The members of the primordial sword sect were elated, while other sects looked on with envy. Someone with Chen Fei's talent would undoubtedly not have a slow cultivation speed in the aperture tempering realm, not to mention the later stages of the aperture tempering realm. In a few decades, Chen Fei should have no problem reaching the mid-level. Such combat strength held significant meaning for the entire primordial sword sect. Inside the main hall of the primordial sword sect, King Sheng and other elders all looked at Chen Fei with smiles on their faces. This was a formal meeting. Considering that Chen Fei wasn't very familiar with many of the sect's elders, are there any positions within the sect that you're interested in? King Sheng asked with a smile. With Chen Fei's breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm, he had naturally moved beyond the position of a true disciple and could now hold positions within the sect. It was a kind of promotion in status and a sign of respect from the sect. Otherwise, remaining in the disciple's position would have been somewhat inappropriate. Taking up a position within the sect would also create a deeper connection between Chen Fei and the primordial sword sect. The sect would provide resources each month to meet some basic cultivation needs, similar to what true disciples received. This was aimed at helping to save time and make progress in cultivation. I will follow the arrangement, Chen Fei replied with a respectful gesture. Before coming, Feng Xiupu had already informed him about some matters. including the option of taking up positions within the sect. Most of these positions were relatively low in authority, as the positions with real power were already held by other elders. Chen Fei had no intention of seeking these positions. He wasn't fond of managing such matters and would rather spend more time on cultivation to elevate his own realm. In this world, ultimately, strength was what mattered. If your strength was sufficient, many things you didn't desire would automatically come to you. Very well. King Sheng nodded and offered some words of encouragement. Then, he took out a box from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's expression brightened. Finally, it was time for the gift-giving. A customary practice when a cultivator breaks through to the aperture tempering realm. Breaking through to the aperture tempering realm and reaching a lifespan of 200 years is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. According to the traditions of the primordial sword sect, everyone would offer a gift to Chen Fei as a gesture of congratulations. When it comes to aperture tempering realm cultivators, it's only natural that the gifts would differ from what is given to visceral tempering realm cultivators. In this case, the gifts consisted entirely of spiritual materials. These spiritual materials could assist a newly born aperture tempering realm cultivator in swiftly solidifying their realm and advancing their cultivation by a bit. In the hall, there were more than 20 people. All the aperture tempering realm cultivators of the primordial sword sect, except for the elders who were in seclusion. Each of them approached Chen Fei, exchanged a few words, and then handed over their gifts. After about an hour, Chen Fei left the hall with a smile on his face. Anyone in his shoes would have the same expression, considering the wealth he had just received. The sect had arranged a new courtyard for him, not far from Feng's Upis, making it convenient for Chen Fei to find him if needed. Now, inside a secret chamber in his courtyard, Chen Fei opened each box and examined the specific spiritual materials. The majority were spiritual herbs that, when consumed directly, could enhance an aperture tempering realm cultivator's cultivation. However, nobody did this because spiritual herbs were not easy to come by. To maximize their value, they needed to be refined into pills. Apart from the herbs, there were also some precious metals and stones. Evidently, they knew that Chen Fei didn't have a spiritual sword yet, so these metals and stones could serve as auxiliary materials to help his semi-spiritual weapon undergo a successful transformation. Chen Fei's face lit up with a smile as he categorized the herbs. He then stored them in his spatial grid, leaving only the metals and stones on the ground. He planned to personally refine the spiritual herbs to maximize their value. If he converted all these herbs into pills and consumed them, Chen Fei could at least open a second aperture. However, he couldn't rush this process because he hadn't learned any new alchemical techniques yet. Chen Fei raised his right hand, and the Kain Yuan sword, which had been sheathed, automatically unsheathed itself and floated in front of him. Chen Fei's core soul energy vibrated as he followed the principles of the sword essence technique, guiding the metals and stones on the ground to make contact with the Kain Yuan sword and resonate with it. The Kain Yuan sword emitted a faint sword light, and tiny, invisible energy threads floated from the metals and stones on the ground, gradually entering the Kain Yuan sword. Kakaka. The Kain Yuan sword emitted a subtle twisting sound, and at the same time, the spiritual materials began to shrink slightly, with some powder falling to the ground. The main body of the Kain Yuan sword was already formed. To transform it into a spiritual sword, it needed to absorb spiritual energy from other spiritual materials to enhance both its quality and spirituality. This was a relatively lengthy process. Chen Fei had to reach the pinnacle of the sword essence technique and possess the gold sky stone 2 of confidence that he could upgrade the Kain Yuan sword to the level of a spiritual weapon within a year. For other newly promoted aperture tempering realm cultivators in the sect, even if they had sufficient materials, if their mastery of the sword essence technique was lacking, this process could take much longer. Another factor was their core soul energy, as it needed to sustain the process for an extended period. According to the primordial sword sect's records, for most people, it took more than 3 years to transform a semi-spiritual weapon into a spiritual weapon, and this was already considered a very fast pace. For example, Chen Fei's master, Feng Zupu, had taken more than 4 years to complete the final upgrade of his Green Ridge sword. However, it was worth it. With the Green Ridge sword, Feng Xiupu had a significant boost in combat power, which was crucial when his apertures were damaged, causing his cultivation to drop to the visceral tempering realm. Moreover, thanks to the nurturing of the Green Ridge sword's spirituality, his apertures had not withered even after such a long period of injury, preserving the possibility of recovery. In the evening, a disciple steward brought a bottle of spiritual pills and a piece of elemental stone. This was the monthly resource allocation that the sect provided to aperture tempering realm cultivators. The pills were called Spirit Snow Pills and were made from spiritual herbs. They were particularly beneficial for aperture tempering realm cultivators, especially those in the early stages of this realm. According to Feng Xiupu, if one could continuously consume Spirit Snow Pills, it would noticeably shorten the time needed to open up apertures. However, these pills were not cheap, as any pill made from spiritual materials tended to be expensive. The elemental stone Chen Fei held in his hand was a low-grade elemental stone, which could only purchase one Spirit Snow Pill. Elemental stones could also be used for direct cultivation, although their effects were slightly inferior to pills. However, elemental stones had multiple uses beyond cultivation and were quite versatile among cultivators above the visceral tempering realm. In terms of value, one of these stones was worth 30,000 taels of silver. However, it was often challenging to exchange 30,000 taels of silver for an elemental stone. As it was a significant premium, the specific premium depended on the market conditions at the time. Sometimes, you might need 40,000 taels of silver to get one elemental stone, while on other occasions, you could directly exchange it for around 31,000 taels. Elemental stones could only be used by cultivators who could manipulate elemental energy, but that didn't mean silver had no value to these cultivators. In this world, regular people still made up the majority, and money held significant importance. Cultivators weren't ascetics living in seclusion, but coexisted with regular people. The primordial sword sect's monthly provision of a Spirit Snow Pill and an elemental stone was worth 60,000 taels in total. Chen Fei used to earn a little over 30,000 taels a month from alchemy. Due to the changes in his cultivation, if he didn't seek further improvement and just took it easy, he would earn even more than before. This was the tremendous transformation that came with a change in cultivation realm. Chen Fei didn't immediately consume the Spirit Snow Pill. Instead, he held the elemental stone and went to his secret chamber to try using it for cultivation to see how it felt. As soon as he sat down and closed his eyes, Chen Fei suddenly noticed that there were new reminders flashing on his panel. The frequency was extremely rapid, similar to when he was reminded to pay 1 or 2 taels of silver to simplify the extreme mountain breathing technique. Elemental stone found. Would you like to store it? Chapter 259 Chapter 259 Comprehension. Chapter 259 Comprehension. Chen Fei looked at the reminders on the panel, his thoughts surging. If the panel could store elemental stones, it meant that elemental stones could be used to simplify cultivation techniques. For a long time, the panel had only stored silver taels, ignoring everything else. But today, because of the elemental stone, the panel showed this change. Chen Fei sat still, not immediately agreeing with the panel's reminder. Although he was curious about whether using elemental stones would lead to any other changes in simplification, he was more concerned about whether the panel would stop collecting silver taels in the future. Silver taels could buy many things, but some items were not easy to obtain with silver taels unless there was a significant markup. Using elemental stones, on the other hand, didn't involve markups, and many things could be traded. So, it was clear that it would be much simpler for Chen Fei to make money than to earn elemental stones. Of course, the main issue was that Chen Fei didn't know where to acquire elemental stones, while he had some ways to earn silver taels. After some contemplation, Chen Fei decided to ignore this prompt. He would only consider storing elemental stones when he found a stable way to earn them. Otherwise, if the panel changed, and he could only use elemental stones for simplification, Chen Fei would have to exchange his hard-earned money for elemental stones at a premium. which would be a significant loss. Currently, he already felt that he had too little money. He couldn't make things even more challenging for himself, making his money even less sufficient. Chen Fei disregarded the panel and started cultivating, absorbing the core soul energy from the elemental stone. In just a moment, Chen Fei felt the benefits of the elemental stone, compared to the painstaking process of absorbing the surrounding core soul energy through his apertures. The core soul energy in the elemental stone was much richer and easier to absorb. It didn't even require much mental effort to extract the core soul energy from the stone. An hour later, as the elemental stone in his palm shattered into powder, Chen Fei opened his eyes with a sense of satisfaction. The cultivation from one elemental stone was equivalent to 2 days of his usual practice, and it was effortless. If I had enough elemental stones, Chen Fei took a deep breath, but he dared not dwell on this thought for too long. It was too exciting. He took out the spirit snow pill given by the sect, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. The potent medicinal power exploded inside him. Chen Fei channeled his energy to envelop it and continued to cultivate the Zhanyuan sword. Half an hour later, Chen Fei opened his eyes, feeling a bit lightheaded. There was a noticeable improvement in his cultivation, giving him a slight sense of disorientation. The spirit snow pill had a more pronounced effect than the elemental stone, and, crucially, refining elemental stones consumed some core soul energy. While refining spirit snow pills nourished his core soul energy, it was no wonder that others used elemental stones to buy elixirs. Comparatively, taking elixirs had a better cost-effectiveness. After a month's worth of resource consumption, Chen Fei saved 4 to 5 days of cultivation time, which was a significant improvement. Unfortunately, there were only so many resources each month, and if he wanted more, he would ultimately have to rely on himself. The sect could only provide limited assistance in the end. The next morning, Kai Defeng arrived in Chen Fei's courtyard. Chen Fei had notified him. Kai Defeng seemed slightly awkward. Although he had been through a lot with Chen Fei and had come all the way from Pinyin County to Immortal Cloud City, when he heard yesterday that Chen Fei had become a cultivator at the Aperture Tempering Realm, he couldn't help but feel a sense of distance creeping in. Chen Fei's feelings toward Kai Defeng had nothing to do with his true intentions, but were more a result of the profound impression left by long-standing Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators in his mind. It all felt distant and surreal. Chen Fei becoming an Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator was, of course, a joyous occasion for Kai Defeng, but the restraint he felt couldn't be removed in the short term. I called you here today because there's something quite important want to discuss with you, Chen Fei said with a smile after the two of them had chatted for a while, sitting at the stone table. Is it about alchemy in the future? Kai Defeng asked in a hushed voice. Chen Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. He hadn't even mentioned it yet. But Kai Defeng had already guessed what he was going to say. However, it seemed quite normal since Kai Defeng had dealt with a multitude of characters in the hidden market of Pinyin County. Kai Defeng's greatest strengths were his keen sense of observation and his ability to read people's intentions. Their strongest bond now was the previous sale of elixirs, so that was the only logical topic of discussion. In the short term, the quantity of elixirs I produce will remain the same as before, but over time, the production will gradually decrease, Chen Fei said, seeing that Kai Defeng had already guessed and decided to be straightforward about it. The elixirs for body tempering realm cultivators were quite profitable, and Chen Fei still needed them unless he found a faster way to earn money. However, he couldn't keep producing these elixirs indefinitely. If he continued selling the elixirs meant for Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators, there would be no need for Kai Defeng's services. Furthermore, selling those elixirs to Kai Defeng put him in danger. Even with the reputation of the Alchemist Alliance, the value was too significant. I understand, Kai Defeng said with a slight smile on his face as if he had already considered this matter on his own. Shai Feng noticed Chen Fei's surprise and smiled, saying, even if you hadn't brought it up today, I knew this was coming sooner or later. Besides, the share you've given me has already earned me a lot. If I earn even more, 111 start worrying about my own safety. Seeing Kai Defeng's apparent understanding, Chen Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He had been worried that Kai Defeng might not accept this change, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Kai Defeng's current wealth, with his bone-tempering realm cultivation, was already enough to last a lifetime and more. Shen Fei, becoming an aperture-tempering realm cultivator, was now Kai Defeng's major pillar of support. Kai Defeng's current wealth was something very few people would dare to covet. However, if Kai Defeng continued to accumulate wealth and his assets continued to grow, things might change. Now that Shen Fei had achieved the aperture-tempering realm, he had become a strong support for Kai Defeng. Kai Defeng's wealth was not something many people would dare to meddle with. However, if Kai Defeng continued to amass more wealth and his assets continued to grow, it might become a different story. After discussing the medicinal herbs needed for tomorrow, Kai Defeng left the primordial sword sect. Shen Fei stood in the courtyard, looking at the rising sun, a smile appearing on his face. Everything was going well, but he needed this good fortune to continue. Therefore, his cultivation couldn't stop. Shen Fei's figure flickered and disappeared in the courtyard, reappearing in front of the transmission hall. The attending disciples greeted Shen Fei, and by now, his status and position were vastly different from before. A moment later, the hall master of the transmission hall, Zhu Kunshan, appeared. He exchanged a few words with Shen Fei and then led him to the place of martial arts inheritance. They passed through a long tunnel and entered a huge cave. Shen Fei saw those stone tablets standing there once again. Now that you've just entered the aperture tempering realm, your main focus should still be on the Zhanyuan sword. Absorb core soul energy with the Zhanyuan sword, and the results will be much better than with the soaring heaven technique. Zhu Kunshan reminded Shen Fei. Cultivation of martial arts had a clear hierarchy, and without the primordial sword cannon to serve as a mediator, prioritizing one over the other was essential. Shen Fei had broken through to the aperture tempering realm with the Zhanyuan sword as his main technique, so his body had already adapted to some of the principles of the Zhanyuan sword. Therefore, absorbing core soul energy using it would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. Thank you, Elder Zhu. For the reminder, Shen Fei expressed his gratitude with a bow. Stepping up to the stone tablet of the soaring heaven technique, Shen Fei glanced at Zhu Kunshan, who nodded in approval. Shen Fei then placed his hand on the stone tablet. The stone tablet quivered slightly, and the intricacies of the martial art began to flow into Shen Fei's sea of consciousness. Comparing this experience to the initial inheritance, back then, Shen Fei had been a passive recipient with his mind often blank. But now, as he received the inheritance once again, he could clearly grasp his own state, calmly observing the knowledge swirling in his sea of consciousness. In fact, Shen Fei even had the leisure to start directly reading and comprehending, simultaneously accepting the inheritance and beginning to understand the techniques. The transmission of the martial art took less than half an hour to complete, and Shen Fei opened his eyes. Removing his hand from the stone tablet, he looked at the panel, which now indicated that the soaring heaven technique's recording was complete. Standing in place, Shen Fei recollected the key points of the soaring heaven technique. His core soul energy within his body began to circulate. In the next moment, Shen Fei's figure disappeared from where he stood in the cave and reappeared at the other end of the cave. In midair, several Shen Fei's afterimages were left behind, and it took a few breaths before these images gradually dissipated. Zhu Kunshan watched in astonishment as Shen Fei effortlessly demonstrated the soaring heaven technique. This meant that Shen Fei had already comprehended the method of operating the martial art during the inheritance process. To achieve this, a strong mental capacity and insight were essential. However, Zhu Kunshan considered that in just over a year, Shen Fei had gone from the body tempering realm to the aperture tempering realm. Without such insight and mental power, it would have been impossible. A smile crept onto Shen Fei's face. Whether it was because of breaking through to the aperture tempering realm or the energy he had absorbed in the remote village, he wasn't sure. Shen Fei felt that his insight had indeed improved significantly. In the past, he had to rely on the panel to quickly improve his proficiency in martial arts. However, today, when he first encountered the soaring heaven technique, Shen Fei was able to quickly grasp the basics on his own. However, the initial stage of martial art practice was undoubtedly the easiest. What came next depended on the strength of his insight. In the eyes of others, Shen Fei's insight was undoubtedly remarkable. Initially, it took him only a few months to master the body-tempering phase of the Zhongyuan sword. This level of insight set him apart from all the other disciples within the sect. Shen Fei looked at the other stone tablets, where several sets of martial arts were being transmitted. He did not request these martial arts at the moment, as he believed in the principle of less is more. He decided to first raise his proficiency in the soaring heaven technique and the Zhongyuan sword. Afterward, he would plan how to piece together the primordial sword canon. 10 days later, in the courtyard where Chen Fei resided, his figure flickered as he moved around the various corners of the yard. After a while, the images disappeared, and Chen Fei was already seated on a stone chair, sipping tea from the table in front of him. Shen Fei's insight had indeed improved. In these 10 days, his progress in the soaring heaven technique was remarkably fast, nearly matching that of the Zhongyuan sword. However, as he progressed, his cultivation speed began to gradually decrease, while the Zhongyuan sword continued to advance rapidly due to the influence of the panel. This was the typical situation for most martial practitioners. Progress slowed down as they advanced further, and it was only abnormal if they didn't encounter such bottlenecks. Shen Fei could have followed the conventional path and continued to practice diligently. However, with the panel at his disposal, why should he conform to the same limitations as others? Where it became more challenging to cultivate as one progressed further. So, it's still about simplification. Shen Fei raised his head slightly. Both paths required effort and dedication, so he would naturally choose the more efficient one. However, his current financial situation left him feeling a bit shy. Chapter 260 Overlord. Chapter 260 Overlord. Methods to make money quickly. In the courtyard of Feng Xiupu, when Feng Xiupu heard Chen Fei's question, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Have you used up all the elemental stones and spirit snow pills issued by the sect every month?" "Well, on the first day one received them, one used them all." Shen Fei nodded. Indeed, elemental stones and spirit snow pills were very effective. Each of them could save Chen Fei more than 2 days of time. If he could use them continuously, it would significantly shorten the time it took for Chen Fei to open up his acupoints. But obviously, this wasn't realistic. Each of these items was priced at a basic rate of 30,000 taels of silver, and 2 of them added up to 60,000 taels. The sect was already quite generous in providing 60,000 taels of resources every month. In Chen Fei's opinion, to ask for more, even if the sect wanted to give, it probably couldn't afford it. Making money was difficult. Even for a prestigious sect like the Primordial Sword sect, making money might be easier than for ordinary people, but their expenses were much higher. In my younger years, one also thought about whether there was a way to quickly obtain these things, Feng Xiupu said, reminiscing about the past. After all, anyone who discovered a faster shortcut would naturally consider taking it, and very few would intentionally choose a more difficult path. Did Master find a way? Chen Fei asked with concern. No, all the methods to make money quickly have been occupied by various sects. Although we are in the aperture tempering realm, compared to the sect's power, we are still too weak. Unless our cultivation reaches a higher level. Feng Xiupu shook his head. Where there were benefits, there were always those who sought to exploit them. Although cultivators in the aperture tempering realm would eat any visceral tempering realm cultivators alive, this was also true for the sects. Combined aperture tempering realm. Chen Fei thought of the dragon elephant true immortal he had met in the past, whose body never decayed and who possessed tremendous strength. Such a powerful individual could easily represent a sect or even be stronger. Combined aperture tempering realm. Feng Xiupu hesitated for a moment, then turned to Chen Fei and said, "Combined aperture tempering realm is not just about having a higher level of cultivation. Do you know why the sects around Immortal Cloud City all regard the Immortal Cloud Sword sect as the leader? Why? Because of the combined aperture tempering realm." Chen Fei's posture straightened slightly. Since they had just happened to touch on this topic, Chen Fei's curiosity had been piqued. When he was in the body tempering realm, Chen Fei had naturally thought about this question, but he hadn't asked because it was meaningless. A mere body-tempering realm warrior couldn't change anything. But now, Chen Fei had broken through to the aperture-tempering realm, and his strength had significantly increased. He had the qualifications to care about these matters. In the sect's main hall that day, when he looked around, all he saw were aperture-tempering realm cultivators. But most of them were in the early, middle, or late stages. Due to the limitations of the sect's cultivation techniques, there were no cultivators at the peak of the aperture-tempering realm, let alone those in the combined aperture-tempering realm. The elders who had closed themselves off were the same. Yes, because of the combined aperture-tempering realm. Feng Xiupu picked up the tea on the table and looked into the distance, his expression inexplicable. How many visceral tempering realm warriors are there now? And how many can pose a threat to you? Unless there's no way out. Otherwise, no matter how many there are, they won't pose a threat. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Many ants could kill an elephant, but the key was to leave the aperture-tempering realm cultivators with no way out. Otherwise, in terms of mobility, aperture-tempering realm warriors dominated over visceral-tempering realm warriors. If there were fewer visceral-tempering realm warriors, the aperture-tempering realm warriors could sweep them directly. If there were many, say dozens, a bit of guerrilla warfare could still defeat them. You could leave when you wanted to, stay when you wanted to. That was why aperture-tempering realm warriors could overlook those in the body-tempering realm. Combined aperture-tempering realm experts view the aperture-tempering realm the way we view the visceral-tempering realm. Feng Xiupu sighed and shook his head. He continued, unless you can use formations to trap combined aperture-tempering realm experts, it's challenging for the number of aperture-tempering realm cultivators to pose a threat to them, and the Immortal Cloud Sword sect has combined aperture-tempering realm experts. 2 of them. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect had 2 combined aperture-tempering realm experts. Do other sects have combined aperture-tempering realm experts? Chen Fei asked. We didn't know in the past, but they don't have any now. Combined aperture-tempering realm cultivators live for 300 years. And if they find life-extending spiritual herbs, they can live even longer. Feng Xiupu finished his tea and placed the cup on the table. 1 combined aperture-tempering realm expert alone can sweep us. And there are many combined aperture-tempering realm cultivators in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, not only among their disciples, but also among the guest disciples who bring their own skills. Chen Fei frowned. In terms of top combat power, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect far surpassed the rest, and the combined aperture-tempering realm directly intimidated all directions. What's more, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had 2 of them. The continuity of their lineage was enviable. Those wandering cultivators who joined the Immortal Cloud Sword sect as guest disciples. All these factors combined made the position of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's dominant seem unshakable. Binding all the sects around Immortal Cloud City together still wouldn't be enough to challenge the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Besides, it was unlikely that all the sects could truly unite. Knowing that opposing the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was a dead end, why would other sects rush to their doom unless the combined aperture-tempering realm experts of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect disappeared? The other sects might have the courage to make a stand together, without the suppression of the combined aperture-tempering realm across realms. Though there were often significant gaps even among combined aperture-tempering realm cultivators, there would still be some hope, wouldn't there? Don't think too much about it. Today, we just happened to touch on these topics. And I've told you more because you will know sooner or later. Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei's somewhat solemn expression and chuckled softly. Let's get back to the topic of making money. Seeing Feng Xiupu steer the conversation back to its original topic, Chen Fei let go of his thoughts about the combined aperture-tempering realm. Combined aperture-tempering realm was still somewhat distant for him. He had just opened one acupoint. You can refine pills, even if it's just pills for the body-tempering realm. The speed of making money isn't slow. If you refine pills at our cultivation level, the returns would be even more substantial. What you lack is a source of spiritual herbs, Feng Xiupu said softly. Feng Xiupu knew about Chen Fei's alchemy skills otherwise. you wouldn't have received rewards like the Origin Awakening pill from the Alchemist Alliance. Master, you're perceptive. Shen Fei directly praised. Feng Xiupu couldn't help but smile and continued. Our sect has a source of spiritual herbs, but it's not abundant. Senior brother Zhu can only refine enough for himself alone, so it's impossible for him to share with you. If you want spiritual herbs, the Alchemist Alliance might be a way. The Alchemist Alliance. Shen Fei was slightly taken aback. No, the Alchemist Alliance has spiritual herbs, but my contribution points are insufficient, making it difficult to exchange regularly. Now, with your status as an aperture tempering realm cultivator, going to the Alchemist Alliance again might bring some changes. Feng Xiupu said with a light smile. Besides alchemy, there's another path, but it will be more challenging. Still, it's worth trying. What path is that? Our sect's soul locking tower. If you stay there for a month, the sect will compensate you with 2 elemental stones. Feng Xiupu's expression became somewhat peculiar when he mentioned the soul locking tower. What's special about it? Shen Fei noticed Feng Xiupu's change in expression and asked curiously. Soul locking tower God. The soul locking tower was a treasure of our sect's ancestors. A small portion of our sect's elemental stones is used to maintain the soul locking tower. When mentioning that ancestor, Feng Xiupu's expression was full of reverence. But staying there is not comfortable. Few are willing to go. You can try it once. After all, the soul locking tower is incredibly powerful, and it's worth seeing. Shen Fei's expression shifted slightly. This soul locking tower had the potential to be an important weapon within the sect, otherwise it wouldn't be maintained so carefully. However, 2 elemental stones for a month was certainly not a small amount, considering their value of 60,000 taels each. But the soul locking tower God in the tower would likely directly affect Shen Fei's daily cultivation, making it somewhat not worth it. After chatting with Feng Xiupu for a while, Shen Fei took his leave. Instead of returning to his own courtyard, Shen Fei headed straight for Immortal Cloud City. He could check out the soul locking tower anytime, but now he was more concerned about whether the Alchemist Alliance could offer him some assistance. In less than a quarter of an hour, Shen Fei had arrived in Immortal Cloud City. The city was still bustling as ever, and it seemed that there were even more people in Immortal Cloud City than before. As Shen Fei hadn't visited for some time, he briefly met with Kai Defeng and then went directly to the residence of the Alchemist Alliance. As soon as he entered, Shen Fei encountered Qin Jinglin. Qin Jinglin also spotted Shen Fei and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a brilliant smile spread across her face. It had been a long time since she had last seen Shen Fei. Seeing Shen Fei again, Qin Jinglin's heart couldn't help but beat faster, and she felt a certain admiration for him. However, relative to the past, Qin Jinglin now understood that this man would never belong to her. Nevertheless, she couldn't stop her lingering affection for Shen Fei. Perhaps it was stubbornness, or maybe a trace of unwillingness. Young master, how can one assist you today? Qin Jinglin approached and inclined her head slightly. Is there a difference for an aperture tempering realm cultivator in the alliance? Shen Fei had a slight smile on his face. Hearing Shen Fei's question, Qin Jinglin couldn't help but be astonished. Then, she looked at Shen Fei incredulously. Just now, because she had suddenly seen Shen Fei, she hadn't paid much attention. But now, she realized that Shen Fei was emitting a unique aura, distinct resonance of power and cultivation. This aura was exclusive to aperture tempering realm cultivators. In the alliance, there were occasional appearances of aperture tempering realm experts, although they were rare. However, after staying here for a long time, Qin Jinglin had seen many of them. Qin Jinglin raised her head to look at Shen Fei, her eyes shining with the unique aura. Back when the news spread throughout Immortal Cloud City that Shen Fei had defeated the second-in-line true transmission disciple of Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, some had predicted that Shen Fei would achieve the aperture tempering realm within a few years. And now, in less than a year, Shen Fei had reached this coveted realm that countless martial artists dreamed of. Young master, please follow me. Aperture tempering realm alchemists can indeed take on some different tasks within the alliance, Qin Jinglin said with a smile. Qin Jinglin's face was full of smiles. She was genuinely happy for Chen Fei and felt even more that her admiration for him was well placed. When Chen Fei first came to be evaluated as a 9th-tier alchemist, Qin Jinglin had noticed his exceptional qualities. If she had been a bit bolder at that time, could she have stayed by Chen Fei's side forever? Chapter 261 Chapter 261 Closed Loop Chapter 261 Closed Loop Qin Jinglin's face blushed slightly as she led Chen Fei to the counter, where she replaced his waist badge. Still a Tier 7 alchemist. There was no sign of an upgrade, but the style of the waist badge had changed slightly. Even within the Alchemist Alliance, the identity of those in the Aperture Tempering realm was somewhat different. Young Master, now you can take on these refining tasks. However, these tasks have very strict requirements. Each furnace has a requirement for the number of pills produced, and if it falls short, the contribution value reward is halved, and you will be prohibited from taking the same task for a year. Qin Jinglin unfolded a list of tasks for Chen Fei and pointed to several special ones. Chen Fei glanced at them and found that they were all tasks involving refining pills with spirit herbs. The tasks detailed the required number of pills produced in each furnace and the quality of the pills. Each task offered a substantial contribution value. As an example, for the spirit snow pill that Chen Fei was most familiar with, if he refined a furnace that met the requirements, he would receive a reward of 3,000 contribution points. The contribution points of the Alchemist Alliance were quite useful and could be exchanged for a variety of items within the Alliance, including spirit herbs and pills. There was even the 1,000 thread technique that Chen Fei had been eyeing for a long time. The 1,000 thread technique had a total of 9 layers, and the further you went, the more exorbitant the price for exchange. Without years of accumulation, it was difficult to exchange for the advanced levels of this technique. The spirit snow pill requires 3 pills per furnace. So, if an alchemist is skilled, how many pills can they produce at most? Chen Fei's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Jinglin. Qin Jinglin was momentarily taken aback by the question. She hadn't really looked into this, because alchemists of that level were not something she could usually come into contact with. Well, young sir, some talented alchemists can sometimes produce 4 spirit snow pills in one furnace, said a woman inside the counter in a soft voice. From the moment Chen Fei appeared here to the moment he exchanged for the alchemist waist badge representing the Aperture Tempering realm, the gazes of the several stewards inside the counter had become somewhat heated, and they didn't conceal it at all. 4. A smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Fei's face. According to the task, after the pills were refined, as long as he turned in the required quantity, the extra pills could be taken by the alchemist, serving as an incentive. After all, refining 3 pills per furnace was already quite demanding, and if an alchemist was in good form and produced an extra one, it meant the quality of the other 3 pills was top-notch. For the Alliance, there was no loss at all, but rather a gain. As for the alchemist, dedicating themselves to refining pills, if their technique was truly excellent, they had a chance to obtain an extra pill after receiving contribution points. This was a win-win situation, making both parties willing to cooperate. Others could produce 4 spirit snow pills in one furnace. But what about Chen Fei? If it weren't for the circumstances, Chen Fei might have burst into laughter. When it came to alchemical skills, as long as you had the recipe, wasn't it all about practice? For others, producing 4 spirit snow pills in one furnace was extremely difficult, carrying an element of easier said than done. After all, refining pills with spirit herbs was much more challenging compared to regular ingredients. The spiritual conflicts within could leave a bunch of alchemists unconscious. Only Aperture Tempering realm warriors, whose core soul energy had undergone a transformation, could handle the spiritual collision. Alternatively, one could elevate the 1,000 thread technique of the Alliance to a very high level to have a slight chance. However, it required a substantial number of contribution points to exchange for the 1,000 thread technique, something that most alchemists couldn't accumulate. Young Master, you should still be cautious when taking on these tasks, Qin Jinglin reminded in a low voice. Although Chen Fei was in the Aperture Tempering realm, As a Tier 7 alchemist, he had only reached the minimum threshold for accepting these tasks. To take on these tasks, one should ideally be at least a 6th-rate alchemist. Qin Jinglin had absolute confidence in Chen Fei's talent, and with some time to practice, she was certain he could elevate his alchemy skills. However, accepting these tasks now would be somewhat risky. Even if Chen Fei had studied these recipes in the past, his success rate would likely be low due to his cultivation level at the time. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Fei said with a slight smile. It was clear that he couldn't accept these tasks at the moment. He hadn't even seen the recipe for the spirit snow pill. But this was only temporary. Chen Fei was eager to improve his proficiency with alchemical recipes. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei left the Alchemist Alliance, handed over the waste badge to Kai Difeng, and specifically instructed him to start collecting the ingredients for the Flying Ascent pill. Then, Chen Fei returned to the Primordial Sword sect. Upon returning to the sect, Chen Fei went straight to the Sutra library. Every disciple he encountered along the way paid their respects to him. Showing their admiration, Chen Fei nodded in response to each one. The recipe for the spirit snow pill, we have it. Please follow me. Master Chen, a disciple of the Sutra library, said in a low voice. The title Master was a mark of respect for Chen Fei because he currently held a minor position within the sect, that of the Master of Wind Hall. However, the Wind Hall no longer held any real power. During the heyday of the Primordial Sword sect, it might have played an important role, but now it was just a memory. After a short while, Chen Fei transcribed the recipe for the spirit snow pill and left the Sutra library. When Chen Fei advanced to the Aperture Tempering realm, the sect had given him a lump sum of contribution points to use when he wanted to exchange for martial techniques. Therefore, exchanging for the recipe posed no financial pressure for him. Back in the courtyard, Chen Fei carefully studied the recipe for the spirit snow pill. Compared to pills for refining the body, like the Flying Ascent pill, the recipe for the spirit snow pill was undoubtedly much more complex. Even with Chen Fei's current alchemical skills, he couldn't grasp it immediately upon seeing it. He would need to personally attempt the refinement several times to get a feel for it. However, spirit herbs were expensive, and attempting refinement meant a risk of failure, which would result in the destruction of the herbs. This was a financial burden, especially for independent cultivators. Among rogue cultivators, it was rare to come across top-notch alchemists because the conditions did not allow for it. Alchemy technique spirit snow pill not proficient. Discover the alchemy technique. Spend 100 Tibihi silver taels to simplify the spirit snow pill. The 100 Zunye silver taels for simplification were much more affordable compared to martial techniques. However, Chen Fei's current funds, both in his pocket and on the panel, didn't add up to 100 taels. He had only recently returned, and while he had been refining pills consistently, he had accumulated just over 20 taels. With the leftover amount from before, he still had a significant shortfall. Considering his current alchemy speed, it would probably take him about 2 months to accumulate the required 100 taels. Simplifying one alchemical recipe meant Chen Fei would have to wait another 2 months. On top of that, he hadn't simplified the soaring heaven technique, and he hadn't even started organizing the dragon-suppressing elephant scraps. He had a pile of martial techniques waiting to be refined, so it was understandable that Chen Fei was feeling impatient. One can't wait that long. 111 Sell some less important spirit herbs for cash. Chen Fei didn't hesitate. He thought about the gifts he had received recently, and with a flick of his hand, several spirit herbs appeared in his hand. Initially, he had planned to use these herbs to refine pills for personal consumption, but now, he had a better option, and there was no need to stick to his previous decision. An hour later, Chen Fei returned to the courtyard with over 100 taels of silver on his panel and a large bag of herbs in hand. Simplifying the Spirit Snow Pill Simplification. Successful Spirit Snow Pill GT Flying Ascent Pill. The simplification went as expected, and the Flying Ascent Pill appeared like nested dolls. Chen Fei had predicted this outcome, which was why he had instructed Kai Difeng to start collecting the ingredients for the Flying Ascent Pill. although it required long-aged herbs that were somewhat challenging to obtain due to control by other sects' medicinal shops. Chen Fei was willing to pay a premium for them now. He didn't before because the cost-benefit didn't make sense. His focus was on increasing his proficiency with the spirit snow pill. However, relying solely on Kai Defeng's purchases wasn't enough. Chen Fei decided to use his own contribution points to exchange for the required materials from the treasure depository. Compared to spirit herbs, aged medicinal materials were significantly cheaper, but they still required contribution points. Gaining contribution points within the sect wasn't easy, and Chen Fei had never thought of using them to exchange for materials before refining and selling pills, because it wouldn't yield much profit and would consume a lot of time and effort. Now, Chen Fei was passionately refining pills, diligently managing the fire and the furnace. Once he reached a perfect level of proficiency with the spirit snow pill, he could start taking tasks from the Alchemist Alliance. A perfectible spirit snow pill had a chance to produce 4 pills in one furnace. Although it wasn't entirely stable, however, it was much better than most 6th-grade alchemists. With this, Chen Fei could earn 3 contribution points for each furnace and occasionally get an extra spirit snow pill. The contribution points from the Alliance could be used to exchange for the materials needed for the flying ascent pill, creating a closed loop. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Fei had reached a mastery level of proficiency with the spirit snow pill. Half of the contribution points that the sect had given him had already been spent. Kai Defeng's collection of medicinal materials went smoothly because they were purchased at a substantial premium. The medicinal shops were willing to supply a portion of the materials each day at this price. However, the profit margin for selling pills made from these expensive materials was thin compared to the flying ascent pill. But Chen Fei didn't mind. This investment was insignificant to him. In those 20 days, in addition to significant progress with the spirit snow pill, Chen Fei also improved his proficiency with the Zhanyuan sword, though he was still some distance away from mastering it. The Qianyuan sword was still absorbing spirit materials and required more time to become a spiritual weapon. The soaring heaven technique was progressing slowly since it hadn't been simplified yet, and in recent days, its progress had stabilized at a certain rate. At this rate, it would take more than a decade to master the technique fully. Furthermore, it was crucial that his future comprehension speed didn't slow down, otherwise, the time required would continue to lengthen. It was even possible to get stuck at a certain point, unable to progress further. This was a common scenario for the majority of martial artists. Not every martial technique could be mastered to the highest level. Getting stuck was perfectly normal. 3 months later, the Zhanyuan sword reached mastery level, and the spirit snow pill finally achieved perfect proficiency. Chapter 262 Chapter 262 Tier 6 Pill Alchemist. Chapter 262 Tier 6 Pill Alchemist. Primordial Sword Sect stood atop a mountain peak, with Chen Fei holding the Qianyuan sword, its tip buried in the soil. In the next moment, the Zhanyuan force field descended, black energy layers stacking up, enveloping an area of several dozen meters in all directions. Swoosh! 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 Sword beads flickered within the formation, crisscrossing at lightning speed. Upon close examination, one would notice that the number of sword beads within the formation had increased from the original 10 to 20. Moreover, whether it was speed or strength, the sword beads were much stronger than before. This was the most visible change that occurred when mastering the Zhanyuan sword technique. In addition to the significant increase in combat power, Chen Fei's daily absorption of vital energy had also seen a slight increase. For a practitioner at the aperture tempering realm, opening apertures and filling them with vital energy, as well as the level of comprehension of the martial technique, were crucial. A complete and advanced martial technique was definitely superior in terms of cultivation speed compared to beginner-level ones. Therefore, for martial practitioners, resources were important, as was the level of comprehension of their martial techniques. It was like walking with 2 legs. Lacking either one would make the journey much more difficult. Chen Fei gazed at the whizzing sword beads within the formation, and his spiritual power in his sea of consciousness gradually boiled. With the 1000 origin heart-locking technique in operation, The sword beads within the formation began to transform into sword threads, refining swords into threads. The 20 sword beads transformed into sword threads, completely shrouding the formation. A faint light shone in Chen Fei's eyes as he sensed the changes within the formation. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back on the road to Qinhai City, if Chen Fei had possessed this level of strength, Dai Fangshuan from Rain Tower would have had no chance of breaking through the sword formation. He would have been worn down and defeated by the formation itself. After a while, the formation that had enveloped the front dissipated, and the surroundings returned to calm. Chen Fei stood in place, calculating the consumption of sword beads and sword threads, as well as the expenditure of vital energy within his body. With his current level of cultivation, he could maintain the sword beads for quite a long time during high-intensity saturation battles. However, when transforming the sword beads into sword threads, although his combat power increased significantly, the burden also became much heavier. The strain on his spiritual power was one aspect, and the slight shortage of vital energy was also becoming apparent. Cultivation realm is the most fundamental thing. Chen Fei looked ahead and thought to himself. Having returned to the sect for so long, his first aperture had been halfed with vital energy from the beginning, and now it was approaching completion. In about 2 more months or so, he would be able to finish the cultivation of his first aperture. At that time, he could begin preparing to open the second aperture, which would somewhat alleviate the situation of insufficient vital energy during high-intensity battles. The next morning, Chen Fei appeared at the residence of the Alchemist Alliance. After nearly 4 months of effort, he had finally upgraded the formula for the Spirit Snow Pill to perfection. According to the initial plan, he was now ready to practice alchemy with it. Over the past 4 months, Chen Fei had received 1 Spirit Snow Pill from the sect each month, and each time, he had directly consumed it to increase his cultivation while nurturing his spiritual power. Alchemy was a matter of perseverance. The sect provided 12 Spirit Snow Pills in a year, and consuming all of them could save at least a little over a month of rigorous cultivation. If he combined the allocated elemental stones and refined them together with the pills, it would save nearly 2 months of time, saving 2 months in a year. Over 10 years. That was more than a year's worth of time saved. In terms of the lifespan of a cultivator in the aperture tempering realm, this kind of savings was significant. Because in the end, you might find that you were just a little short of time, or during crucial moments. Having that extra bit of cultivation could help you overcome certain challenges. Chen Fei had put in a lot of effort to upgrade the Spirit Snow Pill formula to perfection to make this efficiency even higher. On the path of martial arts, every moment counted. Young master, you're here. Qin Jinglin saw Chen Fei and warmly greeted him. Although it had been several months since Chen Fei's last visit, Qin Jinglin was genuinely delighted every time she saw him. I'd like to take an alchemy task, Chen Fei said to Qin Jinglin, his face showing a gentle smile. Please follow me. Young master. Qin Jinglin made a slight bow to Chen Fei and led him to the counter. The women behind the counter also recognized Chen Fei. After all, seeing such a young cultivator in the aperture tempering realm who was also an alchemist was indeed a rare sight. Young master, which task would you like to take? Qin Jinglin spread out the task list in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei carefully examined the list and quickly spotted the task for crafting Spirit Snow Pills. How common are tasks like this one? Chen Fei pointed to the Spirit Snow Pill task and asked in a hushed tone. They are quite common, but not available every day. If an alchemist completes the task, it usually takes a few days before a new one is posted. Qin Jinglin replied with a smile. Chen Fei nodded slightly, aligning with the information he had gathered. Spirit Snow Pills were suitable for cultivators at the aperture tempering realm, especially effective for those in the early stages. After the mid-stage of this realm, the effectiveness of Spirit Snow Pills diminished. In the early stages of the aperture tempering realm, there were typically more practitioners, as seen in the primordial sword sect and other sects. Elders in the mid-stage and later stages of this realm were relatively rare. The primordial sword sect followed this pattern, as did other sects. In most cases, there were more cultivators in the mid and late stages of the aperture tempering realm. such as those in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. However, in the early stages of the aperture tempering realm, the number of practitioners was still the largest, both in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and in general. This was a rule in martial arts and, in fact, a common pattern in many aspects of life. Things became more challenging as you progressed, and the number of individuals at higher levels decreased. I'd like to take this task. Chen Fei pointed to the spirit snow pill crafting task and said softly, "All right, young master, please wait a moment," Qin Jinglin said as she took note of Chen Fei's serious expression. 4 months ago, she had kindly advised him not to rush things. Now, after 4 months had passed, although Qin Jinglin found it hard to imagine how much his alchemy skills could have improved in that time, it was clear that Chen Fei had come to the alliance today for this task. At this point, trying to dissuade him would be crossing boundaries. "Young master, this task is to craft 5 furnaces of spirit snow pills, with each furnace requiring 3 pills to be produced. Once you successfully complete 1 furnace, you will receive the necessary spirit herbs for the next furnace, but they won't be provided all at once," Qin Jinglin explained after setting up the task for Chen Fei. Chen Fei nodded, showing no objections. Providing herbs for 1 furnace at a time was a precaution against alchemists with insufficient skills wasting the precious herbs. As long as you could successfully craft each furnace, you wouldn't run out of herbs. By the way, if one successfully craft the spirit snow pills, can I become a tier 6 alchemist? Chen Fei suddenly asked. If it were possible to raise his alchemist rank, he would do so without hesitation. In any case, higher-ranked alchemists enjoyed better treatment. Of course, you can, Qin Jinglin nodded and said. In the tier 6 alchemist assessment, there are 3 types of elixirs to choose from, and the spirit snow pill is one of them. Are you planning to take the tier 6 alchemist assessment, young master? Yes, Chen Fei smiled and nodded. For the tier 6 alchemist assessment, you need to pay a fee of 3,000 taels or 1 elemental stone. If you successfully craft 1 pill, you pass the assessment. If you produce multiple pills, the extras belong to you, Qin Jinglin explained. Very well. Chen Fei took out an elemental stone from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Young master, this way, please. After completing the necessary procedures for Chen Fei, Qin Jinglin led the way, and the route they took to the alchemy room was different from the one Chen Fei had visited before. It was evident that at the level of crafting spirit snow pills, the Alchemist Alliance had raised its level of attention. After a short walk, the number of alchemists coming and going had significantly decreased. Qin Jinglin led Chen Fei to a specific alchemy chamber, from which a faint herbal fragrance wafted. Chen Fei took a slight breath. These fragrances belonged to spirit herbs and fully formed spirit snow pills. It was evident that many spirit snow pills had been produced here. As the fragrance persisted, Chen Fei waited at the entrance of the alchemy chamber for a moment, and then he saw 2 people approaching on the corridor. One of them appeared older but radiated vitality, with a ruddy complexion. With just one glance, Chen Fei could tell that this person had reached the aperture tempering realm. He was likely the alchemist who would assess Chen Fei's skills. The other person was a member of the alliance, holding several jade boxes, similar to Qin Jinglin. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Kai Guanqing, the older man, arrived in front of Chen Fei. He discreetly sized up Chen Fei and noticed that they shared the same aperture tempering realm. His face was filled with a friendly smile. No, please don't worry about it, Chen Fei replied with a respectful gesture. The 2 exchanged a few more compliments and then entered the alchemy chamber together. Kai Guanqing gestured to one of the attendants, who handed several spirit herbs to Chen Fei. Chen Fei opened the jade boxes and examined the spirit herbs. Finding no issues, he nodded slightly to Kai Guanqing and approached the alchemy furnace. He performed the customary checks on the furnace, finding no problems. This furnace, in fact, was of higher quality compared to the ones he had used before. Kai Guanqing stood to the side, observing Chen Fei's actions without saying a word. From the moment he saw Chen Fei, Kai Guanqing had recognized his identity. After all, there weren't many cultivators at the aperture tempering realm at this age, especially those who were also alchemists. The recognition had made Kai Guanking's attitude particularly warm. Shen Fei's cultivation level was one reason, but there was another task of improving the flying ascent pill. In that task, Shen Fei had displayed remarkable alchemical skills and talent. With his current breakthrough in cultivation, his future achievements in alchemy were likely to be substantial. However, Kai Guanqing didn't know that Shen Fei had taken on the task of crafting 5 furnaces of spirit snow pills. Otherwise, he would have been even more surprised. Shen Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, lit the fire, cleaned the furnace, and set it up. When the furnace was slightly heated, he carefully placed the spirit herbs into it. Compared to crafting pills for the body-tempering realm, Shen Fei's movements were now more composed, and at least the flames didn't engulf the entire furnace. Kai Guanqing was witnessing Shen Fei's alchemy process for the first time, so he found everything to be normal. Qin Jinglin had seen Shen Fei's alchemy a few times before, and seeing that there were no flames engulfing the entire furnace this time, she actually became somewhat worried. Chapter 263 Chapter 263 Soaring Heaven Technique. Chapter 263 Soaring Heaven Technique. The initial, more rudimentary alchemical method left a deep impression on Qin Jinglin. Or one could say that anyone who had witnessed it would be equally impressed. Now that it has evolved into a method of refinement similar to other alchemists. Is it because Shen Fei lacks confidence? Shen Fei didn't know what Qin Jinglin was thinking, or else he might have chuckled. The initial method, resembling roasting pills, was used by Shen Fei to save time. After all, he had to refine so many pills every day, so he needed to pursue some efficiency. Over time, the technique of alchemy became somewhat fixed, but now, since it was the first time he was truly attempting to refine the spirit snow pills, Shen Fei still held a cautious attitude. All his previous insights had remained only in his mind. The flames licked the pill furnace, and Shen Fei's mental power continuously adjusted the changes in medicinal properties between the spirit herbs inside. This change was constantly shifting, and if one lacked experience, the furnace could explode directly. A genuine explosion. The entire pill furnace might be shattered by the energy contained within the spirit herbs. Kai Guanqing stood aside, watching Shen Fei's alchemical technique and nodded slightly. So far, Shen Fei's techniques were all very standard, and the fragrance emanating from the pill furnace was extremely pure. This indicated that this batch of spirit snow pills was developing in the right direction. Judging by Shen Fei's calm demeanor, he seemed to be fully aware of the changes inside the pill furnace. Innate talent, Kai Guanqing thought to himself. At this pace, Shen Fei really had a chance to successfully refine the spirit snow pills. So young, not falling behind in martial cultivation. And the same goes for alchemy. Describing it as innate talent would not be an exaggeration. However, as he watched, Kai Guanqing suddenly noticed that the flames under the pill furnace were getting stronger. Compared to the gradual progress from earlier, Kai Guanqing observed that Shen Fei's movements were becoming more rough. Shen Fei didn't notice his own change, he was simply adjusting the rhythm of alchemy according to his feelings. Even though it was his first time truly attempting to refine the spirit snow pills, once the actual refinement began, everything felt so natural, as if Shen Fei had already refined the spirit snow pills thousands of times. For other alchemists to have this level of experience, it would be incredibly difficult because there wouldn't be enough spirit herbs for them to practice with. Perhaps only the alchemists within the immortal Cloud Sword sect would have such an opportunity. Because of the smoothness, because it felt too silky, Shen Fei's alchemical technique unconsciously returned to its initial state. In the blink of an eye, the flames had completely engulfed the pill furnace. Kai Guanqing stared blankly at the scene before him. He had been watching Shen Fei little by little, but now he saw the flames rising higher and higher, reaching their current position. What troubled Kai Guanqing, however, was that even under such intense flames, the changes in medicinal properties inside the pill furnace continued smoothly and methodically. The only difference was that the alchemical process had been greatly accelerated. Normally, to refine a batch of spirit snow pills like this would take at least an hour, and for some slower-tempered old alchemists, it might take nearly an hour and a half to complete. But now, following Shen Fei's method of refinement, It would take approximately half an hour to complete a batch of spirit snow pills. At this moment, Qin Jinglin was no longer worried about Chen Fei. However, the steward standing beside them was as bewildered as Kai Guanqing. They were both left speechless by the spectacle of Chen Fei's alchemy. Bang! Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Chen Fei opened the furnace lid, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Just taking a whiff was enough to make one intoxicated. Clearly, Chen Fei had successfully refined the spirit snow pills. Kai Guanqing stepped forward, watching as Chen Fei took out 4 spirit snow pills from the furnace. His expression filled with amazement. Not only had Chen Fei succeeded in alchemy, but he had also produced 4 pills in one go. Kai Guanqing knew that even when he was in peak condition, he could only achieve this on rare occasions. Most of the time, he could only produce 2 or 3 pills. Therefore, given Kai Guanqing's standards, if he were to take on the task of refining spirit snow pills, it would be quite risky. Sometimes he preferred to take on other alchemical tasks. What Kai Guanqing was now puzzled about was whether this intense alchemical method would improve the yield of pills. Perhaps it was worth trying sometime. Does this count as passing the assessment? Chen Fei asked as he noticed Kai Guanqing's distraction. Of course. Kai Guanqing snapped back to attention and smiled. If even this doesn't count as passing, I'm afraid there won't be many Tier 6 alchemists in the Alliance. Congratulations! You've passed the Tier 6 alchemist assessment. Thank you. Chen Fei's face broke into a smile. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei approached the counter and presented the waist badge he had exchanged just 4 months ago. It was now replaced with the waist badge of a Tier 6 alchemist. In his sleeve, he also carried a small vial containing the spirit snow pills he had just refined. Apart from submitting 1 pill, the other 3 remained in Chen Fei's possession. In essence, Chen Fei had spent 1 elemental stone and gained 3 spirit snow pills, which was an incredible profit. Doing technical work sometimes turned out to be very lucrative. After a brief chat with Kai Guanqing, Chen Fei left. Compared to his attitude before the assessment, Kai Guanqing's demeanor had clearly changed a bit. Young master, would you like to take a break? Qin Jinglin inquired, considering that he had just completed the alchemical process. After all, alchemy was a mentally taxing endeavor. Many alchemists refrained from producing a large quantity of pills every day because it was mentally exhausting. When you constantly monitored the changes in medicinal properties within the pill furnace, a momentary lapse in concentration could result in ruined pills. This was true for ordinary pills, and when it came to refining spirit pills like the spirit snow pills, the situation was even more critical. It's all right, I'll take a short break in the alchemy chamber, Chen Fei replied, shaking his head. After all, it was just 1 batch of spirit snow pillies, and Chen Fei's goal for today was to complete all 5 batches required by the task. Seeing that Chen Fei didn't appear fatigued, Qin Jinglin smiled faintly. She took a portion of the spirit snow pill ingredients and returned with Chen Fei to the alchemy chamber. Although Qin Jinglin wanted to stay, she understood that it wouldn't be appropriate. During alchemical processes, the most crucial thing was peace and quiet, especially when refining high-level pills. Sir, 111 be right outside. If you need anything, feel free to call me, Qin Jinglin said softly. You're too kind, Chen Fei replied. With a slight nod and a polite gesture, Qin Jinglin closed the door to the alchemy chamber, leaving Chen Fei to his work. Inside the chamber, silence enveloped everything. Chen Fei checked the ingredients and the pill furnace. Everything was in order. He began the refinement process. Half an hour later, as he opened the furnace lid, a new batch of spirit snow pills was completed. Chen Fei glanced at the scene inside the pill furnace, his brows furrowing slightly. Inside the furnace lay 3 spirit snow pills. Chen Fei took out the 3 pills and examined them carefully. Each spirit snow pill had a plump appearance, indicating a successful refinement with no issues. However, in the end, there were only 3 pills instead of the previous 4. Chen Fei's alchemical technique was flawless, but achieving 4 perfect spirit snow pills in every batch was challenging. It would often fluctuate, a fact Chen Fei had already mentally prepared for. According to some alchemists, this was a matter of one's condition rather than alchemical skill. Shen Fei regained his composure, stood up, and opened the door to the alchemy chamber. He handed the 3 spirit snow pills to Qin Jinglin. Seeing that Chen Fei had once again successfully refined spirit snow pills, and with an ample quantity, Qin Jinglin couldn't help but smile. She took the pills and hurried to the alliance's counter. She needed to submit the pills and bring back new ingredients. A little over 2 hours passed. Chen Fei had completed the remaining 4 batches of spirit snow pills. The results were quite satisfactory. 3 out of the last 4 batches produced 4 spirit snow pills each, which meant Chen Fei had acquired 3 more pills. After bidding farewell to Qin Jinglin, Chen Fei made an agreement with her. If there were any tasks involving spirit snow pill refinement within the alliance, Qin Jinglin would notify him via messenger pigeon. This way, Chen Fei could come directly to the alliance's location. Qin Jinglin knew that she would frequently see Chen Fei in the coming days. Once he left the alliance's headquarters, Chen Fei pondered for a moment and then went to the largest apothecary in Immortal Cloud City to sell the 6 spirit snow pills he had just produced. 6 spirit snow pills could save Chen Fei nearly 18 days of cultivation time. Typically, he would consume them to enhance his cultivation because one's cultivation was the foundation. With his cultivation progressing somewhat slowly in the soaring heaven technique, Chen Fei felt a bit frustrated. Selling the 6 spirit snow pills, along with the silver he had saved up, would be just enough to simplify the soaring heaven technique for him. At this point, he had already discovered a method to get spirit pills. So whether he used them for his own cultivation or sold them, he had the freedom to choose. It was the sluggish pace of cultivation in the soaring heaven technique that made Chen Fei uneasy. An hour later, Chen Fei handed over his waist badge to Kai Defeng. Seeing the newly modified waist badge, Kai Defeng was clearly surprised. Even though he already knew that Chen Fei was extraordinary and not like an ordinary person, he was still amazed by how quickly he had passed the Tier 6 Alchemist assessment. Starting tomorrow, you can use this waist badge to exchange for the ingredients needed to refine the Flying Ascent pills in the Alliance. You already have enough contribution points, Chen Fei said with a smile. Today, by successfully refining 5 batches of spirit snow pills, Chen Fei had earned a total of 15 contribution points. With these points, he could exchange for the ingredients needed to refine Flying Ascent pills in the Alliance, avoiding the inflated prices at the city's shops. Great, Kai Defeng exclaimed. Over the past few months, Kai Defeng had been purchasing ingredients at inflated prices from various shops, and it had been quite a frustrating experience. Kai Defeng had once been a stallholder himself, so the feeling of being taken advantage of was something he disliked immensely. However, he had to endure it for the past few months as per Chen Fei's request. Now, he could finally go to the Alliance for exchanges. While it was difficult to accumulate contribution points within the Alliance, the items that could be exchanged for them were usually of excellent quality and reasonably priced. It provided a stable source of supplies. A few moments later, Chen Fei returned to the primordial sword sect. In his private chamber, he excitedly examined the panel. The money earned from selling the spirit snow pills, combined with the income from several months of refining pills, as well as the leftover money from selling spirit materials, added up to a total of 300 yetels of silver. With a little extra, discover a cultivation technique. Spend 300 yetels of silver to simplify the Soaring Heaven technique. Soaring Heaven technique simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Soaring Heaven technique spatial travel. Chapter 264. Chapter 264 King against King. Chapter 264 King against King. Upon seeing the simplified results, a smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. He liked this kind of nesting doll-style simplification, because with some simplifications, it's hard to predict what the results will be. Simple ones are easy to handle, but when they get a bit more complex, the process can become troublesome. If it really becomes too challenging, a second round of simplification might be necessary. However, the current cost of simplifying the technique at the level of the aperture tempering realm was quite substantial. Chen Fei didn't have that kind of money to spare for such endeavors. Inside the secret chamber, Shenfei activated the spatial travel technique. Several phantoms of himself appeared in place while insights into the soaring heaven technique began to flow continuously into his mind. A few months ago, when Shenfei had just begun learning the soaring heaven technique, he would gain insights every time he practiced. More or less, if he was in a good state of mind on a particular day and grasped a certain aspect of the technique, he would have a lot of insights. However, as he delved deeper into the technique, he couldn't guarantee insights every time he practiced. Sometimes, it took several sessions just to make a slight improvement. This situation, as time passed and Shenfei delved deeper into the technique, became increasingly severe. This is a situation most martial practitioners encounter unless they possess truly extraordinary talent and comprehension abilities. Otherwise, practicing a technique is akin to a gradual, painstaking process. But now, with the simplification of the soaring heaven technique, as Shenfei activated spatial travel, the feeling of insights into the soaring heaven technique rippling in his sea of consciousness made him feel like he had returned to the early days of practicing the technique. Back then, it was this feeling that made Shenfei realize that his comprehension had improved significantly. Whether due to the influence of the ancient village or the breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm, it naturally led to improvement. In any case, Shenfei's comprehension had genuinely improved a lot, but as time went on, it became clear that his slight increase in comprehension was still far from reaching an astonishing level. 10 days passed quickly, and Shenfei's life remained as busy as ever. Both the soaring heaven technique and the Zhanyuan sword, the two core techniques of the primordial sword sect, were steadily increasing in proficiency. With the abundant supply of materials for the snow spirit pill recipe in these 3 days, the proficiency in that skill was also rapidly advancing towards perfection. During these 10 days, in addition to practicing these techniques, Shenfei visited the Alchemist Alliance twice and took on 2 tasks to refine snow spirit pills. One task involved 3 furnaces of snow spirit pills, and the other was for 5 furnaces. In total, Shenfei completed the task of refining 8 furnaces of snow spirit pills as usual, earning him 24,000 Alliance contribution points. Apart from the contribution points, the most crucial reward was the 5 additional snow spirit pills that Shenfei received. This time, instead of selling them to an apothecary, Shenfei swallowed them directly. These 5 snow spirit pills directly boosted his cultivation by nearly 15 days. In less than a month, Shenfei's first aperture would likely be filled to capacity. Spending nearly half a year to fill the first aperture was an unimaginable speed among rogue cultivators. Even within sects, only those with strong backgrounds or who relied on pills could achieve such progress. Shenfei, in the aperture tempering realm, hadn't relied heavily on elixirs. Initially, when he broke through, he had used his vital energy to fill half of his first aperture. However, now, with Shenfei earning snow spirit pills, his future cultivation speed would definitely not be slower than before. In other words, opening one aperture every 6 months was entirely possible for Shenfei. Moreover, as he continued to practice the Zhanyuan sword to perfection, the enhanced cultivation efficiency, the stable rate of earning elixirs after reaching perfection, would further accelerate Shenfei's cultivation. 2 days later, Shenfei stood in the main hall's doorway, observing the sect elders around him. Shenfei had been practicing in the courtyard when the sect master summoned him. Upon arriving, he saw the scene in front of him. Compared to when he had last come up here, there was now an additional elder in the hall. However, this elder appeared to be quite old, not only in terms of age, but his vitality also seemed to have diminished. Despite his weakened spirit, the aura he emitted was incredibly majestic. In fact, it was on par with the sect master, Qiu Qingsheng, if not slightly stronger. In fact, in terms of intensity, this elder's presence gave Shenfei a stronger impression. He is Elder Zhu, who has been in seclusion for some time, whispered Feng Xiupu beside Shenfei, trying to break through to the combined aperture tempering realm. Elder Zhu's cultivation was in the late aperture tempering realm, and now his vitality seemed to be waning. indicating that he was nearing the end of his life. If he wanted to extend his lifespan, the only way was to break through to the combined aperture tempering realm. Achieving that would instantly add 100 years to his life. Yes. Feng Xiupu nodded without saying more. It was evident that Elder Zhu had failed in his breakthrough attempt, otherwise he wouldn't appear in such a state. The primordial sword sect possessed 3 complete legacies, making them exceptionally strong compared to rogue cultivators. Most rogue cultivators couldn't reach the late aperture tempering realm, and many of their techniques were either severely damaged or focused on the initial stages of the aperture tempering realm. In comparison, the life of rogue cultivators seemed somewhat arduous. However, the primordial sword sect had no intention of seeking superiority through comparisons with rogue cultivators. The primordial sword sect's 3 legacies could be practiced up to the late aperture tempering realm, but couldn't reach the pinnacle of the aperture tempering realm. To attempt to break through to the combined aperture tempering realm, one needed to be in the late aperture tempering realm. Clearly, the deeper one's cultivation, the higher the chances of a successful breakthrough. The combined aperture tempering realm was already incredibly challenging. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, having 2 combined aperture tempering realm experts, laid the foundation for its dominance. Other nearby sects didn't even have 1 combined aperture tempering realm cultivator, indicating the difficulty of reaching such a realm. Before the primordial sword sect lost its complete techniques, with enough talent, one could reach the pinnacle of the aperture tempering realm. However, now, this had become a distant hope. This naturally made it incredibly difficult for individuals from the primordial sword sect to break through to the combined aperture tempering realm. The sect members had considered repairing the primordial sword cannon or retrieving the lost parts over the years, but progress had been minimal. As for finding a technique comparable to the primordial sword cannon, that was even more challenging than repairing the manual itself. Unless the primordial sword sect produced a combined aperture tempering realm expert to act as a foundation, it might be possible. However, reaching the combined aperture tempering realm was no easy feat. Today, I've gathered everyone for a reason. Qiu Qingsheng stood at the top, looking at the assembled elders below, and said, according to the information we've received, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect may have found some traces of the Divine Flame Sect. In the near future, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect is highly likely to send forces to besiege the Divine Flame Sect. The Divine Flame Sect. Many elders showed subtle reactions upon hearing Qiu Qingsheng's words. The enmity between the Divine Flame Sect and the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had lasted for many years. While the Divine Flame Sect occasionally harassed other nearby sects, their primary focus was on the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. To say they were in constant conflict was something of an understatement, as the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect would immediately dispatch forces to exterminate any trace of the Divine Flame Sect they discovered. So, for many years, the Divine Flame Sect had been hiding and avoiding any potential discovery of their main base by the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect to prevent calamity from descending upon them. Have they found the Divine Flame Sect's main headquarters? Wu Guanyan asked. The sect master had convened this meeting, so whatever the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had discovered this time was likely significant. Otherwise, Qiu Qingsheng wouldn't have gone to such lengths. We're not clear about that yet, but even if it's not the Divine Flame Sect's main headquarters, it's estimated to be of significant size, Qiu Qingsheng said with a serious expression. When the time comes, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect should gather several sects, including us, to jointly participate in the siege. Prepare yourselves mentally. Shen Fei stood in the background, fearing that this was what Qiu Qingsheng wanted to advise today. If they were summoned, other sects would definitely send their experts. In any battle, there was danger. While the Divine Flame Sect had been pressured by the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, it didn't mean it was an easy target. It was only because the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was exceptionally powerful that the Divine Flame Sect appeared weaker. Other sects lacked the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's strength and had to be cautious when dealing with the Divine Flame Sect. After a while, everyone left the main hall one by one. This kind of thing has happened several times over the years. Every time, although the Divine Flame Sect was severely damaged or even wiped out, They resurfaced after a few years. Feng Xiupu said to Chen Fei, "Has the sect leader of the Divine Flame sect never died?" Chen Fei was puzzled. He had heard a lot about the Divine Flame sect. Given that they dared to confront the Immortal Cloud Sword sect head-on, maybe he died. Maybe he's still alive. No one knows for sure. Feng Xiupu shook his head and said, "But this time, when the Immortal Cloud Sword sect found traces of the Divine Flame sect, and with the sect master's specific instructions, it's estimated that each sect will have to send a significant number of people. Has it been like this in the past?" "Yes. But don't worry, the sect master won't let you go," Feng Xiupu said with a smile. Chen Fei had recently broken through to the aperture tempering realm, and didn't even possess a spirit sword yet. He was at his weakest state, so there was no way he could be sent into battle. Facing stronger aperture tempering realm cultivators would put his life in grave danger. As for having Chen Fei specifically target the Divine Flame sect's body tempering realm cultivators, that was something they could only do discreetly. If Chen Fei were to be discovered, it would be even more dangerous, as he might be surrounded by the Divine Flame sect's aperture tempering realm experts. It was an unspoken agreement cultivators of the same realm wouldn't attack each other's body tempering realm experts. As long as you didn't harm our body tempering realm cultivators, we wouldn't go out of our way to attack yours. Of course, if a body tempering realm cultivator sought death by joining an aperture tempering realm battle and got killed, no one would have any objections. So, if Chen Fei were sent into battle, he would undoubtedly face aperture tempering realm cultivators of the same level, which was extremely dangerous for him. Chapter 265 Chapter 265 Chaos Chapter 265 Chaos. A month later, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect officially sent invitations to the nearby sects of Immortal Cloud City, hoping that each sect would provide assistance in jointly besieging the Divine Flame sect. The content of the invitation was very mild, simply a request for cooperation in besieging the Divine Flame sect. Faced with this invitation, no sect dared to refuse, and none would truly refrain from offering their assistance. Suprema-level forces were polite to you, not because you could decline, but because it was in their character. If you were to genuinely refuse, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect probably wouldn't act against you immediately. However, what would happen in the future was unknown. Perhaps it would turn into the next Divine Flame sect. The Primordial Sword sect responded to the invitation, sending 3 cultivators at the Aperture Tempering realm along with dozens of martial artists at the Visceral Tempering realm. Other sects, such as the Long Rainbow sect, dispatched a similar number of personnel as the Primordial Sword sect. Chen Fei was naturally not on the list of those going to battle. He remained in the sect to continue his cultivation. About 10 days ago, thanks to the benefits of refining the spirit snow pills, Chen Fei finally filled his first aperture and smoothly opened his second aperture on the same day without the slightest ripple or hindrance. Clearly, his mastery of the Zhonyuan sword at the proficiency level and his core soul energy far exceeding his current cultivation level made the opening of the second aperture appear entirely natural. The opening of the second aperture, while still far from being filled, allowed Chen Fei to distinctly sense an improvement in his realm. The aperture tempering realm is a continuous process of tempering one's core soul energy and continuously opening apertures. The level of one's realm is entirely measured by the number of apertures opened, making it quite straightforward. Over a month of cultivation not only advanced Chen Fei's cultivation, but also didn't neglect his practice of the Soaring Heaven technique and the Zhonyuan sword. The Zhonyuan sword was still a considerable distance from reaching the mastery level, but the Soaring Heaven technique was nearing proficiency. Since the simplification of the Soaring Heaven technique, the progress in his practice had been remarkably steady. Without encountering any more challenges or difficulties, it progressed steadily, much like the Zhonyuan sword, constantly advancing. In addition, with the formula for the Spirit Snow Pill, as Chen Fei had been steadily refining the Flying Ascent Pill recently, his proficiency in the Spirit Snow Pill had gradually approached great completion. The external manifestation of this achievement was the increased success rate when Chen Fei refined the Spirit Snow Pills. When the formula for the Spirit Snow Pill had just reached perfection, For every 10 furnaces of spirit snow pills Chen Fei attempted to refine, about 5 or 6 would yield 4 pills, with the rest being 3 pills. Now, when Chen Fei refined 10 furnaces of spirit snow pills, the number of times 4 pills were produced had risen to 7 or 8. Clearly, as the proficiency of the spirit snow pill formula approached great completion, Chen Fei's mastery of crafting the spirit snow pill became increasingly effortless. While others needed to rely on their state of mind, Chen Fei had almost solidified this state, thanks in part to the mystical power of the system he had. Once achieved, it wouldn't fade away with the passage of time. It wouldn't become unfamiliar. It was a permanent skill. Chen Fei's reputation within the Alchemist Alliance had been spreading among various alchemists recently, and it seemed to be gaining momentum. Previously, when he was a Tier 7 alchemist who had improved the Flying Ascent pill, he had gained some recognition, but it was mostly just a topic of discussion that gradually subsided. But now that Chen Fei had become a Tier 6 alchemist, he had entered the realm of high-level alchemists. Within the Alchemist Alliance, he was considered a prominent figure, admired by many lower-ranked alchemists. Moreover, recently, Chen Fei had been taking on spirit snow pill crafting tasks almost frantically. Almost all tasks related to crafting spirit snow pillies on the task list were monopolized by him. What's crucial was that Chen Fei had flawlessly completed every single one of these crafting tasks, earning a substantial amount of contribution points, which made many alchemists envious. In the eyes of many, besides accumulating contribution points, Chen Fei must have also profited by acquiring some spirit snow pills. A single spirit snow pill was worth over 30,000 taels, and any extra pill produced meant significant gains. Just thinking about this made many alchemists feel various shades of envy and jealousy. Many people wanted to know just how many extra spirit snow pills Chen Fei had earned from crafting so many. However, regrettably, Chen Fei hadn't mentioned this to anyone, even within the alliance. When other alchemists asked, Chen Fei just smiled and didn't answer. Telling the truth could hurt people's feelings, and many alchemists probably wouldn't believe him and think he was boasting. In that case, it was better not to say anything and let everyone speculate for themselves. For Chen Fei, practicing cultivation and alchemy every day was both monotonous and fulfilling. Because he could see progress in all aspects of himself every day, this kind of progress seemed limitless. As long as he put in effort, he could continue to receive rewards. For others, putting in effort didn't necessarily guarantee a return. But for Chen Fei, when he put in effort, he would definitely receive a response. Apart from cultivation, Chen Fei also kept an eye on the battle between the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and the Divine Flame sect. Currently, everyone in Immortal Cloud City was most concerned about this matter. However, it took some by surprise that the fight between the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and the Divine Flame sect was proving to be quite stubborn. Initially, it was expected that the combined forces of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and other sects would easily crush the Divine Flame sect, just as in the previous campaigns against them. But the reality was that although several sects were making progress and forcing the Divine Flame sect to retreat step by step, the daily casualties were quite high, including casualties on both sides, the Divine Flame sect and the Alliance of Sects. In fact, one of the elders from the Primordial Sword sect had been seriously injured and had to return to the sect for treatment. Under pressure from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, the Primordial Sword sect had no choice but to send another elder to make up the team of 3. As for the disciples of the Visceral Tempering Realm, their losses were even more significant. It wasn't just the Primordial Sword sect, other sects were also facing challenges. And even the Immortal Cloud Sword sect itself had suffered some losses. However, judging by the current trend, the Divine Flame sect would eventually be wiped out, albeit with some significant losses for the various sects. Initially, the members of the Divine Flame sect had attempted to disperse and disappear as they had done in the past. But whether it was due to the thorough preparations made by the Immortal Cloud Sword sect this time or some other reason, they hadn't been given the chance. They were relentlessly pursued by the Alliance of Sects and denied the opportunity to escape. Currently, Both sides were approaching the Tayan Mountain, where the Divine Flame sect's stronghold was rumored to be. However, nobody knew for sure if this was the case. But both sides were indeed moving in that direction. The members of the Divine Flame sect had attempted to escape to other areas several times. But each time, the alliance of sects forced them in the direction of Tayan Mountain. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Inside the courtyard's secret chamber, Chen Fei activated the sword essence technique, allowing the Kanyuan sword to continuously absorb the gold sky stone. The gold sky stone, which had originally been the size of a fist, was now reduced to less than the size of a finger, and the essence that had disappeared was all incorporated into the body of the Kanyuan sword. At this moment, the Kanyuan sword was emitting a faint glow, and its spiritual aura permeated the surroundings. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for a spiritual weapon already. However, it was fast approaching that point. Under the influence of the Great Completion level sword essence technique, nurturing the Kanyuan sword was incredibly efficient. With the addition of gold sky stone, the Kanyuan sword's path to advancement had been remarkably smooth and rapid. According to Chen Fei's estimation, it would take just over a month at most before the Kanyuan sword could truly advance to a spiritual weapon. This time frame was shorter than Chen Fei's initial estimate by several months. As time passed day by day, every few days, Chen Fei would go to the Alchemist Alliance to take on spirit snow pill crafting tasks, and then return with a few spirit snow pills. The silver tails on the interface had accumulated quite substantially. Besides occasionally selling some spirit snow pills, the most significant income came from the flying ascent pills. The selling price of flying ascent pills had always been considerable, but Chen Fei had refrained from crafting and selling them initially due to the limited source of medicinal herbs. However, recently, after exchanging for medicinal herbs within the Alchemist Alliance, the issue of medicinal herb availability had been resolved. Crafting flying ascent pills not only improved the proficiency of crafting spirit snow pills, but also brought in a significant income of its own. At this pace, Chen Fei would soon gather enough silver tails to tidy up the dragon-suppressing elephant, and then accumulate some more, possibly even enough to obtain funds for simplifying the dragon-suppressing elephant. In a blink of an eye, another 10 days passed, and the alliance of sects finally cornered the Divine Flame sect at Tayan Mountain. The geographical environment of Tayan Mountain was not favorable. There was no retreat. They were trapped there, and the Divine Flame sect had almost no escape route left. This was why the members of the Alliance of Sects chose to trap the Divine Flame sect at Tayan Mountain. Regardless of whether Tayan Mountain was the nest of the Divine Flame sect, the discovered members of the Divine Flame sect were not going to be let go by the Immortal Cloud's sword sect. It seemed that the members of the Divine Flame sect had also realized their predicament. In Tayan Mountain, they displayed astonishing determination and, in this desperate situation, they had been deadlocked with the members of several sects. This deadlock, as seen by the people of Immortal Cloud City, was likely to be broken in a few days. However, what was surprising was that this deadlock had lasted for half a month. During this half-month period, Tayan Mountain had turned into a meat grinder, and many martial artists at the Visceral Tempering Realm had died. Not only Visceral Tempering Realm cultivators, but even Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators had lost 6 members during these 10+ days. These 6 casualties included members of the Divine Flame sect as well as those from several other sects. Fortunately, the 3 Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators from the Primordial Sword sect had only been injured and had not suffered casualties. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect issued a new call to arms, urging other sects to continue sending reinforcements, and they themselves dispatched additional personnel to the area. However, as everyone had speculated earlier, it seemed that Tayan Mountain was indeed the territory of the Divine Flame sect. Even with the arrival of reinforcements from other sects, the deadlock couldn't be broken. While there was slow progress being made, it was far too slow, and the losses were too great. Then, the Aperture Tempering Realm experts from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect intervened. Someone saw a streak of light flash across the sky over the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, heading towards Tayan Mountain. In the sky, it was the domain of Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators. Those at the visceral tempering realm could only briefly hover in the air and were far from achieving the level of free flight. So, it was evident that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was pulling out all the stops. Within the city of Immortal Cloud, a group of people was filled with excitement. It had been many years since the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had called upon Aperture Tempering Realm experts to take action. Clearly, they didn't want to delay any longer and aimed to resolve the situation at Taeyan Mountain directly. One day later, a massive burst of light erupted over Taeyan Mountain. The intense shockwave could be clearly felt even from dozens of miles away. 2 days later, the martial artists from various sects returned to their respective sects in a state of panic. Bearing astonishing news, the combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, who had intervened, had died. Chapter 266 Chapter 266 Who is the Dominator? Chapter 266 Who is the Dominator? The news of this incident left everyone who heard it stunned. Among the various sects, the Aperture Tempering Realm practitioners were considered essential pillars, and losing one of them was a severe blow. Inside Immortal Cloud City, some smaller sects might only have 1 or 2 Aperture Tempering Realm practitioners. Losing one of them could jeopardize the survival of the entire sect. Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators held such power, and the dominance of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was not only due to their overall strength, but also because they possessed 2 combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts. With one person representing one sect, only a combined Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator had the confidence and power to do so. Immortal Cloud Sword sect had 2 combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts, giving them unparalleled influence in the region. Other sects around Immortal Cloud City had no choice but to acknowledge their superiority. Aggravating Immortal Cloud Sword sect could result in the complete destruction of a sect with just one combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert. Both Long Rainbow sect and Primordial Sword sect knew this well. Trying to protect the sect wouldn't help them. Primordial Sword sect possessed top-tier formations and the intimidating soul-locking tower, but they were of little use against combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts. When a combined Aperture Tempering Realm cultivator decided to act, they wouldn't simply block you inside your sect and prevent you from leaving. They would forcibly break through formations, shatter the soul-locking tower, and annihilate the entire Primordial Sword sect. Combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts had this kind of power, and no one in the vicinity of Immortal Cloud City doubted it. But now, one of the combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts who maintained the sect's dominance had died. Even though Immortal Cloud Sword sect still had another combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert, this blow had left them somewhat dazed. Immortal Cloud Sword sect was in shock, and so were the surrounding sects. As the news continued to spread, the events of that day gradually became clear to everyone. At that time, the alliance of various sects had indeed cornered the members of the Divine Flame sect on Taeyan Mountain. The battle was intense, with many visceral tempering realm cultivators dying every day, and even Aperture Tempering Realm practitioners were at risk of severe injury. But the overall trend favored the alliance of sects. Although the losses they suffered in trying to wipe out the Divine Flame sect were significant, as the leader, Immortal Cloud Sword sect couldn't stay behind and command from a distance. Even though most of the losses occurred in other sects, Immortal Cloud Sword sect also had disciples who lost their lives. Among the 6 Aperture Tempering Realm practitioners who died, one was from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. In such circumstances, a combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert from Immortal Cloud Sword sect had taken action, one person representing one sect, with the confidence and power that a combined Aperture Tempering Realm brought, and with the other sect's members all on Taeyan Mountain. Under normal circumstances, it might have taken just a few hours to wipe out all the members of the Divine Flame sect. And when the Aperture Tempering Realm expert from Immortal Cloud Sword sect arrived on Taeyan Mountain and joined the battle, the situation indeed began to shift in that direction. They swept through without a single opponent. Zhu Kunshan recalled the scene at the time, with a hint of awe in his eyes when mentioning the combined Aperture Tempering Realm. 3 Aperture Tempering Realm experts had gone to Taeyan Mountain, and Master Zhu Kunshan, the head of the Hall of True Transmission, had gone along and witnessed the scene. So, What happened afterward? King Shang asked in a deep voice. The Divine Flame sect's members were retreating step by step. Even though several Aperture Tempering Realm experts attacked together, they were all swept away by Xin Jiaqing with a single move. Until one person, in the chaos, rushed to Xin Jiaqing's front and handed over a sword. Zhu Kunshan remembered that sword and his body trembled slightly, as if he had been pierced by that sword himself. That sword sent everyone within a radius of several hundred meters flying, including Aperture Tempering Realm cultivators. Did Xin Jiaqing die because of that sword? Wu Guanyin saw Zhu Kunshan lost in thought and quickly asked in a hushed tone. Roman 2. No. Xin Jiaqing avoided part of it. But whether it was that sword or that person, they were too powerful. All of us could only stand several hundred meters away and couldn't get any closer. Zhu Kunshan let out a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, that sword is a treasure, forged from gathered spiritual energy. Xin Jiaqing couldn't withstand it and was severely injured in the sneak attack. So, Zhu Kunshan didn't continue. But the members of the primordial sword sect present understood and realized what had happened during that time. The Divine Flame sect had a formidable combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert and possessed a powerful treasure. First, there was a sneak attack, and then Xin Jiaqing was killed on the spot. They actually have a treasure. The people present exchanged glances and fell into contemplative silence. Beyond spiritual weapons were treasures. And most of the spiritual swords among the people there were merely low-grade spiritual weapons. Even if Chen Fei upgraded the Kan Yuan sword, it would only go from a half-grade spiritual weapon to a low-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons are classified into lower, middle, upper, and top tiers, with 4 grades in total. Primordial sword sect's soul locking tower, when it was in the hands of that patriarch, was a top-tier spiritual weapon. However, after so many years and multiple instances of the soul locking tower guarding, it had suffered damage. Without enough spiritual materials and the strength to repair it, the soul locking tower had degraded into an upper-tier spiritual weapon. Even so, an upper-tier spiritual weapon like the soul locking tower still possessed astonishing power. When it was a top-tier spiritual weapon, it was even more formidable than it is today. Top-tier spiritual weapons were the strongest weapons for all sects except the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. As for treasures, the Primordial Sword sect had them in the past because they had Aperture Tempering Realm experts. Back then, if it weren't for Aperture Tempering Realm experts, they wouldn't have left behind techniques like the Primordial Sword Cannon. However, as Aperture Tempering Realm experts passed away and no successors emerged, treasures like these became inevitable losses because the sect had no capability to protect them. Or perhaps, for sects without Aperture Tempering Realm experts, treasures like these were sources of trouble. They'd rather not have them to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Immortal Cloud Sword sect naturally had spiritual treasures as well, as the overlords within several thousand miles. With Aperture Tempering Realm experts, how could they not possess treasures? But what was very strange was that on the day of the incident, Xin Jiaqing didn't bring any spiritual treasures to Taiyan Mountain. He only carried a top-tier spiritual weapon. And as a result, he was ambushed by the Divine Flame sect and ultimately died on Taiyan Mountain. Chen Fei stood in the background, listening to Zhu Kunshan's narration with a concentrated expression. Immortal Cloud Sword sect had 2 combined Aperture Tempering Realm experts before, suppressing all dissent in the surrounding area. But now that one had died and the Divine Flame sect was watching closely, the situation had become complicated. It was rumored that Xin Jiaqing was only in his early 200s, which wasn't the limit for combined Aperture Tempering Realm practitioners. His future potential couldn't be underestimated. On the other hand, the other combined Aperture Tempering Realm expert from Immortal Cloud Sword sect, Tong Zhongqiu, hadn't been active outside for many years. Rumor had it that he was only about 2 to 3 decades away from reaching his lifespan limit. Because he was nearing the end of his life, Tong Zhongqiu didn't like to roam around. With his impending limit, his combat strength had inevitably declined. So, most of the time, when an Aperture Tempering Realm expert was needed, Xin Jiaqing was the one who acted. After all, it wasn't a matter of life and death for the sect. so there was no need to make Tong Jiankyu travel around. But the unexpected had happened suddenly. Or rather, it wasn't an accident at all, but a carefully set trap by the Divine Flame sect, waiting for Immortal Cloud Sword sect's combined aperture tempering realm expert to arrive. As long as it was two of them coming together. Whether it was Tong Jiankyu or Xin Jiqing alone, neither would likely have escaped death. Who would have thought that the Divine Flame sect, which had been suppressed by Immortal Cloud Sword sect for so many years, would produce a combined aperture tempering realm powerhouse? What's more, this individual possessed a treasure. With such power and a well-planned ambush, it's likely that anyone would have fallen in that situation. After all, everyone's perception of the Divine Flame sect had become fixed. They were seen as no more than rats hiding in the dark, and nobody dared to let Immortal Cloud Sword sect catch their tail. Whenever they were caught, the result was always death. And it had been like this for many years. Their thinking had become rigid and stagnant. A spiritual treasure. One of the elders in the main hall sighed, realizing that the situation was truly changing. A combined aperture tempering realm practitioner wielding a spiritual treasure meant that Immortal Cloud Sword sect no longer held any advantage. Not only did they not have an advantage, but if a direct confrontation happened one-on-one, it was difficult to say how much power Tong Jiankyu still had given his age. Immortal Cloud Sword sect's only remaining advantage was their location in the mountains, cultivated over so many years. Even if a combined aperture tempering realm expert with a spiritual treasure came, Tong Jiankyu could repel them, or even kill them. But when it came to an outdoor battle, it was really hard to determine the outcome. Wu Junior brother, go to Immortal Cloud Sword sect. King Shang turned to Wu Guanyin. Since Immortal Cloud Sword sect had just lost a combined aperture tempering realm expert, Primordial Sword sect naturally couldn't pretend they hadn't seen anything. They had to send someone to express their stance. Understood. Wu Guanyin nodded and disappeared from the main hall. In this troublesome season, all of you should keep your disciples in check. If there's nothing else, don't go out casually. This matter is far from over. King Sheng looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, with the addition of a combined aperture tempering realm expert to the Divine Flame sect, and the killing of Xin Jiqing, the conflict between the Divine Flame sect and Immortal Cloud Sword sect had already reached an irreconcilable point. We will obey the sect leader's orders. Everyone responded with a bow and then left the main hall one by one. Wu Guanyin arrived at Immortal Cloud Sword sect as quickly as possible, only to find that the entire atmosphere had changed. It was a mixture of solemnity, mourning, and a simmering anger. Clearly, Xin Jiqing's ambush and death had been too much for the proud Immortal Cloud Sword sect to bear or accept. An outer sect elder received Wu Guanyin and led him to the guest reception hall. Here, there were people from other sects waiting as well. Wu Guanyin exchanged glances with those people, and they all stood in silence in the hall. 100 miles away on Taiyan Mountain, the remaining members of the Divine Flame sect were rejoicing. With Xin Jiqing's death, it meant that their Divine Flame sect could finally step into the sunlight. Furthermore, who would rule over Immortal Cloud City in the future was still uncertain. Tong Jiankyu was approaching the limit of his lifespan, and within 30 years, if Immortal Cloud Sword sect didn't produce a new combined aperture tempering realm expert, the hegemony over several thousand miles would likely fall to the Divine Flame sect. Chapter 267 Chapter 267 Clams and Cranes Fighting. Chapter 267 Clams and Cranes Fighting. In a cave in Mount Taiyan, Jian Jinsheng sat cross-legged on a massive rock. His right hand gently caressed the longsword on his knee, a faint smile on his face. Quietly below him, disciples from the Divine Flame sect stood, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed at Jian Jinsheng. His presence was rewriting the history of the Divine Flame sect. Such a figure carried far more weight in the eyes of the people than the sect's founding ancestor from years past. Not far from Jian Jinsheng, a man dressed like a scholar held a book in his hands. He was reporting to Jian Jinsheng about the losses and gains of the Divine Flame sect in this encounter. The greatest gain, of course, was the slaying of Xin Jiqing, a combined aperture tempering realm cultivator from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. The remaining members of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect in the area were also left behind on Mount Taiyan. On that day, after Jian Jinsheng had killed Zhen Jiqing, he shifted his focus to the cultivators of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect who were in the Aperture Tempering realm. Cultivators from other sects were allowed to leave, but Jian Jinsheng didn't spare a single warrior from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. From this, one could deduce his stance when facing other sects in the future. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect would certainly seek revenge relentlessly, but with other sects, Jian Jinsheng was likely to prioritize forging alliances. If he could gain the support of other sects, the influence of the Divine Flame sect would expand even further. It was precisely because of this that Jian Jinsheng refrained from attacking cultivators from other sects at this time. As for those sects that continued to support the Immortal Cloud Sword sect in the future, Jian Jinsheng probably wouldn't show mercy then because there would be no purpose in trying to win them over. This time, we acquired a total of spiritual treasures. The scholar Lil King warrior hadn't finished reporting when Jian Jinsheng suddenly reached out his hand. Interrupting him, Jian Jinsheng looked around and a vague sense of threat began to surround him, but he didn't perceive anything unusual as he scanned the area. Since you've come, why hide? The noble Immortal Cloud Sword sect should not resort to such tactics, Jian Jinsheng said, rising to his feet. His core soul energy swept around, and a formidable aura pressed on the hearts of everyone present. The disciples of the Divine Flame sect were startled, looking around, but they didn't find anything amiss. Boom! Jian Jinsheng's figure suddenly soared into the sky, and the cave's ceiling shattered, revealing him in the midair above Mount Taiyan. Coming here had finally dispelled most of the threat that had surrounded Jian Jinsheng earlier. Evidently, the danger was confined to the cave, and Jian Jinsheng had not been able to pinpoint it. If he couldn't find it, then he would avoid it. As for whether the other Divine Flame sect disciples in the cave were in danger, it was not within Jian Jinsheng's consideration. As long as he was here, the Divine Flame sect was here. If something were to happen to him, no matter how intact the rest of the Divine Flame sect remained, they would ultimately face destruction. The sense of threat in Jian Jinsheng's heart dissipated by more than half, but it still lingered faintly. It was clear that the hidden observers had not left and were attempting to ambush Jian Jinsheng. Jian Jinsheng remained calm and floated in midair. His vantage point provided an excellent view, allowing him to detect any incoming attacks in advance. A couple of days ago, Jian Jinsheng had just launched a surprise attack on Zhen Jiqing, so he naturally understood how to evade similar tactics. The heart of a tiger. Yet you engage in treacherous deeds. Zhen Jiqing's death at your hands isn't entirely unjust. A somewhat elderly voice resounded, and a figure, shrouded in shadows, suddenly appeared. Tong Zhanqiu looked up at Jian Jinsheng, and his figure slowly ascended. While everyone expected the Immortal Cloud Sword sect to prepare thoroughly for revenge and maintain a stable position, Tong Zhanqiu had come alone to Mount Taiyan, intending to ambush Jian Jinsheng. Unfortunately, Tong Zhanqiu was detected by Jian Jinsheng even before he could make a move. It's really you, old man. Jian Jinsheng looked at Tong Zhanqiu, a smile appearing on his face. He leaned slightly forward and said, by coming here like this, aren't you afraid I'll simply kill you on the spot? If you have the ability, taking my life would be a small price to pay. Tong Zhanqiu laughed loudly. In the next moment, his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Jian Jinsheng, a weapon resembling a ruler-like object in his hand, striking towards Jian Jinsheng. Boom! Explosive sounds reverberated in the air, and a shockwave emanated from the two combatants, spreading in all directions. Inside the cave, the members of the Divine Flame sect distanced themselves. It was almost impossible for cultivators at the Aperture Tempering realm to intervene in this battle, especially with the overwhelming power of flight. Moreover, the shockwaves generated by the battle between two combined Aperture Tempering realm cultivators were extremely intense. Weaker cultivators at the Aperture Tempering realm would likely be gravely injured before they even got close. Boom! 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 The explosions in midair were incessant. There was no probing. Both Tong Zhanqiu and Jian Jinsheng were going all out from the start. Tong Jianqiu had come here to catch Qian Jinsheng off guard, not only for revenge for Zhenjiking, but also to secure the dominant position of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect without any threats. However, after just 10 moves, Tong Jianqiu realized that he might not be able to kill Qian Jinsheng. If his surprise attack had succeeded earlier, he might have been able to kill Qian Jinsheng with this advantage. But since the ambush failed, in a head-on battle, Tong Jianqiu had to admit that he was getting on in years. Despite having a slight edge in realm, he couldn't gain any advantage. In fact, if this situation continued, the balance might tip in favor of Qian Jinsheng. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and it seemed like a massive fireball had appeared in midair, making it too dazzling to look at directly. Tong Jianqiu flashed away, retreating hundreds of meters before stopping, facing Qian Jinsheng from a distance. For a combined aperture tempering realm expert, a distance of hundreds of meters was relatively safe, but only relatively. If they decided to engage in combat again, a quick dash could bring them right in front of their opponent. I used to think that your Immortal Cloud Sword sect fused 2 treasures together, because this old man wanted to prolong his life. But now it seems I've underestimated you, Qian Jinsheng remarked, looking at the ruler-like object in Tong Jianqiu's hand with a greedy glint in his eye. The power of this ruler-like object in Tong Jianqiu's hand was much stronger than the sword blade in Qian Jinsheng's hand. If it weren't for the strength of this ruler-like object, Tong Jianqiu would probably have been at a disadvantage long ago, and he might even be injured by now. But because of this ruler-like object, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and within hundreds of moves. It seemed like this result wouldn't change. This showed just how formidable this ruler-like object was. Qian Jinsheng had learned about the fusion of 2 treasures in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect when he killed Zhenjiking on Mount Taiyan. This fusion had been ongoing for a long time, and in a few more years, it would likely result in the creation of an even more powerful treasure. The information he had gathered indicated that the purpose of fusing these treasures was to extend Tong Jianqiu's lifespan. People fear death, and if there's an opportunity to extend one's life, most would be willing to try. Therefore, Qian Jinsheng had set up the trap a few days ago, speculating that Zhenjiking probably wouldn't bring the treasure with him. As expected, because the fused treasure was still incomplete, Zhenjiking hadn't carried it, which led to his defeat. Now, Qian Jinsheng realized that this ruler-like object wasn't meant for Tong Jianqiu at all. It was custom-made for Zhenjiking. If this treasure had truly been completed, Zhenjiking, in the combined aperture tempering realm, would have had a chance to advance further. But, unfortunately, Zhenjiking had died, and this treasure custom-made for him had never been put to its intended use. Tong Jianqiu tightly gripped the ruler-like object, and there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Fusing treasures required constant monitoring, and he had been the one doing it all these years. A few days ago, Tong Jianqiu had initially wanted to come to Mount Taiyan personally, but he was persuaded by Zhenjiking to let him go instead. As a result, Zhenjiking had gone on that trip and never returned. This ruler-like object had lost its meaning. Therefore, Tong Jianqiu had simply brought out this yet fully refined treasure and come to Mount Taiyan, seeking to engage in a life-or-death battle with Qian Jinsheng. With the booming sounds echoing on Mount Taiyan for the duration of an incense stick's time, Tong Jianqiu finally retreated. The battle had shifted in favor of Qian Jinsheng, and if Tong Jianqiu didn't leave, he would be stuck here forever. If Tong Jianqiu were to die, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect would undoubtedly be destroyed by the Divine Flame sect. Tong Jianqiu couldn't allow that to happen. Half a day later, news of the battle on Mount Taiyan reached the various sects in Immortal Cloud City. While everyone was astonished, their confidence in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect increased significantly. Tong Jianqiu hadn't managed to kill Qian Jinsheng, but at the same time, Qian Jinsheng hadn't been able to do anything to Tong Jianqiu either. Because of this inconclusive battle, Zhenjiking's death had lifted some of the darkness hanging over the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Even though it had ended without a clear outcome, the only concern was Tong Jianqiu's limited lifespan. Currently, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had no fear of the Divine Flame sect. But what about 10 or 20 years from now? What would be left of Tongjianqi's strength in the combined aperture tempering realm by then? In the short term, there was no need to worry. But the future seemed clouded. Unless the immortal cloud sword sect could produce another powerful combined aperture tempering realm cultivator within the next 2 or 3 decades, only combined aperture tempering realm cultivators could contend with others of the same realm. Without them, even if the immortal cloud sword sect had many cultivators in the aperture tempering realm, it wouldn't be enough to stop Jianzhensheng. The same held true even if they sought refuge within the sect's mountain gate. Because of this battle, the anxious atmosphere in Immortal Cloud City gradually calmed down. After several days of tranquility and confirming that no further incidents had occurred, the primordial sword sect lifted the travel restrictions on its disciples. However, they were cautioned not to provoke any trouble. The surroundings of Immortal Cloud City had become highly sensitive, and even minor incidents could lead to significant trouble. Shen Fei received a message from Qin Jinglin, informing him that there was a new task within the Alchemist Alliance for crafting spirit snow pills. Shen Fei arrived in Immortal Cloud City and observed the expressions of the people on the streets. Although Immortal Cloud City had returned to normalcy after several days, the people's faces no longer bore the same ease as before. 2 enormous powers were destined to decide a victor, and this represented great instability. The people who lived in Immortal Cloud City sought stability, and many had come from far away precisely because there was no conflict here. But now, with the emergence of the Divine Flame sect, that sense of security had disappeared. Shen Fei entered the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance, and Qin Jinglin, wearing a sly smile, led him to a counter and opened a task list. Shen Fei glanced at Qin Jinglin, a little puzzled, and then lowered his head to examine the list. After a moment, his eyes involuntarily widened. Someone had posted a task for crafting spirit snow pills, which wasn't surprising in itself, as such tasks appeared every few days. What left Shen Fei shocked was the sheer number of tasks posted for crafting spirit snow pills. With a quick scan, he counted no less than 30 requests for crafting these pills. Chapter 268 Chapter 268 Spirit Suppression. Chapter 268 Spirit Suppression. Qin Jinglin looked at Shen Fei's expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Qin Jinglin knew that when Shen Fei saw the task list, he would have this kind of expression. After ale. Before, the task of refining the spirit snow pill occurred from time to time, but at most, there were only about 5 furnaces each time, and then it would be several days before another refining task appeared. This kind of task to refine dozens of furnaces at once had almost never appeared before. At least not since Qin Jinglin became an alliance steward. She had never seen anything like this. "I'll take this one." Shen Fei pointed to one of the 7 furnace refining tasks and said with a smile. The same refining task could only be accepted by one person, and there was a time limit for completing the task. This time, with so many refining tasks suddenly appearing and not piled together, it was obviously to allow more alchemists to take them. On the task list, not only did the number of spirit snow pill refining tasks increase dramatically, but the number of other elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level also increased significantly. Shen Fei thought for a moment and understood the reason for this situation. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect was getting anxious. Tong Zhongqiu still had another 20 or 30 years of lifespan left, even if we consider the longest estimate of over 30 years. For the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, time was still too tight. If the Divine Flame sect, their enemy, wasn't lurking outside, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect could take its time, given its many years of foundation. After all, there were no other sects in the vicinity that could pose a threat. However, the emergence of the Shenyan sect, which also possessed a combined aperture tempering realm expert, even though their number was far fewer, posed a significant threat, especially in terms of top-tier combat power. The situation was becoming increasingly urgent for the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. The Divine Flame sect's pursuit of any benefit was equivalent to taking flesh from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, and they couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had to continuously strengthen its power. Ideally, They needed to produce another combined aperture tempering realm practitioner within 10 years to stabilize their position or even launch a counterattack against Jin Jinsheng of the Divine Flame sect. This was the conflict between two major sects, and Chen Fei naturally couldn't influence anything. But because of the conflict between the two sects, it was clear that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had to convert all of its reserves into actual strength. The Alchemist Alliance was a gathering place for alchemists, but in reality, it had become a subsidiary of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. At this moment, when the Immortal Cloud Sword sect needed it, the Alchemist Alliance would naturally cooperate fully. With a smile on his face, Chen Fei entered the alchemy room and began to focus on refining the Spirit Snow Pill. Half an hour later, the first furnace of Spirit Snow Pill was completed, producing 4 pills. Chen Fei smiled as he placed one of the pills into his medicine bottle. The second furnace still produced 4 pills. The third furnace, again, 4 pills. Perhaps it was Chen Fei's good mood that led to a more stable alchemical state. He successfully produced 4 pills for each of the 7 furnaces in a row, except for one furnace where he produced 3 Spirit Snow Pills. Spending nearly 4 hours of continuous work from morning to evening was undoubtedly exhausting. With Chen Fei's core soul energy and alchemical skills, he even felt a bit mentally strained. But no matter how challenging it was, seeing the 6 Spirit Snow Pills in his medicine bottle made Chen Fei's mood brighten instantly. 6 Spirit Snow Pills were equivalent to 6 pieces of elemental stone, which translated into silver, had a total value of over 200,000 silver taels. Earning so much money in a single day was an unprecedented feeling. The best part was that there might be significant income every day from now on. "You're really amazing, young master." Qin Jinglin looked at Chen Fei with eyes full of admiration. There were indeed many alchemists in the alliance who could refine Spirit Snow Pills, and some could do so as steadily as Chen Fei. However, very few could match Chen Fei's level of continuous production, especially 7 furnaces of Spirit Snow Pills in a single day. Even those high-level alchemists would need a break. But Chen Fei hadn't rested and had completed 7 furnaces of Spirit Snow Pillies. His endurance was truly remarkable. Before the counter, Chen Fei waved his hand with a smile. Despite feeling tired, he was in a very pleasant mood because he had made money. And quite a lot of it. Anyone would be happy in his shoes. "Please accept this task for me, and I'll come to refine it tomorrow." Chen Fei pointed to a task on the list. It was a task to refine 6 Spirit Snow Pills, and he had noticed it in the morning. Now that no one had taken it, he wanted to secure it. If it weren't for the fact that only one task could be accepted at a time, Chen Fei would have wanted to take on all the tasks to refine Spirit Snow Pills. "Of course." Young Master Qin Jinglin responded with a smile upon hearing that Chen Fei would return tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Qin Jinglin, Chen Fei left the Alliance's headquarters. Standing at the entrance of the Alliance, he gazed at the sky. The city was still bustling as the evening lights came on. However, the sense of carefree revelry that used to fill the air had diminished significantly. The Divine Flame sect had a significant impact on Immortal Cloud City and had a profound effect on Chen Fei as well. But now, it seemed that the influence was leaning more towards the positive side. Chen Fei needed to absorb all these positive impacts and rapidly enhance his own strength. Originally, according to estimates, it would take Chen Fei several months to open another cultivation aperture, and reaching the middle of the aperture tempering realm would require at least a decade. But now that the entire Immortal Cloud Sword sect had launched into action, and with an ample supply of Spirit Snow Pills, Chen Fei could greatly compress this period of time. Moreover, he had some insight into simplifying various cultivation techniques that had been a bit troublesome before. A smile played at the corners of Chen Fei's mouth as he vanished from the spot. After some time had passed, Chen Fei returned to his sect. He had sold a few Spirit Snow Pills, exchanged them for silver, and recharged his panel. The amount of silver on Chen Fei's panel was now quite substantial. Organized the dragon suppressing elephant technique. Inside a secret room, Chen Fei issued the command to his panel. Since obtaining the dragon suppressing elephant technique and its subsequent cultivation techniques, Chen Fei had tried to organize them on his own, but the results were less than ideal. Chen Fei didn't expect to complete what Dragon Elephant True Immortal had been unable to achieve for many years in such a short time. His intention was merely to see if he could slightly reduce the cost of organizing the panel. However, it was clear that the result of Chen Fei's efforts was not very valuable in the eyes of the panel. The tales for organizing remained unchanged. After all, even if he organized it incorrectly, he could still cultivate the technique, at most causing a misalignment in his cultivation but not making it impossible to proceed, because there was only one correct answer. And without actual cultivation, one would never know if the arrangement was correct. The panel, on the other hand, would provide the correct answer directly, making a significant difference. The amount spent on organizing the technique was insignificant compared to the vast and complex dragon-suppressing elephant technique fragments. Dragon-suppressing elephant technique organization in progress, organization successful. As the text on the panel blinked, a technique appeared in Chen Fei's mind. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully digested the content of the technique. It took more than an hour before Chen Fei let out a slow breath and slowly opened his eyes. The part for spirit suppression is complete, but the part for soul suppression has only some cultivation methods, and the rest is just the creator's deductions and theories. Chen Fei furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected that such a powerful technique would still be considered an incomplete work in the end. Perhaps the one who created the dragon-suppressing elephant technique had perfected it afterward, but it wasn't recorded on this piece of animal skin, leaving later generations with only this semi-finished product. Chen Fei's expression gradually relaxed. Incomplete is incomplete, but at least the part for spirit suppression was absolutely complete, and there were no problems in cultivating it. Even the part for soul suppression could be cultivated. When Chen Fei reached a certain level, he might be able to deduce the remaining parts himself. New technique discovered. Spend 1.5 million taels to simplify the dragon-suppressing elephant technique's spirit suppression part. Another prompt appeared on the panel, and when Chen Fei saw the simplified amount, he breathed a sigh of relief. 1.5 million taels were certainly a considerable sum, and a few days ago, Chen Fei might have hesitated. But now, with the efficiency of obtaining spirit snow pills greatly increased due to the conflict between the two sects, Chen Fei might be able to accumulate this amount in less than a month. So, should I try recharging elemental stones into the panel? Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, holding an elemental stone in his hand. When the panel first prompted him, he refused because his main source of income at the time was ordinary elixirs. He was afraid that if the panel consumed elemental stones, it might disdain silver taels, which would be a problem for him. However, now that Chen Fei's main income had shifted from ordinary elixirs to spirit pills, flying ascent pills had become secondary in value compared to spirit snow pills. There was also another critical reason. Chen Fei's frequent exchanges for silver had started to seem very strange. Who would exchange for so much silver? And it would be inconvenient to use too. It would draw too much attention. Nobody had noticed this yet. But as Chen Fei continued to exchange, even if he concealed his identity while doing so, it would eventually attract unnecessary trouble. Considering this, Chen Fei decided to change his way of making money and try storing elemental stones. Relative to silver taels, the number of elemental stones wouldn't attract the attention of others, as it was perfectly normal for aperture tempering realm cultivators to use elemental energy. However, using silver taels instead of elemental stones was quite odd. After some contemplation, Chen Fei's elemental stone disappeared, and the panel slightly flickered. Below the stored amount, there was an additional quantity of elemental stones. The panel's grid representing silver coins remained intact and didn't disappear. Chen Fei tried continuing to store silver taels and found that it was still possible. The panel hadn't removed the use of silver taels because the option for elemental stones had been added. Clearly, the concerns Chen Fei had earlier about the panel hadn't materialized. Chen Fei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Being able to use both methods provided him with more options. After selling spirit snow pills, He no longer needed to carry silver tails to exchange. He could simply sell elemental stones, save money, and then simplify the dragon-suppressing elephant technique. Spirit suppression. Chen Fei's sea of consciousness resonated with the cultivation method of the dragon-suppressing elephant technique as he began to attempt to cultivate it. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Someone from the Divine Flame Sect. Chapter 269, Someone from the Divine Flame Sect. It must be said that Chen Fei's insight had indeed significantly improved compared to the past. Initially, the part about body suppression and the dragon-suppressing elephant technique and controlling the body was beyond his reach due to issues with his vital energy. Back then, Chen Fei couldn't even understand this part, let alone the cultivation method. It seemed like an impossible dream to cultivate it. However, with the spirit suppression part of it, Chen Fei not only understood it, but had entered a state of harmony with it during his practice. Within his sea of consciousness, his core soul energy vibrated at a special frequency and gradually sank into his physical body, linking up with the dragon elephant's physical aspects. Core soul energy nourished the physical body, while the body's vitality replenished the core soul energy. The body and core soul energy were two separate components of the physical being. But as the dragon-suppressing elephant technique operated, Chen Fei suddenly perceived a direct connection between the two. Of course, there had always been a connection before, given that they were part of the same body, but then, it felt like they had become one. Of course, the degree of fusion at that time was still somewhat low, but Chen Fei could sense the enormous potential within it. As long as he continued to cultivate the part related to the spirit suppression, Chen Fei's core soul energy could become not only stronger, but also more resilient, and his physical body could continue to grow. Using core soul energy as the new driving force, he could further explore the depths of his physical body, which already surpassed those of other aperture tempering realm cultivators in profound ways. Chen Fei couldn't help but think of the dragon-suppressing elephant, true immortal. Even though he has been deceased for such a long time, his physical body remains incorruptible, clearly having pushed his physical body's development to an unimaginable degree. A night passed in silence, and Chen Fei was completely immersed in the cultivation of the dragon-suppressing elephant. Since he had just started learning the techniques, and given Chen Fei's current comprehension, this night's cultivation left him deeply engrossed. The feeling of the unity of the physical body and the mind, that sense of oneness, made Chen Fei involuntarily sink into it. Whether it was the Zhanyuan sword or the soaring heaven technique, neither could give Chen Fei this sensation. It's not that the Zhanyuan sword was inadequate, rather, it's that the level of the dragon-suppressing elephant technique is undoubtedly much higher. Early the next morning, Chen Fei spent some time refining the herbs that Kai Defeng had delivered into flying ascent pills, increasing the proficiency of the formula for spirit snow pills. Then, Chen Fei, along with Kai Defeng, arrived at Immortal Cloud City together. For the next period of time, one will stay in Immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei said to Kai Defeng in the courtyard of Immortal Cloud City. With the current high volume of tasks from the Alchemist Alliance, Chen Fei would undoubtedly be here every day, rather than having Kai Defeng and himself running back and forth. It made more sense to stay in Immortal Cloud City directly, which would save more time. As for the surplus of spiritual energy density in the sect's secret chamber, it had become somewhat irrelevant. It was time to start enjoying some abalone and seafood. There was no need to keep thinking about plain porridge and pickles. Of course, in terms of safety, cultivating within the sect was undoubtedly safer. However, Chen Fei was now at the aperture tempering realm, not in seclusion, and he was not at a critical juncture of breaking through to a new realm, so the environmental requirements weren't that high. One would even welcome you staying here for a few more days. Kai Defeng chuckled. Recently, there had been a lot of turmoil in Immortal Cloud City, and Chen Fei's willingness to stay here was a relief to Kai Defeng. This way, they wouldn't have to travel back and forth between the Primordial Sword Sect and Immortal Cloud City, reducing the potential dangers of the journey. Kai Defeng had heard about various incidents occurring outside Immortal Cloud City recently. Chen Fei nodded slightly and disappeared into the courtyard. Kai Defeng watched in the direction of the main gate, a smile on his face. Who could have imagined that the person who once needed to buy basic secret techniques from him in the hidden market in Pinyin County would have grown to this extent? Thinking back to those scenes of selling secret techniques, Kai Defeng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. At that time, he had made quite a profit. Shen Fei crossed the street and arrived at the residence of the Alchemist Alliance, beginning his work on refining for the day. A night of cultivation not only didn't leave Chen Fei feeling exhausted, but his spirit and energy were even more heightened. The consumption of core soul energy yesterday seemed to have disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Qin Jinglan handed over the jade box and gave Chen Fei a discreet look. Wearing a smile as she slowly exited the alchemy room, Chen Fei sat cross-legged, opening the jade boxes one by one and inspecting the spirit herbs. Finding no issues. Today would be another day of bountiful harvest of silver tails. The mysteries of the spirit suppression technique had been briefly experienced by Chen Fei last night, although he was not progressing slowly. As time went on, he would inevitably encounter a situation similar to that of the soaring heaven technique, where the rate of comprehension would slow down, and he might even reach a standstill, requiring time to polish his understanding. With bad luck, one could spend their entire life without fully comprehending it. This was a common occurrence for many martial artists. Shen Fei didn't want to be in that situation, so he aimed to earn enough elemental stones as quickly as possible to simplify the spirit suppression technique. This would be his most important task for the foreseeable future. Once he cultivated the dragon-suppressing elephant to a higher level, Shen Fei's combat strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, the most crucial component of Chen Fei's current strength was the dragon-suppressing elephant. Due to the limitations of his cultivation base, Chen Fei was naturally at a disadvantage compared to aperture-tempering realm practitioners who had opened a dozen or more apertures. Even if those practitioners had weaker understanding of their own techniques, they would still be more proficient in them. Therefore, Shen Fei didn't hold an advantage in terms of his cultivation level and comprehension of techniques. Only by further strengthening his physical body, which already surpassed others at the same level, could he gain a true advantage. Of course, this didn't mean that Chen Fei would neglect the Zhanyuan sword and the soaring heaven technique. Chen Fei would diligently practice all techniques, but by simplifying the spirit suppression technique, he could accelerate his strength's improvement. Immortal Cloud City was in a state of turmoil now. Although the primordial sword sect hadn't encountered any issues yet, it was only a matter of time before they were drawn into the chaos. Unless the primordial sword sect was willing to move away from Immortal Cloud City. But that was easier said than done. Setting up the fire and placing the spirit herbs one by one into the alchemy furnace. It didn't take long for the fragrance of medicinal herbs to fill the alchemy room. Shen Fei's mental focus was on the changes in the medicinal properties inside the furnace. His expression calm and composed. Half an hour quickly passed, and with a loud sound as the furnace lid opened, the first batch of spirit snow pills was successfully refined. Chen Fei poured the pills into a jade tray, and 4 translucent spirit snow pills rolled around. A smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. He had started the day off well. Taking one of the pills and stowing it away in his pocket, Chen Fei activated the mechanism, and the door to the alchemy room opened. Qin Jinglan walked in. Seeing the 3 spirit snow pills on the jade tray, a smile appeared on Qin Jinglan's face. The refining process continued from morning until evening, and Chen Fei didn't even have lunch. Today's results were still outstanding. Out of 6 batches, 5 produced 4 spirit snow pills each, so Chen Fei obtained a total of 5 spirit snow pills today. Such results were astonishing, and if anyone within the Alchemist Alliance knew about it, it would undoubtedly create a stir. However, no one would believe that Chen Fei could have such a high success rate in pill refinement. At most, they would think that Chen Fei had incredible endurance and stability to continuously complete tasks like this and accumulate a substantial amount of alliance contribution points for 15 consecutive days, with results ranging from 6 to 7 batches to as little as 1 to 2 batches. Chen Fei refined spirit snow pills in the Alchemist Alliance every day. Each day, Chen Fei would change his identity and sell 1 or 2 pills at various shops in Immortal Cloud City in exchange for elemental stones. Recently, The shops in Immortal Cloud City had shown a great interest in this type of pill, and they were buying it at a rate of 1 elemental stone per pill. As for purchasing, 1 elemental stone could no longer buy a single spirit snow pill. This meant that the price of spirit snow pills had increased. Not only spirit snow pills, but any elixir that could aid in cultivation had seen a significant price hike. When war arrives, anything that can be converted into power will become expensive. In 15 days, the number of elemental stones in Chen Fei's account reached 50. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and directly simplified the spirit suppression technique. Spirit suppression simplification in progress, simplification successful spirit suppression GT body suppression. In the courtyard, Chen Fei looked at the simplification result, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. 50 elemental stones in just 15 days were beyond imagination. Considering the current situation, Chen Fei might continue to reap benefits for a long time. As for the spirit snow pills he would obtain in the future, Chen Fei would start consuming them directly. After all, his cultivation realm was the ultimate goal. With this pace, Chen Fei's speed in opening apertures would be exceptionally fast. In the aperture tempering realm, apart from the time required for apertures to accumulate vital energy, another key factor that affected a martial artist's efficiency in opening apertures was whether their core soul energy could control the apertures. Chen Fei's core soul energy had already reached a level equivalent to that of a martial artist with over a dozen open apertures when he initially broke through. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the issue of aperture control in the short term. As long as there was an ample supply of elixirs, Chen Fei's cultivation speed would be extremely rapid. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Clank, clank, clank. The Yuan sword floated in front of Chen Fei. After fully consuming the gold sky stone, the Yuan sword had finally reached its critical point and began its transformation today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples emanated from the Yuan sword, spreading outwards, and a deep and profound aura surged from the sword. Clang! A sword cry rang out, and a sword energy shot up into the sky. Radiance began at the hilt of the sword and flowed to the tip of the Yuan sword. Then the brilliance completely converged into the sword's body. The Yuan sword had officially ascended to the status of a spiritual sword. Chen Fei held the Yuan sword, feeling the spiritual fluctuations coming from the sword's body, and a smile appeared on his face. His strength was still accumulating, and Chen Fei was making progress nearly every day. This rate of improvement would be considered inconceivable by other aperture tempering realm martial artists. Meanwhile, outside the primordial sword sect, a figure arrived at the mountain gate, wearing a straw hat and exuding a mysterious and cold aura. Who goes there? A patrolling disciple happened to pass by and noticed the figure in front of the mountain gate. He asked in a stern voice, "I am Wu Hongwen of the Divine Flame sect. Here to pay my respects to the primordial sword sect," the figure replied, lifting their head. The voice was somewhat high-pitched and initially not very loud, but within moments, it had passed half of the mountain gate and spread further inward. The patrolling disciple's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly transmitted the information inward with a hint of panic. Chapter 270 Sealing Divine Technique. Chapter 270 Sealing Divine Technique. The sudden arrival of the Divine Flame sect stirred up emotions within the primordial sword sect. In the past, the Immortal Cloud sword sect had been the dominant force, with everyone looking up to them. But now, with the division into two sects, it became evident that a significant alignment issue had arisen. Naturally, the primordial sword sect had contemplated this matter, as it was inevitable and couldn't be avoided. Therefore, the primordial sword sect had already done some mental preparation. However, when the Divine Flame sect's representatives arrived, it still made people uneasy to some extent. This was a subconscious reaction when facing a much stronger force than oneself, because a mishandling of the situation could lead to a great disaster. It was easy for people to feel anxious. Inside the main hall of the primordial sword sect, the elders were lined up on both sides, and King Sheng sat in the high seat, looking down at Wu Hongwen. Wu Hongwen's cultivation was not exceptional. He was only at the early stage of the aperture tempering realm. However, At this moment, despite being under the scrutiny of more than 10 peers of the same level, he showed no signs of discomfort. I wonder why your sect has sent you here. What is the purpose? King Sheng asked Wu Hongwen with a solemn tone. In alliance. To jointly resist the brutal rule of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Over the years, Wu Hongwen looked at King Sheng, his voice sharp. Upon hearing Wu Hongwen's voice, many elders in the hall furrowed their brows slightly. Wu Hongwen's aura, combined with his voice, easily brought to mind a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The actions of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect over the years cannot be described as brutal, King Sheng said, shaking his head slightly. This was a truthful statement. Although the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was overbearing, it still offered some benefits to the surrounding sects. Most of the time, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect treated the neighboring sects as subordinate sects and called upon them when they needed assistance. It was because of this that these sects hadn't considered leaving the area and establishing their own sects elsewhere. The resources around Immortal Cloud City were abundant, but if there was no room to survive and prosper, even abundant resources wouldn't keep the sects from leaving and seeking opportunities elsewhere. Perhaps it was acceptable in the past, but in the future, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect will undoubtedly consolidate all resources and cultivate new combined aperture tempering realm experts within its ranks. At that time, do you think, sect leader, that the other sects will still have room to develop? A cold smile appeared on Wu Hongwen's face. King Sheng's brows furrowed slightly. Wu Hongwen had pointed out some valid issues. From the recent actions of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, it was clear that they were eager for new talents within their sect, particularly combined aperture tempering realm experts who could succeed them. In this situation, the resources that were previously overlooked may gradually be reclaimed rather than shared with other sects. However, for such a situation to occur, it would require several years, and the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's aperture tempering realm experts would have to remain at their peak without further breakthroughs. Sect leader, you probably also hope that the Primordial Sword sect can grow and even return to its former glory. Right, but by staying under the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, the Primordial Sword sect will have no hope, Wu Hongwen said, locking eyes with King Sheng. He continued, and sect leader, are you not curious about how our Divine Flame sect has developed such strength over these years? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of many elders in the hall became serious. The conflict between the Divine Flame sect and the Immortal Cloud Sword sect could be traced back many years, and determining right from wrong had become impossible. Furthermore, the Divine Flame sect had been a strong sect in the past. The current grandeur with which the Divine Flame sect had returned led some to speculate whether they had recovered the sect's hidden treasures from the past and used them to develop secretly. If you are willing to speak, we will certainly listen attentively, Wu Guanyin said solemnly from the side. If the Primordial Sword sect is willing to form an alliance, these secrets will naturally be shared with you, Wu Hongwen added. As Wu Hongwen finished speaking and observed the changing expressions of those in the Primordial Sword sect, he suddenly changed the topic, saying, but I'll mention one thing only, and it won't hurt. Have you heard of the Strange Heart Realm? Strange Heart Realm? Wu Hongwen of the Divine Flame sect had left half an hour ago, and after receiving the sect's message, Chen Fei rushed back from Immortal Cloud City, coming directly to Feng Zipa's courtyard. Well, the Strange Heart Realm. The rise of the Divine Flame sect is closely related to the Strange Heart Realm. However, the person didn't go into detail, only mentioning that if we are willing to form an alliance, they can take us to explore the Strange Heart Realm, Feng Zipu said with a slight frown, speaking in a low voice. Do our sect members have any knowledge of the Strange Heart Realm? Chen Fei asked quietly. Chen Fei was familiar with the Strange Heart Realm himself. He had been maintaining a pattern of entering it for about 10 days once in a while to temper his mental power. However, as Chen Fei had broken through to the aperture tempering realm, the intangible contamination in the Strange Heart Realm had become much less effective on him. Therefore, the tempering effect was far less pronounced than when he was in the visceral tempering realm. But from this, It could also be seen that reaching the aperture tempering realm provided a foundation for freely moving within the strange heart realm without having to rely on the heart candle. This reduced the time constraints considerably. Chen Fei had thought about exploring the strange heart realm on his own during his visits, but he ultimately dismissed the idea. Back when he was in the visceral tempering realm, he and Si Yuanhai had embarked on a long-distance journey to rescue him. At that time, they felt that the strange heart realm was eerie and mysterious, and they could vaguely sense danger coming from a distance. Now that he had reached the aperture tempering realm, although he had the foundation to move freely within the strange heart realm, he dared not venture recklessly. The more he sensed danger from afar, the less he dared to take risks. Certainly, there are likely many secrets within the strange heart realm, and perhaps some valuable treasures. But the danger is very real. Chen Fei's strength was steadily increasing, and there was no need for him to take risks within the strange heart realm. Our sect has some records about the strange heart realm, but they are not comprehensive. Even the rumored strange tamers cannot claim to have a deep understanding of the strange heart realm, Feng Zupu replied. Shaking his head, Chen Fei furrowed his brow and pondered. The Divine Flame sect had deliberately mentioned the strange heart realm, suggesting that they had gained significant knowledge or resources from it. Chen Fei suddenly recalled his encounter with Shizukin from the Divine Flame sect. He remembered that when Shizukin first saw Si Yuanhai, her expression had undergone a significant transformation. This change was more akin to a display of greed, a deep desire for Si Yuanhai's unique constitution. Si Yuanhai's constitution was directly related to the strange heart realm, and it seemed that the Divine Flame sect was making significant moves in that realm to garner such interest. Roman 2. So, what will be our sect's stance towards the Divine Flame sect in the future? Chen Fei asked. When two tigers fight, one will get injured, but clearly, both of these fierce tigers didn't want any bystanders and required others to join their side to feel secure. We won't give a direct response to the Divine Flame sect, but our sect will most likely stand with the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Feng Zupu replied in a hushed tone. Chen Fei nodded slightly, finding this decision to be reasonable. After all, they had been this way for many years. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect had only been weakened, not completely defeated. Moreover, the Primordial Sword sect was very close to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. If they were to lean toward the Divine Flame sect, they would likely face the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's anger first. The Divine Flame sect has also sent people to other sects, and most responses have been ambiguous, but they seem to lean toward the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Feng Zupu added, each sect had its own channels of information, so when the Divine Flame sect's emissaries came to persuade them to form an alliance, everyone learned about it immediately, including the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Therefore, as soon as the emissaries of the Divine Flame sect left, Wu Guanyin went to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect to explain the situation. Early the next morning, news of the Divine Flame sect's lobbying efforts among various sects had already spread throughout Immortal Cloud City. As people discussed and speculated on what the Divine Flame sect's next move might be, another piece of news came to light. The Divine Flame sect had begun recruiting rogue cultivators from all the surrounding areas, particularly those at the Aperture Tempering realm. As long as these cultivators were willing to join the Divine Flame sect, they would be provided with half of the Aperture Tempering realm cultivation technique. And if they achieved certain accomplishments, the entire technique would be taught to them. This cultivation technique was none other than the Sealing Divine technique. The Sealing Divine technique opened up 83 acupoints, and if a rogue cultivator chose to cultivate it, it would only consume a small amount of their vital energy, causing no significant harm to their vitality. Moreover, if they joined the Divine Flame sect and accomplished significant feats, they might even have the chance to learn the sect's foundational technique, the Divine Flame scripture. This news sent shockwaves throughout the region. Rogue cultivators' greatest dilemma, aside from resources, was finding suitable cultivation techniques. Many sects viewed rogue cultivators with caution. For example, while the Immortal Cloud Sword sect occasionally accepted rogue cultivators at the Aperture Tempering realm, the treatment and benefits they received were nowhere near what the sect's disciples enjoyed. The cultivation technique provided to rogue cultivators was a technique that opened 7 to 5 acupoints, and even if they mastered it, they would only reach the late aperture tempering realm. In contrast, the sealing divine technique directly opened 83 acupoints, surpassing even the cultivation techniques passed down by the current primordial sword sect. The Zhanyuan sword technique, when mastered, only opened 80 acupoints, leaving members of the primordial sword sect with mixed feelings. This enticement naturally stirred the hearts of rogue cultivators who were struggling due to their lack of suitable cultivation techniques. As for the Divine Flame sect's foundational technique, the Divine Flame scripture, the number of acupoints it opened remained unknown, but it was undoubtedly the sect's most top-tier inheritance. For non-core disciples, it was impossible to catch a glimpse of its true essence. However, this time, the Divine Flame sect had decided to reveal it. Most rogue cultivators wouldn't necessarily rush to the Divine Flame sect solely for the Divine Flame scripture, as they understood that significant accomplishments were at the discretion of the Divine Flame sect itself. Joining the sect wasn't about trying to deceive them otherwise. It would surely lead to a backlash from rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators sought to strengthen themselves, not to become victims of deceit. Thus, the Divine Flame sect had no reason to engage in dishonesty. With this news from the Divine Flame sect, emotions ran high, and many rogue cultivators were drawn to the idea of joining the sect to obtain the sealing divine technique, even if the journey came with risks. Chapter 271 Chapter 271 Hard to Escape Death. Chapter 271 Hard to Escape Death. Some cultivators from hundreds of miles away, upon hearing the news, began moving towards the Divine Flame sect. Their numbers weren't significant yet, but a trend was emerging. The response from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was quite direct. They immediately elevated the cultivation techniques of their own sect's cultivators to another level. The Killing technique opened up 8 to 5 aperture points, 2 more than the Divine Seal technique, essentially belonging to the same level of cultivation techniques. The Killing technique was originally a part of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's inheritance, albeit a relatively weaker one. Under the pressure of the Divine Flame sect, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had no choice but to turn this inherited technique into something that their cultivators could practice. Furthermore, in order to attract these cultivators, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect improved the daily treatment for rogue cultivators who sought refuge with them. Lately, they were refining various spirit herbs stored in their libraries into different elixirs, providing additional support for the daily needs of these cultivators, all within their capabilities. After all, if they didn't appease these rogue cultivators, who knew what kind of trouble might arise? For the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, the goal of the next 20 years was to stabilize their own territory and produce another strong cultivator at the combined aperture tempering realm. With such a powerhouse, all their enemies would be paper tigers. However, if in these 20 years, they failed to produce a cultivator at the combined aperture tempering realm, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect would likely become history. The grudge between the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and the Divine Flame sect had reached the point of no return. Given any opportunity, either side would do whatever it took to annihilate the other. Listening to these news within the Alchemist Alliance, Shen Fei remained silent. This scene was all too familiar, much like the money-burning battles of his previous life. In any world, as long as there were interests at stake, individuals would go all out to seize what benefited them the most. Thus, some bystanders unexpectedly found themselves with newfound interests, such as these rogue cultivators or alchemists like Chen Fei. However, to obtain these benefits, one's own abilities needed to be exceptional. Rogue cultivators needed to reach the aperture tempering, a realm that ordinary martial artists could only dream of reaching. Alchemists, on the other hand, had to master the pinnacle of their craft. Not every alchemist could produce 4 spirit snow pills in a single furnace. If they could only produce 3, they would, at most, earn some hard-earned contribution points. Moreover, alchemy itself was a mentally taxing endeavor, highly susceptible to fluctuations in one's state of mind. Any slight misstep could lead to failure. as evidenced by the recent increase in tasks causing many alchemists to attempt, but ultimately fail. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect was now consuming an astonishing amount of elixirs every day. They were running short on alchemists, which is why they had to rely on the Alchemist Alliance. For instance, the alchemists of the Primordial Sword sect could only refine a few furnaces each month due to limited resources. The exchange of challenges between the two sects was far from over. After significantly improving the treatment of rogue cultivators, both sides directly established a bounty board for cultivators at the Aperture Tempering Realm from the opposing sect. Anyone who killed a cultivator at the combined Aperture Tempering Realm from the opposing sect, with the value of the reward determined by their cultivation level, could directly claim a substantial reward. The rewards were so tempting that even Chen Fei couldn't help but feel enticed when he saw them. Chen Fei was already earning a considerable amount of elemental stones every day, and this temptation would be immense for other cultivators at the Aperture Tempering Realm. However, despite being tempted, Chen Fei had no intention of taking action. The rewards were enticing, but the risks were astonishingly high. It was acceptable for members of the two sects to undertake these tasks since they were archenemies. But if cultivators from other sects accepted and completed these missions, it would bring direct trouble to their own sects. Only a sect with deep internal hatred would be willing to engage in such mutually assured destruction. Chen Fei remained focused on his alchemy, paying no attention to the external affairs. At the same time, he diligently practiced various cultivation techniques. Finally, his proficiency in the Soaring Heaven technique reached the level of mastery, addressing the shortcomings in his martial arts. Compared to other cultivators at the early stage of the Aperture Tempering Realm, Chen Fei's martial skills were now exceptional. In fact, his martial skills were even more outstanding than those of some rogue cultivators. As time passed, the confrontations between the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and the Divine Flame sect became increasingly frequent, with real battles occurring daily. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect's advantage lay in having a greater number of cultivators at the Aperture Tempering Realm and Body Tempering Realm compared to the Divine Flame sect, especially in the latter category. With such abundant resources, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's growth had been remarkable. If not for the sudden resurgence of the Divine Flame sect, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's strength would have continued to grow. But there were no ifs in this situation. The current scenario called for intense combat, and any retreat would only allow the other side to gain more ground. As a result, casualties occurred daily, with the majority being Body Tempering Realm cultivators. The other sects in Immortal Cloud City supported the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, but were cautious not to become deeply involved in the actual fighting. Even when they participated, they did so with discretion. Surviving in such circumstances required utmost caution. Within the Divine Flame sect's Mountain Gate, up to this day, over 80% of the sects within Immortal Cloud City are still supporting the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. It seems that our previous attempts at persuasion were too mild. They must think our Divine Flame sect is a pushover. Let's make an example of a couple of them to show our strength, otherwise they might forget how we operate. What if it backfires and pushes them further towards the Immortal Cloud Sword sect? Someone furrowed their brows and questioned, is there much of a difference from the current situation? Some people are just naturally stubborn. Without a little pressure, they won't see the reality. Alright, haven't we recently gained many rogue cultivators? Let's assign these tasks to them. Start with the smaller sects. Eliminate those with only one cultivator at the Aperture Tempering Realm directly. Very well. A cruel and ruthless aura permeated the surroundings. Rogue cultivators, driven solely by self-interest, loved these kinds of opportunities. Destroying sects presented enormous benefits, and these rogue cultivators were more than eager to participate. As a storm approached, many were filled with anxiety, but Chen Fei remained immersed in his alchemy, consuming elixirs, and practicing his techniques, leading a simple life. Buzz! Chen Fei's body trembled slightly, and ripples of energy emanated from his surroundings. After a moment, the energy returned to calm, and Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the newly opened third aperture point in his body, a faint smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. Less than 2 months had passed since he opened the second aperture point. This speed exceeded that of most individuals in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect who were fervently consuming spirit pills. This was partly because Chen Fei didn't have the same vital energy limitations and had ample control over his aperture points, thanks to his core soul energy. Another reason was his physical resilience. Due to the dragon-suppressing elephant, Chen Fei didn't feel any burden from the quantity of elixirs he consumed. He practically consumed all the spirit snow pills he obtained each day. Some days he took 5 or 6 pills, while on others, it might be just 1 or 2. There was no noticeable accumulation or discomfort in his body over this extended period. Now, the only limitation was the number of spirit snow pills he could acquire. Otherwise, Chen Fei was curious to see how many spirit snow pills he could consume in a day with the combined effects of the dragon-suppressing elephant and the spirit suppression part. At this rate, I might be able to open more than 10 aperture points in a year. Chen Fei stood up, gazing at the distant sky, his mind filled with various thoughts. Perhaps even faster. The number of tasks may decrease slightly, but with the refinement of the spirit snow pill formula almost complete, the quantity of pills produced per furnace might change. A glint of excitement flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. His figure flickered, and he headed towards Immortal Cloud City. Today, in addition to advancing his cultivation, Chen Fei had come back to collect his custom-made scabbard. With the Qianyuan sword now transformed into a spirit sword, Chen Fei had specially ordered a scabbard for it from the treasure depository. A good scabbard would better nurture the sword's spirituality. In the wilderness, Chen Fei moved nimbly, sensing his surroundings with his core soul energy, maintaining a vigilant stance. The area outside the city was more dangerous than before, with skirmishes occurring frequently, especially in recent times. Some smaller sects had been directly annihilated, sending shivers down many people's spines. Most believed that the Divine Flame sect was responsible for these actions, as the sects being destroyed were openly supporting the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. However, some thought that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect might be behind it, attempting to frame the Divine Flame sect and gain more support from other sects. Their purpose was to frame the Divine Flame sect and further solidify support for the Immortal Cloud Sword sect among other sects. Despite most sects currently expressing support for the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, this support often lacked wholehearted commitment. As a result, no one truly understood the Immortal Cloud Sword sect's true intentions. Chen Fei's sprinting figure suddenly came to a halt, his brows furrowing as he sensed something amiss ahead. He took a step back, about to retreat in another direction, when he felt an unsettling presence behind him as well. Such a sensitive core soul energy. You truly live up to being the most outstanding disciple of the primordial sword sect in decades. A figure seemed to materialize out of thin air in front of Chen Fei, locking onto him with an unhidden killing intent that pierced through his mental defenses. Not only the person in front of him, but 2 others had also appeared behind him, effectively surrounding Chen Fei. The combined pressure from the 3 individuals spread throughout the surroundings as if a massive mountain were pressing down on Chen Fei, making him shiver in fear. Chen Fei's expression turned serious. These 3 were all at the aperture tempering realm, with the one in front of him only a step away from the midstage. Their combined strength was the greatest threat he had faced so far. I have no grudges with any of you. We've never met before. Why must it come to this? Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Blame it on your outstanding abilities. By killing you, the primordial sword sect will feel the pain, and maybe they will make the right choice. Doesn't that sound about right? Dong Zieji gazed at Chen Fei with a mocking smile, treating him as if he were already a dead man. With 3 cultivators at the aperture tempering realm and Dong Zieji himself on the brink of midstage, they had the upper hand in numbers and cultivation. They believed it would be a straightforward task to surround and eliminate someone who had only recently broken through to the aperture tempering realm. Even if Dong Zieji alone could handle the situation, they had decided to act together to ensure there was no room for escape. This way, even if Chen Fei had any hidden abilities, he would find it nearly impossible to evade death. Chapter 272 Chapter 272 Unbelievable. Chapter 272 Unbelievable. Engaging in violence may easily damage the harmony, If all of you are here for the sake of forming an alliance, I can go back and persuade them. I believe our sect will seriously consider it, Chen Fei said with sincerity on his face. The Divine Flame sect seemed to have a high opinion of him, as they had directly approached 3 cultivators at the Aperture Tempering realm, with one of them even approaching the mid-stage of the realm. With such a lineup, let alone killing a martial artist who had just entered the Aperture Tempering realm, they could probably handle someone who had been at this level for over a decade without any problem. Ha ha ha, do you really think that's possible? Shang Guanfei, who was in the rear, burst into laughter. Killing the prodigies of such sects was the most exciting thing for Shang Guanfei. As a wandering cultivator, what he hated most were these geniuses. They cultivated quickly, had abundant resources, unlike people like them. Wandering cultivators who had to struggle and fight for every step. Your goal is nothing more than wanting an alliance. Killing me will only make it even less likely for the sect to ally with the Divine Flame sect. It's not worth it. Chen Fei earnestly analyzed. Whether we can form an alliance later is none of your concern. Surrender now, and you might suffer less. Dong Zieji sneered, a dagger already appearing in his hand. The dagger emitted a sharp aura, and even from dozens of meters away, Chen Fei could clearly sense it. In the rear, Shang Guanfei and the others also took out their respective spirit weapons. They no longer spoke and began to approach Chen Fei step by step. Although it was a sure victory for 3 people to besiege a martial artist who had just entered the Aperture Tempering realm, they were still very cautious when it came to actual combat. Even when hunting, a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone killing a cultivator at the same level as themselves. Negligence and carelessness, ironically, are the greatest forms of irresponsibility towards oneself because your life is your own. This point was naturally clear to the 3 individuals who were once wandering cultivators. As the 3 approached, the smile on Chen Fei's face vanished. The Kan Yuan sword leaped into his hand, as if sensing the danger around. The Kan Yuan sword's blade vibrated violently, and a burst of sword intent swept in all directions. The sword is impressive, but the person wielding it isn't. Dong Zieji's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the Kan Yuan sword in Chen Fei's hand. The Kan Yuan sword, crafted using the perfect Aperture Realm sword essence technique, had just entered the spirit weapon level and was among the top-tier lower-grade spirit weapons. Zhang Guanfei licked his lips, his gaze on the Kan Yuan sword filled with greed. In his mind, he had already planned how to distribute this lower-grade spirit sword after killing Chen Fei. Cultivators like them who followed the path of wandering cultivators didn't have access to high-quality spirit weapons, so seeing the Kan Yuan sword had immediately stirred their desires. Even Dong Zieji, who was on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage of the Aperture Tempering realm, felt a hint of greed for the Kan Yuan sword. The sword rose. Sensing the change in the 3's intentions, Chen Fei's inner energy suddenly trembled. The Zhan Yuan sword formation instantly expanded, enveloping Dong Zieji and the other 2. In the next moment, 20 sword pearls flashed within the sword formation, unleashing various sword techniques towards the 3. The 3 felt a sudden weight in their bodies, and then several black sword lights appeared before their eyes. These sword lights were exceptionally sharp, and with the power of the Kan Yuan sword infused into them, they became even more formidable. Dong Zieji and the others were astonished when they saw the sword lights. When they had come to besiege Chen Fei, they had naturally investigated all the information about him. The Zhan Yuan sword, the primary cultivation technique that Chen Fei practiced, seemed to have an extraordinary affinity with the Zhan Yuan sword itself. During his cultivation in the visceral tempering realm, it had taken him only a few months to comprehend the Zhan Yuan sword to an extremely profound level. With this skill, he had shone brightly within the Immortal Cloud Swords sect, rising to the 2nd position among the sect's true disciples. They had estimated the extent of Chen Fei's comprehension of the Zhan Yuan sword, speculating that he might have mastered it to a certain degree, allowing him to deploy the sword formation with some proficiency, which would already be quite remarkable. After all, the difficulty of cultivating techniques between the body tempering realm and the aperture tempering realm was incomparable. Many martial artists in the early stages of the aperture tempering realm might spend decades just to reach a level of mastery in their chosen techniques. Chen Fei had cultivated the genuine sword in the body tempering realm swiftly, and even in the aperture tempering realm, it would take at least a few years to achieve any significant progress. Such a speed was already an incredibly terrifying level of comprehension efficiency. However, looking at the number of sword pearls within the sword formation now, and the additional gravitational force exerted by the formation, it was evident that in just a few months, Chen Fei had achieved what would take many martial artists decades to accomplish. This level of prodigious comprehension was truly inconceivable, as the three individuals considered the speed at which they had initially cultivated their techniques. Compared to Chen Fei, they felt like they were not even in the same league as martial artists. Attack! Dong Zieji snorted coldly. Suppressing the hint of envy in his heart, he swung his dagger, easily shattering the approaching sword pearls, turning them into drifting black elemental energy. While Dong Zieji executed his actions cleanly, Zhang Guanfei and the others were slightly less efficient. But within a mere 2 breaths of time, they had destroyed all the sword pearls. 20 sword pearls could be highly threatening when directed at a single target. However, when they were dispersed, it became apparent that they were less effective against these aperture tempering realm martial artists. Just as Dong Zieji and the others shattered the sword pearls and were about to charge toward Chen Fei, they suddenly found that the shattered sword pearls had transformed into countless sword threads, blocking their every path. As the swords turned into threads, the power of the sword formation further elevated. Chen Fei's eyes gleamed faintly, his mental power operating at its peak, capturing everything in his sight in an eternal moment, even though they had been somewhat surprised by Chen Fei's displayed strength. At this moment, the three of them continued to block all possible escape routes, leaving no opportunity for Chen Fei to flee. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step forward, appearing right in front of Zhang Guanfei. Among the three, Dong Zieji was the strongest, and the other two were not far behind in terms of cultivation level. To break through, it was only natural for Chen Fei to choose the other two. He chose Zhang Guanfei because the martial technique Zhang Guanfei displayed seemed to have a weaker defensive aspect. Martial arts techniques each had their own characteristics, and it was challenging to be proficient in all aspects. Being well-rounded could sometimes signify mediocrity because specialized techniques often outperformed in their respective areas. When they had shattered the sword pearls earlier, Zhang Guanfei had been slightly slower. Now, surrounded by the sword threads, Zhang Guanfei's progress in breaking free was the slowest. In this situation, who else could Chen Fei choose but Zhang Guanfei? Zhang Guanfei was in the midst of shattering the sword threads, but the strength of the threads exceeded his expectations. They were resilient, sharp, and unceasing. Zhang Guanfei considered the situation. If he were facing Chen Fei alone at this moment, he might very well be trapped by the sword formation, and it was uncertain whether he would be able to break free and defeat Chen Fei afterward. Be careful. Don't let him escape, Dong Zieji shouted sternly upon seeing Chen Fei's actions. He also released a dazzling light from his dagger, dispersing the dense sword threads around him. Just as Dong Zieji was about to charge at Chen Fei, his body suddenly felt heavier, as if all the gravitational force within the sword formation had concentrated on him alone. Dong Zieji's figure involuntarily paused for a moment. Dong Zieji's perception was accurate indeed. Chen Fei had directed all the immense power contained within the sword formation toward Dong Zieji. As a result, Zhang Guanfei and the others now felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, and the discomforting weight had dissipated. However, during the heat of the battle, this abrupt shift in gravity left them somewhat uneasy. Although the adjustment only took a moment, it was still necessary. Chen Fei approached Zhang Guanfei, activating both the suppressing dragon elephant's body suppression and spirit suppression techniques simultaneously. Immense power surged forth in an instant, causing slight ripples to appear in the air around Chen Fei's body. With a sweeping sword strike, a black streak shot into the sky and collided with Zhang Guanfei's blade. Boom! While Zhang Guanfei was struggling against the sword threads and adjusting to the changing gravity, he was suddenly struck by Chen Fei's sword. His eyes involuntarily widened. The sword threads and the shifting gravity were discomforts, inflicting no harm on Zheng Guanfei. However, feeling the tremendous force transmitted through the blade, Zheng Guanfei could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. Bang! Zheng Guanfei was utterly unable to maintain his form, and he was sent flying backward, smashing through several large trees before becoming embedded in the ground with a dull thud. Dong Zieji and the others witnessing this scene couldn't help but be shaken. What kind of power was this, though? The Zhanyuan sword was extraordinary. Chen Fei hadn't even cultivated it to the pinnacle, and his current cultivation level had only reached the early stages of the aperture tempering realm. How could he possess such incredible strength? Even Chen Fei himself was taken aback. While he had sensed his strength growing as he practiced the suppressing dragon elephant's spirit suppression technique recently, there hadn't been a direct point of comparison until now. At this moment, a single sword strike had sent Zheng Guanfei flying so far that he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. Back when he encountered Dai Fangshuan from the Rain Pavilion on the road to Qin High City, although the suppressing dragon elephant technique could subdue him, it hadn't been to such an exaggerated extent. Chen Fei turned to look at Shi Zhengwu standing beside him. Shi Zhengwu felt a slight tremor in his heart for some reason, and an inexplicable sense of dread crept up from the depths of his soul. Chen Fei had given them one shock after another, and it was becoming too much. The attempt to besiege him from the beginning of this encounter had already gone awry. Even though it was supposed to be 3 against 1, they hadn't even managed to get close to him. Instead, it appeared as if Chen Fei had single-handedly surrounded all 3 of them. Chen Fei glanced at Shi Zhengwu. His figure flashed, and he sprinted towards the distance. If it had just been Shi Zhengwu and Zheng Guanfei, Chen Fei probably wouldn't have run. Although he couldn't guarantee that he could directly overpower the 2 of them, he was certain that he wouldn't be the one fleeing in the end. However, there was still Dong Zieji behind them, whose cultivation was about to break through to the mid-stage of the aperture tempering realm. Even with Chen Fei's immense strength, facing all 3 of them in a siege would be too challenging. Seeing Chen Fei's incredible power, the 3 of them would likely avoid a direct confrontation and instead focus on avoiding a head-on battle. They knew they couldn't kill Chen Fei for sure, and there was a risk involved. In such a situation, Chen Fei's best option was to run. His figure turned into an afterimage as he executed the soaring heaven technique to its utmost, disappearing from the sight of Dong Zieji and the others in the blink of an eye. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.